G'day, everybody. How the hell are we today? It has been a full-on Friday. It has. It has. It's been a full-on week, really. I've worked so many hours. I haven't even had a chance to check emails. I just checked them, and there's like heaps and heaps of them. Phone calls all week telling me how many times I've popped up on the news and stuff, and it bloody answers back before I got a chance to bloody silence the phone again. I was in the midst of doing it. It wasn't fast enough. Um, okay, cool. Rightio. So, wow, what a week. So I thought I'd start off with, pointing out that, you'll notice my little tag here says BBQ Batty. I thought it was important because I've noticed that, Channel 9 misgendered me. They assumed my gender. And I think it's important to point out that I identify as a barbecue. That's my pronoun, Channel 9. I'm deeply offended, and I expect to see a retraction real soon because I know you guys are watching now. So anyway, Troy's copping it pretty hard. We will talk a bit about that later. To be honest, I'm surprised they haven't sent me some sort of an award or a thank you note or something for the great journalism I did that got them the only thing they could find on him. And boy, are they jumping up and down. It is something to be seen. It really is. So we got a few guests today to get through. So lots of people have taken interest in the network, of course. Why wouldn't they? We're getting nationwide attention, not to mention the international attention of all our great guests and whatnot. Not guests, all guests, of course. We are getting some amazing guests across North Queensland Freedom Network and Cafe Lockout. I did intend to create a nice little thing, see, this is going to pop up now, and you'll see the North Queensland, and I was going to do one with Cafe Lockout, but I just didn't get time. I didn't get back from work soon enough, unfortunately. I haven't even turned on my little magic device. Can't get Alien Engines to work in the 80s without one of these. Very important device. Very important. A wonderful feat of special effects. It really was. Must pay homage to 80s sci-fi movies at all times. So let's say g'day. G'day, Ron. How are you, mate? God bless to you as well, mate. Oh, man, I don't even know how to say that. Ishio, I'm guessing. Evening all, sips. Yes. As you can see, I've already started. First opportunity to have a drink. When you drive a truck, you can't be drinking during the week. It's just not wise. So this is my first one for the week, and I'm sharing it with my good friends here. G'day, Deb. How are ya? Stephen, past 3 days, all I get is comments. Black screen with blue circle. Not sure if it's me or you guys. I'm not sure what's been going on, dude. This is the first I've been on in the past 3 days, so I couldn't honestly tell you, mate. But if you're seeing something now, I'm not sure exactly what you're referring to. But hey, I can see your comment. I can see, what looks like a dog in a hat. And you comment. Hey, Jan, how are you? I'm saying you want to current affair both 7 and 9 this week. Yeah, cool. My phone's been going off nonstop, but for that. So yeah, cool. Hey, you can say that you knew him before everybody else, Jan. Anna, g'day. How are ya? G'day, Gary from New Zealand. Look at that. See, all the way to abroad. I don't know if a current affair gets that far. Hey, Pam, how are ya? Sean, every week, dude. Every week, man. Come on. The capital letters is like literally yelling at people, mate. Come on. Anyway, so I think it's time to g'day, Kimberly. How are you? To introduce the first guest for the evening. Again, all those people who love to call it. Actually, I should explain the barbecue thing. Like, really, it's dedicated to those who use the term cooker. Now, I cannot figure out what the hell that's supposed to mean. So I had a really good long think about it, and I was having a yarn with a mate the other day, and he'll know who he is if he's watching or is going to watch later. No doubt he probably will. He'll be on here soon enough. Not today, but another day. And we're having a yarn about the whole cooker thing. I'm like, what do they think we are? Fucking barbecues or stovetops or something? So hence, I identify as a barbecue in homage to all the people who would call me a cooker. So, and just to further, illustrate what a crazy cooker I am, and as I was pondering this in the truck today, actually, I'm like, I wonder what can I do to sort of, just totally throw spanners in the works, and outside of the fact that, I decided to identify as a barbecue, last week, and I'm going to carry that on because I think it's absolutely hilarious. Then my good friend Deborah from the Frog Hospital calls me, and what better way to demonstrate how far right conspiracy crackpot cooker I am than to start the show off talking about environmentalism. So without further ado, here's Deborah from the Frog Hospital. G'day, Deborah. How are you?
Always great to be with you, Mark.
Likewise. Thanks for coming to the rescue with my crazy concepts of, showing the world that there is this thing called well-centered. So thanks for coming on.
I mean, the middle ground, center left, or whatever.
That's it. Like, I mean, when I'm being a cooker and I got the barbecue out, I like to cook the veggies on the left and the meat on the right. Balance in the force.
The cooker stuff goes right over my head. I don't understand it.
I don't
That's
get it.
Might be an Australian thing.
I don't know. I think it's just a far left thing, to be honest. It's crazy. Okay. It doesn't make any sense.
One of your people that said hello there at the bottom of the screen said they're in the U.S. Oh, there it is.
There you go, Kimberly. How you going? Hey.
What state?
Look at that. Where in America, Kimberly?
Kimberly?
Every live stream. Okay, cool.
Respond. She'll get to it.
That's it. No, there is a bit of a time delay and whatnot.
Yeah,
so.
Yeah. No, that's that's not the only thing that has simian virus 40 in it. All the what was it? The oral polio vaccines from 1961 to 63 had.
Sorry, I'm just saying Jason's. I'm part of the LPG barbecue now. That's gold. Well done, Jason. Oh man, that is so going to the repertoire. Thank you very much. That's great. Brilliant thinking. Love your work. G'day from Cairns. Look at that.
Cairns, yep.
So sorry, Deborah. Where were we? Like you had a specific purpose. You wanted to tell everybody about something very important.
Yep. No, thanks for letting me come on and chat for a little bit. Okay, so this is an issue. This is not a wind farm issue. This is it's not a frog issue either per se. This is an issue to do with national parks. So the government basically feels that they're just not making enough money out of national parks. So they changed the Nature Conservation Act a few years ago and now allow eco resorts and motorbike trails and all sorts of crap. In the parks. And so some people I'm working with have developed a petition, which is now on the Queensland Parliament website, to get the Nature Conservation Act restored back to the cardinal principle, which manages national parks, and keep all the developments out of the national parks. So we hope that everybody will jump on board the Queensland Parliament website and sign the petition. There's a flyer that I sent you. I'm not sure if that'll show up on the screen.
So here we have it here.
Let's try.
If you enter them QR codey things, just have a scan of that. You can get that going. If anybody would like me to send that to them, by all means, you can email us. Or alternatively, you can just come back later, press pause, and snap it off your TV screen or however you view this. Personally, I prefer we're using computers. These bloody phones and things do my head in these days. Yeah. But this is the email here. If you wish to have us email it to you, nqfreedomnetwork@protonmail.com. Is there a website or
no? With that barcode, that QR code will actually take you to a landing page, which has a link to the petition on it. And it also has several other websites that have information about the individual national parks that are under threat. So you can see on that map of Queensland, we've got the Wangetti Trail going in just north of Cairns. They're just starting to do the construction on that one now. Thorsbourne Trail has been an argument for years. Cardwell Tropical Mountain Bike Network. Paluma to, now this is a huge one, Paluma to Wallaman Falls. which is 120 kilometers right through, all this forest. It's a bike track.
And it's
And then
interesting you
there's
said
all of
Walkerman too, because that's where the Walkerman people are from too, and I reckon they'd be very upset about that.
and a couple more down in southeast Queensland, the Karula Great Walk, which is quite controversial, and also the Scenic Rim Trail in Main Range National Park. So those are the ones that we know about in Queensland so far. There's a whole bunch in New South Wales. There's a whole bunch. Tasmania is plastered with them. We're trying to get that legislation changed to protect those parks. I mean, and even if somebody didn't care about national parks from the environmental point of view, one of the things that I thought was interesting, and maybe more for your audience, is that this is something that Queensland government wants to do. They want to start. It's the thin edge of the wedge. They're starting to do these what they call ecotourism environments in the national parks, but it'll probably expand to other stuff after that. Once they've actually got their foot in the door, then they could actually start other types of developments. Now, we have to have places in this country that aren't touched by development. They have to be preserved for the future, especially for threatened species. But the fact that Queensland government wants to get their foot in the door in national parks is reason enough for people to go in and sign the petition. Basically, signing the petition just because they want to do it. So it's a resistance thing. If they want to trash the place, we got to sign the petition and get those numbers up to basically show them that, sorry, we don't consider that acceptable, and you have to stop. So that was basically the main thing that I did want to mention. There's sort of a side issue to that. I'm just starting to look into it, so I don't have a lot of details on it yet. But all these renewables that they want to basically trash the entire top of the entire dividing range, basically
and
one long string of wind farms down the entire length of it.
and I
That's
bet
my
you
goal.
that's what they really want with this access to that national parkland too, is to be able to continue bulldozing so much of that beautiful landscape for the purpose of putting them friggin' eyesores up.
Yep. Yep. Well, they just keep getting worse and worse and worse. So we did have a win with Chilumban, at least for the time being. That's
Mm.
been canceled. They also canceled Toondah Harbor. So that
So
was good.
you're saying for the time being, and it's cancelled. So, like, I mean, is it just they've cancelled that plan and most likely going to come back in with another one later, or
Somebody
have they
could
got
come up.
like something pigeonholed already?
We don't know, but it's sort of an assumption because of the way these people operate.
Yeah,
The developer for the Chilumban Wind Farm, trying to remember who that was. If that was, there's so many of them. That one might have been Arc Energy or who knows. There's a whole string of them.
hmm
Whatever the developer was for that one, when Plibersek said that she wasn't going to approve Chilumban to go ahead, they withdrew their proposal. But there's nothing to stop anybody else or even the same developer from coming back and saying, well, we've changed the whole thing. We want to do this now. So
yeah,
another proposal could be lodged at any time, and then we have to go through the whole big fight all over again. But basically, we've been fighting wind farm after wind farm after wind farm all the way down the dividing
mm.
range. But there's a couple other things coming up that are even bigger than the wind farms.
Bigger than the
So,
wind farm. So, like, as in like battery plants and things like that.
oh yeah, the two really massive ones that they want to do now are the pumped hydro. So
Mm,
they've got one of them which is going to damage Youngalla National Park, and the other one is going to damage what's the name of the national park? It's called the Baramba Project, southwest of Gympie. That one will flood National Park. They're actually expanding a dam that's on the border of National Park, and it will flood the National Park.
and my
So
camera's
this
gone
is
pear
just
shaped again.
unbelievable.
Sorry.
Yes, your screen has gone a little bit, a little bit. It's
Oh,
split actually.
yeah, it happens every now and then. I think it's time to get a new GoPro. To be honest, this one, it keeps cocking out on me like this. It's done it 2 weeks in a row. But yeah, there we go. We're back again. Just got to reset it every now and then.
Yeah, yeah. It's technology. I don't have
Yep,
anything for technology. So
it's great when it works.
Yeah.
Just getting the
Yep.
bloody thing to work in the first
Yep.
place is the problem.
Yes. That's
Yeah.
that's the thing. It's a pain in the ass when it doesn't work. So yes, we're just sort of looking into now the scale of these pumped hydro projects, but the one at Youngala is going to be an absolute disaster. It's bigger than Snowy Hydro too. Haven't we learned our lessons yet for the billions of dollars that have gone into that stupid thing and it's still not finished? The
Especially not
pumped
when
hydro.
you're the one receiving those billions of dollars.
So it boggles the mind what the and those are just the pumped hydro. Then that one I heard about the other day. This is the grand poobah of renewables projects.
Oh,
This is the
great.
Gladstone Energy Hub, and the Gladstone Energy Hub will have hydrogen. It will have some wind facilities, and it will have a solar facility. The solar, somebody on Sky News actually measured how big this solar area is going to be.
Mm,
I think he said it was about 20 kilometers wide by 100 kilometers long. I mean, we're talking the
jeez.
distance of almost Mission Beach to Cairns is 135. This is going to be
Wow.
one solar farm.
So at 100
135.
kilometers an hour, it'd take you an hour to get from one end to the other.
Yes. Yeah.
Give
That's the
people a bit of
Gladstone
perspective
Energy
there.
Hub.
That
I
is
mean,
insane.
they are so delusional about this. They are totally over the top. They are throwing incredible amounts of money at it. And with the pumped hydro in particular, that one, I'm not even sure it's ever going to put anything into the grid because the principle of it is you've got this big battery storage and you store all this electricity in the battery when the water's going down the slope. And
Mm,
then you have to pump it back up. So for the Youngala pumped hydro, that's 600 meters ascent. So they've got to use all the power in the battery to pump the water back up to the top dams, and then they let it flow back down to the bottom. But you
mm.
have to refill the battery every day so that you've got power to pump the water back up to the top. So how much of it is actually going to get into the grid? And that project's going to cost a minimum of $12 billion, and you know it's going to overrun by double
Yeah.
that.
Oh, yeah,
You
of
know,
course, because that's
yeah.
what they
So
always do, you know.
okay, Anna's
It is.
question there.
Sorry.
They don't. Anna had a question there. They don't want to put the wind facilities inside the national parks, but they want to put pump hydro in the national parks.
Yeah,
So
well, they may not be wanting to put the wind farms there yet, but once you get one thing in, the next lot's coming.
they can put them right up to the border. I mean, they're still going to do all the damage because whatever flies through. In fact, I saw a bit of footage that Sky News managed to get. This was footage of one of the wind farms in the southern states, and you could see the propeller blades going around. There's a wedge-tailed eagle circling around up ahead. He starts to drop down in altitude, and he just gets bat by the one of the blades and just falls down
Yeah,
dead out of the sky.
seen it
Incredible
so
footage.
many times. Yeah,
Yeah.
seen it so
So
many times. Like, I mean, you can't tell me they're looking after nature and they're protecting the environment when they've got these bird killing machines up there. Yeah. And
yep.
there's always the footage of them catching fire. There's the insane amount of oil and other materials that goes into them. Is it between Veolia and Gladstone?
You talking
There's
about the
one
Gladstone Energy Hub? Yeah, I'm
could
not
be
sure. It's somewhere
Callahan coal
nearby there.
mine.
I haven't seen a map. Yep, I
Yeah.
haven't seen a map on that one. It's I have no real details on that other than what was covered in the Sky News story. So Sky
Mm,
News has been pretty good about having a lot of stories about what's going on, the economics of these things. I mean, you look at the fact that Bowen's decided that the Australian taxpayer is going to completely underwrite any of the renewables projects. So if
yeah.
they're a bad investment and the corporation that invests in it is losing money, the taxpayer is going to reimburse them for it. What kind of bullshit is that?
Yeah.
It's
Uh,
shocking.
it makes sense now. I understand why there's so many speed cameras out all over this all of a sudden,
Mm.
and there's booze buses absolutely everywhere. It's like, hang on, I thought we asked for more cops because of the crime. What? Why are you attacking the general motorist? Like, what the hell's going on here? This is madness. You know, so obviously they've got to fund these projects somehow, and you know.
Well, yeah, no. Oh, who was that question? Somebody said they got a letter from the premier. What did that say?
I
You're
sent
telling
an
me
email
about.
today to
Oh,
Premier
yes, of
telling me
course, of
how
course.
great the environmental plan is. Yeah,
Gaslighting. Yep,
they're good at
gaslighting.
that. They're very good at that. G'day, Susan. How you going? Susan's all the way from
Really.
Scotland.
Oh, wow. Do they have a lot of renewables in Scotland, Suzanne? Take a while to respond.
Yeah, that signal's got to get all the way to Scotland and back. You know,
Yeah.
calling sips. All right, I'll finish this one off for you.
Yeah.
Got to keep the
No,
fans happy. You can keep them drinks. The
it's shocking.
drinks must flow.
One of the well, I went to a meeting the other night in Cairns about the energy transition, and you know, to listen to some of these larger environment groups in Queensland that are basically just, you know, oh, we've got to have more renewables. We can't delay this. We're running out of time. Everything is going to die if we don't put up all these renewables. And it's like, if you put them up, everything's going to die. So,
They were telling me I was going to die from climate change before I was born. Except I think we were going to freeze to death in the 70s. It was global cooling back then, I think.
Oh, yes, actually, even Time Magazine had a cover story. Back in the 70s, everybody was talking about global cooling. They were talking about grand solar minimum. And these are still realities, but now the agenda's taken over, and nobody wants to hear about that. Oh, they're talking about global warming. So,
well,
you know, the narrative is hijacked the reality.
It was called the greenhouse effect when I was in primary school, and they were trying to scare us to death then. And we were going to run out of oil by 2000, and we, you know, run out of coal by 2020, and all these other things. By now, the world should have ended several times. You know, I don't know if we're just the luckiest humans that have ever lived on Earth to survive so many potential catastrophes in the past 40 years, or if they're just absolutely full of shit.
Yeah.
Thinking the latter.
But wasn't it? I like the one that keeps coming up once in a while that Al Gore said that by 2014 there would be no snow. You know, and you look at the last 5 years in the northern hemisphere. You know, Japan in particular, they get one snowfall 5 feet, and then the next day they get another 3 feet of snow. And I mean, the statistics: California, Japan, Canada, the most incredible amounts of snowfall they've ever seen in recorded history, and snow in both hemispheres at the same time getting snowfalls. Australia, we had snow in November last year in the southern states down around the ski fields. We had snow. I mean, but yet, you know, oh no, there won't be any snow as of 2014. You know, so there's just so much gaslighting.
I got one of me old docos from like, you know, like I think it was like 1998 or very early 1999, you know, when they were looking at the end of the world, Nostradamus, Y2K, all the things that were going to kill us that year. And, you know, there was an Indigenous fella going on about how it snowed on Ayers Rock, you know, and it's like, well, that hasn't happened in God knows how many years, you know, a long time ago, you know. So that's not signs of global warming, is it? I mean, I remember when I was a kid in Melbourne, we had snow in the backyard, and it normally didn't. It only ever happened the once, but you know, they tell me it was global warming at the same time. Going to be shitting me.
Yeah.
So, and it's been bloody cold in the truck the last couple of mornings. You know, I've had to wrap a towel around my legs while I'm driving up to Cairns. You know, it's just been so cold.
Yeah, winter's definitely arrived quite suddenly. But it's here, but I mean, what we call winter. I mean, everybody else in the southern hemisphere would laugh their asses off at what we describe as winter.
That's it.
It's 60 degrees Fahrenheit. Oh, it's cold.
Yeah. Well, Deborah, I've got Michael here waiting for us.
Oh, marvelous. Okay. Well,
would you like to meet Michael, or have you got to head off to bed? Because I know you said
I'll
you got
say
to get to
hello
bed.
and then head off.
No worries then. Michael, meet Deborah. G'day, Michael. How are you, mate?
Hey, Deborah. Where are you from, Deborah? Hey, Mark. How you going?
Good, mate.
I run the Frog Hospital in far north Queensland.
Oh, the Frog Hospital. Wow.
Yeah.
Wow, I think I ran over one of their ambulances. I'm really sorry about that. Yeah. Anyway, there's but it's really interesting watching you because uh, I remember when they first brought out global warming. My mum told me, look, they used to say we were going to freeze and we're going to have an ice age,
Yeah.
and she didn't care, and
Mm.
Yeah.
nothing I could do could fire up. And now I'm the same. My kids, or some of my kids, are firing up about it, and I'm
Yeah.
like, yeah, we'll be fine. You know
Yeah.
what I mean?
Yeah.
But it's what they've got us to do is not to trust our eyes and ears. That's what people have. Literally, you can't see. If we're
Mm.
in such danger, how come it's such a beautiful day? You
Yeah.
know, how come the summers
Exactly.
aren't that hot if
Yeah.
we're supposed to be boiling now? You know?
Hmm.
Yeah.
I think too. What also people don't realize, like I've gone to a few meetings lately with some of the. I mean, I am an environmentalist, but I have a very different way of thinking about things than a lot of these other environmentalists. And one of the things that is very hard to get people to understand, they're always saying, like, we had the huge flooding event in December up here. We had a rain bomb in December, and that rain bomb was manufactured. It was
Mm,
not because of the cyclone.
mm,
The amount of geoengineering that goes on and the impacts that it has. And whenever there's an impact, the automatic response is, oh, but that's climate change. That's going to happen all the time now. Nobody wants to accept the fact that they can manipulate the weather. They do manipulate the weather. They cause all these consequences for people. And then everybody gaslights it and says, oh, but that's the climate change. That's global warming. It's like, no, it's not. You're not listening. It's very frustrating because people are happy to live with their delusions. They're told this is it and this is going to happen, and they don't want to ask questions. They don't want to dig deeper. And if you try to say, well, have you ever thought of this side of the coin, the other side of the coin? They don't want to do that. They're just happy
why do
with
you
their.
think that is?
Oh,
Why
just
do you
well.
think they don't want to know?
Oh, wow. Okay, could be a few things. I think people are so busy chasing red tape that they don't have time to ask questions,
Mhm.
especially if they've got families, jobs. They've got things to deal with in their daily lives, and then they've got all this red tape, and they just keep increasing the red tape. No matter what it is you want to do in this country, there's red tape involved with it.
Mm,
So I think people are distracted. I think also that some of the things that are going on, when you sort of start digging deeper and you find out a little bit of truth, that's very hard to deal with, especially if you feel that there's nothing you could do to change it. So
yeah.
rather than live with that reality, to say, wow, this is going on, it's really horrible, and I can't do anything to change it. I just don't tell me about it. I don't want to know. So
Mhm.
I think that's part of the picture as well, that people find the truth too difficult to deal with, especially
Mm.
if they're not in a position to change the outcome.
Can
And
I
you're on the money with that.
suggest something? I heard a story today of someone who's waking up. They're all jabbed, and this person said to them, "You know, this has been planned." And they said, "Yeah, I have been reading that," but they don't care.
Mm.
And what it is, I'm beginning to wonder if we have different needs. And some people have a need for safety. They don't want freedom. They only want freedom if they're completely and utterly and absolutely to the nth degree completely safe.
Mm.
Mm.
And then they're free to go. I might go to the park or to the beach. But
Mm.
anything else, they want someone else to take care of it.
Yeah.
That all they want is the freedom from responsibility. And when you
Mm.
say, look at the other coin, what you're saying to them is, I want to hand you some responsibility. And they go, I don't want that.
Mm.
I don't want to know. And
Yes.
how many people I don't want to know? I
Mm.
remember reading about a woman who believed she saw the three Beaumont children being walked away on the day. She called and she wanted to
Wow.
call in. She called in about 2 years later or 3 years later. It was too late. And the reason she didn't call in, her husband said, "No, don't cause a fuss." So three children go missing, and her husband's like, "No, no, don't get involved. Don't get involved."
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean? And
Yeah,
Yeah.
so this is it. There's
definitely.
a great thing by Jordan Peterson. He was just seeing then where he's talking about how most people look back in history and they like to believe that they are the freedom fighters, the Schindlers. But in fact, most of them are the ones working in the death camps, the ones
Mm.
loading the trains. And we've seen that in Australia. I went to one tiny little town. I think it was 1,200 people. I can't even remember the name of it. It was in a valley. And they told me that their local copper was getting 200 calls a day from people in the town dobbing other people in. 200 calls a day
Wow.
for 1,200 people. That's almost
Yeah.
1/5 of the town dobbing the rest of the town in,
Mm,
you know?
Wow.
nuts.
It is nuts. It is nuts. And so
Have you
why would they
seen
do
this,
that?
Deborah?
Sorry, what was that, Mark?
I was gonna
Why would
say,
they
have
do that? What need? People do things to get a
Mm.
need. Like say you
yeah,
help frog, but it gives you a sense of well-being or sense of purpose. I get it. Mark and I do this because we feel like we're contributing into trying to stave off tyranny. So why do
mm,
people go the other way? What do they get in return? That is
Yeah.
so precious to them. They'll sacrifice their brothers, their sisters, their parents, their
Mm.
kids. They'll
Mm.
bring up their kids to the sacrificial altar and say, "Yeah, please inject my kid with that new vaccine against the virus that you've actually stated on the news cannot hurt them, but take them
Mm.
mm.
anyway because what? What is it they get in return?" That's
Mm.
the interesting question.
Yeah.
I guess I think in a lot of cases it's they're addressing their own fears. Like when people are
Mm,
always looking to keep themselves safe. It's the primary objective of anything that's alive. No matter how simple the life form, survival is the first priority. You know,
yeah,
so
maybe. That's
by
a good one.
engaging that reptilian brain
Mm.
element, your survival instincts, and then they feel threatened, so they need to do something to make themselves feel safe. Here's your security blanket. Here's the thing that will make you feel better. If you do
Mm,
this, you'll be safe. And they just
Yep.
want somebody to sort of give them that comfort, I think.
Mm.
mm. Even
Yep.
here on the way here tonight, we need a chemist to get some stuff to cover my face. Cal goes into this chemist. There's a 78-year-old Chinese chemist whose wife's basically a natural Chinese medicine, and he's got everything barred up. You can only reach the counter, and the entire store is barred up.
Wow.
He told Cal he's been doing that since COVID because he's terrified of catching COVID. He's terrified of dying of COVID.
Mm.
He's had 4 shots, but wearing a mask. But the interesting thing is, he's terrified of dying, but he's 78.
Mm.
There
Why
you
haven't you
go.
made peace and said, "I'm not terrified of dying. I'm going to die. I'm going
Mm,
to die." What do you think? What do you think you're going to live to 255 if you just take every vaccine they give
mm.
you? And what it's I don't know, amazing. To Mark, I'm just telling you, I took down one of my Facebook pages because it's not very busy, and I've put up the Twitter page, so you probably see a
Okay,
bump in the numbers.
no
The Twitter
worries.
page is so hi to everyone from Twitter. This is
uh
Mark Batt.
I
Mark
oh
Batt
so
does the North Queensland Freedom Network on Friday
uh,
nights on Cafe
so
Show.
you've linked that in from your end, rightio, cool.
Yeah. I can't add 2 more pages for some reason. Usually you can, but it won't let me.
1, 2,
Yeah.
3, 4,
I just
5,
want to
6,
say before you
7.
go, I love frogs. I think it must be fascinating to do that thing. I really, really
It's
do. I think
it's
they're
um
remarkable.
it's actually I mean, if you ever have a chance to go to our website, so frogsafe.org.au, one of the big things that we're working on with the frog population is the rising cancer rates in frogs. And
Mm.
people are shocked when we say, "Are you talking about frogs?" Yes, frogs get cancer in this country, and the rates are
Wow.
getting worse and spreading. And it's we're trying to get this sort of official recognition of that. But I mean, the government doesn't listen to us at all. I've been doing this for
Yeah.
25 years and they
Yeah.
don't listen to us at all. I've met with the ministers. I've met with threatened species commissioners. I show them the photo albums of cancer cases that we get, and
Yeah.
and they just close the book. You never hear from them again. So that's one of the reasons why I do this. It's not really. I mean, yes, we get some injured animals, and we're also trying to recognize the clinical
Is this a
presentations.
new phenomenon?
Hmm?
Cancer in frogs? Is that new?
The
Or is
first
that
case that we
because
got.
they've always had cancer?
No, they this is ever since the neonicotinoids hit the market in the mid 90s, we started to get all kinds of problems in frogs. So basically, the neonics appear to be disabling their immune systems, and then they pick up everything from the environment.
What is that? I've never heard of that before.
The
Neonics. What's that?
neonicotinoids are an insecticide group. One of the ones that's well known in Australia is called imidacloprid. All the cane farmers are using it now, but there's over 500 products in Australia that have a neonicotinoid in them, so everybody uses them. I mean, for fleas, roaches, the vets use them for controlling bugs on cats and dogs, and nurseries use them. Seeds are treated with them. They're used all over the place, but they're mainly up here. They're really used by the cane farmers now. So that all goes out to the barrier reef. Ever since the neonics hit the market, we started to pick up frogs with flesh-eating disorders, and the first cancer cases came in from 1999. And it's just slowly gotten worse and spread from there. So we've had 6 different types of cancers identified on the frogs. So that's one of the reasons why I've stuck with it. I mean, we get very little support. We get no government recognition at all. We don't get any support out of them except the occasional grant to buy a piece of equipment. So it's pretty tough. It's not recognized very well. The academics don't work with us, and we're just
Why is
trying to
that?
get cancer on
Why is
the
that?
radar.
Why is that?
Well, I think a lot of it has to do with money. A lot of the academic work that gets done is paid for by the government. So they're only going to work on what they get money from the government to do. So toxicology is one of the big things that I think is a major elephant in the room in this country. I think a lot of our wildlife problems stem back to chemical pollution. But trying to get toxicology done, you can't get the money from the government. They won't pay for it. So
Because
it's
they don't want
really
to know.
difficult to try to prove how bad the chemicals are for wildlife across the board when nobody wants to pay for the work. And the academics will only work on what they get money for.
Is it possible that you could go to some of the rainforests that are far away from the canes and find the same frogs and see if those frogs have cancer?
Um,
I'm just
I
going to
think,
have to plug it.
physically getting there is tough for us. We don't have the resources. But even frogs in the rainforest are disappearing as well. And there's probably a few reasons for that. We know that chytrid fungus is active for part of the year in the high altitude tropics. But I think part of the problem is also the geoengineering, because
Yeah.
that's regional, that's landscape wide. I think that's why the bushfires were so bad in 2019 because of that. So it's it's a huge problem. We're a very small group, and we don't have the resources to chase up everything that needs to be chased. And a lot of the academics, I mean, we'd love to work with
Sorry, we're
academics,
just plugging
unless
in. Plugging into the song.
No, yeah.
I'm
that's all
listening.
right. Unless they're
Yeah.
getting
Hey,
paid
listen, maybe in a couple of weeks, I wouldn't mind having you on again, because I think that's, considering the amount of cancers in Australia, I think this is something really important and interesting to talk about.
Okay.
We
Oh,
got
here, have a
cancers
look at
going
some of these
everywhere.
photos. Here's some of the photos
Oh
of some of
my
the
God.
cancers.
I've got some of those
So,
markers.
because this is I've been talking with Deborah for a few years now. Deborah was one of the
Wow,
very early interviews that I did back in 2022. And this is some of the stuff we covered.
Oh my Lord.
Anybody can go back through the North Queensland Freedom Network to the early stuff,
Yeah.
and see the work we've done with Deborah. She's been on the show a couple of times in various different ways, shapes, and forms. But yeah, like I was astounded to see some of this shit. Like I'm like, wow, how is this happening?
Wow, fuck.
Yeah, and this is obviously the North Queensland thing, but then you also think about, like, there's the cancer issue and the face thing that's happening to the Tasmanian devils and stuff. So, I mean,
Yeah.
there's something seriously wrong with our
Oh my God,
environment.
look at this guy. Wow.
Yeah, and these legs, man, like, whoa.
Yeah, that's the malformation issue. That's something different. I think there's a different chemical involved in that.
Yeah.
Actually, now, okay. Yes, this brings in another issue. Okay, so the malformation issue, where you could see that the
Yeah, there's
skeletal,
another malformation there.
yes, that's another malformation, the polyploidy. the skeletal issue where these frogs with the malformations, there's something about calcium in the body that they're either not absorbing calcium, so the skeleton just rubberizes, or something is using the calcium or mimicking the calcium, so it's not absorbed. Whatever the exact mechanism is, we're not sure, but it's definitely an issue with calcium interruption. Now, I was looking at a few papers recently because I just did a very long submission on the 3G inquiry that the Senate has. Well, actually, the submission's closed today. And some of the papers I was looking at are studies that have been done overseas on the damage that EMF does to wildlife, which of course nobody recognizes here. You try telling people that EMF harms wildlife and they just freak out, oh my God, my smartphone, I can't live without my smartphone. Don't tell me that. So I noticed in one or two of those papers that they were talking about how EMF is capable of disrupting calcium channels in wildlife.
Wow.
So the malformation,
Which means that it happened to us too.
yeah, the malformation issue needs a lot more investigation as to whether is it a chemical process, is it EMF, is it geoengineering, or is it a combination of all those things interacting? And this is one of the difficulties with academic work as well. When you've got a system that has so many toxins from so many different directions that are going into the environment, how do you pinpoint which of them is actually causing the problem? Same for human health. We get cancer so rapidly now and so frequently, but what is it that's caused it in us? Was it the fluoridated water? Is it all the shots that they insist on giving kids now? Is it our diet because of all the additives that they don't tell us about or in the food supply? Is it all
Just
the
to interrupt though, Deb, in humans, we're harder to study, but frogs' lifespan is so quick from tadpoles. You don't think it'd be that hard to study it to find out,
and some of the bigger frogs live up to 30 years.
Wow.
So the white lip and the common green can live to 30 years old. And even some of the middle-sized frogs can live to 10, 20 years old. So it's only the really small species of frogs that have a short lifespan of anywhere from 1 to 4 years.
Yeah.
and
Could you
all
make a short out of this, Mark, and get it to me, just this section from when we started talking about the frogs, and just because I think it's the imagery and the passion of you, Deborah. Let's try help. I mean, Mark's doing a lot, but we've got other channels that Mark doesn't reach. Let's put it out there as a short and just see, because it relates to what we are now.
Definitely, and to add some weight to what you're saying about these cell towers, here's something that Tracy sent me this week on the 5G cell towers here, and like, this is a warning that this is a 5G small cell tower. So it's telling you that this is what it is. The signals emitted by this tower are damaging to humans, animals, and plants. Damaging exposure can occur up to several hundred feet from this device. Frequencies emitted by this device can be as high as 100 gigahertz and exceed recommended FCC exposure limits. Exposure can cause headaches, insomnia, cognitive fog, fatigue, tinnitus, vision problems, heart issues, flu-like symptoms, muscle and nervous systems problems. Wow, safe and effective if ever I've seen it.
Oh my Lord.
And then this is obviously on a 5G tower. I mean, unless this is an amazing fake. But
to anyone watching, if you see a 5G tower, go out and check to see if it's there before we go proper public with it, to make sure it's on every one. Because if that's on every one, that's basically all the symptoms that people are facing.
There was something about this. Yeah, it says recommended by FCC, which makes me think this is perhaps American.
Frequencies. Oh, yes, FCC. That would be the Federal Communications Commission. Yeah, that'll be U.S.
Wow.
Yeah, well, at least
it's something that's been sent to me. Again, how legitimate it. I mean, if it's a fake, it's a good fake. I mean, I play around with a lot of Photoshop stuff, and particularly in the top right hand corner of the warning there, you can see the texture in the red there is very similar to that underneath. It's That'd be pretty good. It's a pretty good fake if it's a fake.
Yep. Well, actually, if you look at, I mean, even before you start looking at, 5G, if you look at, now what's his name? Ray Broomhall, who is a barrister.
Mm.
He actually sued one of the telcos in, where was it? I think it was Victoria. They had put in small cells in a particular town, and the residents were all up in arms about it. And they actually got him to, they enlisted him to sue the telco. He won the case, and they actually had to go back in and remove 900 small cell 5G facilities from this town. So I don't have the details at the top of my head. But if you,
Tasmanian senator, is he?
pardon?
Is he a Tasmanian senator?
Uh, he's a Tasmanian barrister. No,
Yep,
not
I think I found
Tasmania.
the guy.
I think the case
I've
might have
heard
been in
of him.
Tasmania, but he's a Sydney barrister, I think, but the case was in Tasmania. If you look up Ray Broomhall, he did a presentation for rainforest reserves, basically talking about, um, this was for the Chulumban fight.
So
So it
this
might
looks
be,
like
oh, there
him.
you go. They did record the presentation that he did against the Chulumban wind facility. And he was talking about how when you look at these environmental reports on the ARPANZA website, or the radio frequency website, they talk about voltage per meter. Now, when you look at their safety standards, there is a button you could click on to get the voltage per meter, but because they present to you their version of what is safe, and they'll have the tower and 100 meters away, 200 meters away, and they'll give you a percentage of the strength of that tower. And as you go further and further away, the percentages go down. So they make you think as if even if you're in the hot zone for that tower, oh, it's perfectly safe. It's only 2% of the maximum allowable radiation, etc. But if you actually look at the voltage per meter ratings, even 3G is over the safety threshold. So Ray Broomhall talked about that in that presentation that he did on the Chulumban wind farm. So
Mm.
if you can find his recording somewhere on YouTube.
We'll look into that one for
Yeah, it's
perhaps
great.
another day.
Yeah,
We'll bring that up.
that's
But
great.
yeah, cool. I wasn't aware of this dude. We'll definitely have to look into him a little bit more.
Mark,
There's a
I hate
bit
to
there.
interrupt you there, but
Yeah, all right.
I'm going to run out of solar soon, and I just wanted to talk to Mark about media corruption if we could get it
Yeah,
done
definitely.
before I lose power.
Yes.
And you were saying that they're attacking your friend Troy because
Oh, are they
he
what? It's
he
not
made a
looking good.
mistake between saying he was in the army for 5 years and 2 years. Is that all they have on him?
This the details are a little bit sketchy, so I've brought up a couple of articles here we can sort of look at, to sort of get at where they're going. So, he's admitted to the details of his military service record were falsely declared. I believe he's also, buggered up on his 2 university degrees.
Oh my God,
Apparently,
that's
he
not
said
good.
to Channel 9. The Crime Corruption Commission is investigating him, and and the bit that baffles me is I don't understand why he went on a current affair. I mean, the general colloquial term for the show being a scare. I mean, come on, why would you go for that? Like, I don't quite understand why he would do that. Some people have mentioned that perhaps he was told not to do that by people in council, and it is now led to basically they're asking him to stand down as of today.
Mm.
That looks like the rest of the councillors have decided that's it, game over, mate. It's time for you to move on. What's going to come of this, I'm not sure. I have contacted him for
That's
comment, but I
hard
haven't heard
to
anything back yet.
survive. I mean,
Yeah, I think he's up the proverbial creek at this particular point.
yeah.
I don't understand why he's exaggerated his military record and why you would say you had 2 university degrees when you didn't. I don't think at any point he needed to exaggerate anything. At the end of the day, so a lot of the comments I've been seeing from some of the stories that have been kicking around. Obviously, it's been a media fiasco. So like they're absolutely doing everything they can to sort of to go at him, and have been from day dot. It seems to have started obviously from the interview that I did with him originally quite some time ago. They must have been really desperate, because they would have had to watch quite a good hour and a half to 2 hours before that part of the conversation come up. So they were clearly digging to find something. So he is a threat to them. That much is for sure. And obviously, you know, Jenny Hill is the preferred candidate, because although, you know, look, let's face it, he's admitted that he's exaggerated, perhaps lied might be another term, in some aspects here. But it's not like he's run somebody over and killed them. Our previous mayor had. You know, it's not like he's opened the floodgates to the dam.
Let's look at that point there,
did.
okay? Can I bring up two things from Melbourne about mainstream media, including Current Affair and all of them. First off, this one.
Yep.
So this image here, okay? Now, that woman there, her name was Mary. She's Croatian. She's 72, Croatian born. I'm not going to say anything more about her. But she was pushed over and pepper sprayed. And we actually have video footage. I don't know if I've got the ability to bring it up. Let me see.
I think I've got some tucked
this.
away somewhere here, actually. So I'm going to dig for it. I should dig through it this way.
I kill laptops, so mine's dying. I just want to show, if I can get this up, I've got the actual, so some new footage I found from the side. Just bear with me a sec. If it's on this computer.
Sorry?
Tracy's in the background. We set her up.
Yeah, I can see her. I just got to finish this segment.
Oh, here it is. Okay, so here's the footage, right? Watch this. There she is. She gets pushed down. 1, 2, pepper sprayer. 2 walk past her. Hold it! Come check when they walk on. Look at them all walking on. All walking on. This 72-year-old woman who's currently blind because she can't see. Look at her, leaving her there. There's the wig off. She's clearly a woman. And then these finally, and in there, in out of regard for the police, to show that they're not all bad, these police officers stopped and they cared for her. So now the thing is, for 2 days in Melbourne, we had media silence, and the rumors were that she was dead. Rumors were that she'd broken her hip, everything. And we really thought that this would change everything. And then the police issued a story that the mainstream media ran with, that it was a man dressed up, and the rest of Australia took it. And the reason they took it is they wanted to be safe, and they couldn't be safe if they could see their police doing things that they couldn't do. So they needed a way to feel safe and yet exonerate the police. So they came up with that story that it was a man dressed up. They knew it wasn't a man dressed up, but they lied. Not disinformation, they lied. Then the next day, the next week, we were at the, and this is MSN, and they still talk about it. But this is something else. The MSN, I was at the shrine for the big, where people got shot. I was there all day. As people know anyway, I won't go on about that. But one of the things they do is they said we urinated on the shrine. There was who was that guy in Melbourne that he's quit now? He was the morning talk show guy. He went on about it non-stop. Oh, they were urinating on the shrine. And they all said, and that's how they basically allowed the people to forgive the police for shooting us. Because they said, yeah, you deserve to be shot. You're pissing on the shrine.
Yeah.
But here's the thing. All the police officers that were there, and there were hundreds, had body cams. None of their body cams caught anyone urinating on the shrine. The police, too, had about 2 to 3 teams of police officers in pairs with 4K cameras live streaming everything to head office. None of them have images of any of us urinating on the shrine. They had professional photographers there, a gaggle of them, loads of them. all looking for a historical photo because they knew this was a historical moment. None of
Mm.
them captured a picture of anyone pissing on the shrine, and they would have because they know that would have just gone. They would have made them a fortune. They don't
Mm.
have it. They had amateur photographers there. They never got it. We all had cameras. We never filmed it. Rooksham was streaming everything. We had our streamers streaming. They never got it. But there was one photo of someone urinating at the shrine that MSN never published.
Mm.
It was a horse. It was one of their horses.
Yeah.
Now, I know they often mistake the horse for one of us because of the size of its testicles. And, but basically, it was a horse. And what
Right.
they did, you can, if you look deep, you will find an image where they photoshopped out the shrine and they photoshopped out the horse. I'd have to go, I'm pretty sure. And they said it was one of us.
Mm.
And, but no man does anything that big, you know.
Yeah.
So
I mean, I've had some
and
pretty
that,
big pisses on after a piss on, but nothing quite like
but
that.
that is an absolute utter lie
Mm.
to get Australians
Yep.
to love the ones who are going to oppress them and hate the ones who are trying to defend what the soldiers who are or whose names are on the shrine died
Mm.
protecting.
Yeah.
We were there to defend our democracy's freedom and freedom of choice. And MSN, or is now trying to destroy this man, absolutely outright lied. Now,
Mm.
another time, I don't know if I have it here at the moment. There was a young man called me once. An event happened in Melbourne. I don't know if I have it.
I'll just
An
quickly say
event.
g'day to Tracy too, because she's popped in as well. G'day, Trace. How are you? Didn't want to leave you in the
Hello.
background for too long.
Hey, Trace,
That's
I
so
won't
good.
keep you long. There
That's
was
so good.
Dr. Borchos in Colac started issuing exemptions on a Monday. Didn't tell anyone. If you turned up, you got an exemption. By Tuesday, he had a load of people there. Wednesday morning, I woke up because I was still cafe locked. I was pretty young then, and everyone was screaming about how a doctor like a Schindler was offering exemptions. He
Mm.
lived in a country town. There was, and he was on a isolated surgery, and there was a mile long, basically road outside his house. On Wednesday, that was jam packed with cars, coppers, politicians, teachers, you name it, everyone there. They'd driven from over 400 kilometers away in the hope of getting exemption. He has an enormous long driveway, and it was four abreast of people. He's got trampolines there where their kids were playing on the trampolines. Then the police shut him down. Now, a young man that was there almost got an exemption. He called me up to tell me about it, and I did a phone recording of it, which you can find. I can play it later. It goes for 11 minutes, and in it, this man talks about what it was like when the police were coming in, how it went from the joy of getting exemption to the despair of having the police there. When the police knocked on his surgery door, Dr. Borchos came out and actually said to the police officers, "Are you here for an exemption?" He's an incredibly brave man. Anyway, Channel 9 took my audio recording of this man basically claiming that Dr. Borchos was this great hero. They took a few seconds, 10 seconds, and they made it sound like the man was disgusted in Dr. Borchos.
Mm. They're good at that.
3 major lies to try convince the public to take a vaccine that they didn't want to take, and that anyone who went against the government was an enemy or a Nazi.
And I just like
Finally,
that. Yeah, all right.
sorry,
I
one
was
more.
I was gonna add a little piece to that, but if you got one more, go for it.
Finally, there was, you've probably seen it on here. I don't have it at the moment. There was armored cars shooting people on the streets of Melbourne on the morning of the shrine.
Mm.
I actually got shot by one of those guerrillas, and they were just shooting anyone, people like yourselves, grandmothers, kids, anyone that was on the streets that they thought was a freedom person, they were just shooting at them. And we actually, after I got shot, I came across a Channel 9 or Channel 10, one of those news reporters doing a live, and the armored car was just there shooting people still with people. and they were doing a live, and I begged them to shoot it. And if there was a 1% journalist in any of them, they would have done it because it was a historic shot.
Yeah.
But they wouldn't do it. The cameraman was in tears. The woman was shaking. They just did their simple thing there. They ignored what was really happening. And that night they called us right-wing extremists, Nazis, you name it. Absolute, utter lies. Lies. Manufacturing propaganda bullshit to portray anyone who was standing up to the government as a domestic terrorist, and that the people that were shooting these people as heroes. MSN have no way that they can take a platform that they are holier than thou.
Yeah.
Nothing. They are a bag of sycophants.
Oh, so we've got, here Troy getting absolutely destroyed by so many different pieces of media here, and one I want to sort of call in here, which I think is absolutely astoundingly hilarious. Premier Stephen Miles says Townsville Mayor Troy Thompson must stand down. Seriously, the first day in Parliament, he got busted lying. First fucking day. Why is he? Why aren't we asking for his resignation as well? He fucking lied to the Australian people his first day in Parliament. And while we're talking about bullshit from the Queensland premiers, how's this one? Where was
Perfect
the
push for Queenslanders like the Premier to get the jab.
Oh, that's already started. I didn't even feel it. I didn't even feel it.
There you go. She didn't even feel it. I wonder why.
I wonder why she didn't feel it.
I mean, that's their own cameras. That's the mainstream media shot that.
Yeah.
And then they tried to sell us that that she took a jab, and then it's safe and effective. Like, come on. Who's the bullshit artists here? You want to get all right, fair enough. Troy fucked up, but he's admitted it.
It's a minor thing. It's just a stupid detail. What is the problem?
Oh, that's what I wanted to show you before, actually. I sent this to you, Deborah, for anybody who's doubting the whole weather manipulation. This is from Snowy Hydro, cloud seeding. Cloud seeding enhances snowfall over Snowy Mountain. And it's a wonderful thing, telling us how safe and effective it is.
Well, New South Wales actually has a law. That stuff down at Snowy there.
Snowy Mountain Cloud Seeding Act of 2004. There's a link to it right here. In that very article, you can get a link to it, and you click on it. And look at the magic that happens.
So they've actually got a law for it in New South Wales.
On top of that, you've also got the and this is how easy this is. Rain Making Control Act. Look, it even fills in the blanks for you in a search. It's so convenient. Rainmaking Control Act 1967, just to give you perspective on how long they've been fucking with the weather. But of course, it's just a conspiracy theory. It's only part of Victorian acts and New South Wales acts. Come on, who's lying here?
Did he? Yeah. Look, I'm not going to comment any further on the thing. We'll wait to see what happens, and he's got you, Mark. So yeah, it's what would you say? Men exaggerating. I mean, we've all worked with men who exaggerate. Always.
Look, I won't lie. I'm a bit disappointed in the way, in what he said. He came on my network and said it, which is, why that, the mainstream of him, advertising the North Queensland Freedom Network. Thanks heaps, guys. But
any publicity is good publicity.
So he's lied to me directly. So that does hurt a bit. So I definitely want to talk to him about that. He has expressed that he will come on in, time to come. I've given him the offer to come and speak to us today. He's got the link. I've sent it to him. Sadly, he's not here. So he's been given the opportunity. But, look, I guess a lot of shit's just hit the fan. Maybe he wants to give it a bit of time and see what happens. Who knows? Like, I mean, Struth, by the end of next week, we may not have a mayor. I don't know. I think it's very disappointing for all of us who, sort of put in the hard yards to get him to where he is. I don't think going on current of scare was a bloody good idea. That's for sure. I wouldn't have done it. But look, at the end of the day, these things are done now. Let's see where it goes from here, eh?
Does the councillors taking out a no confidence motion? Is that do they have the power to remove him with that? Is that how that works?
I've only just sort of discovered what's going on. So, I mean, if we take it from, the ABC, which just happens to be the first one up, we just have a quick look, the councillors said they would launch a motion at next week's council meeting for Councillor Thompson's suspension if he doesn't step down. So at the moment, it seems like they've asked him to step down. He's like, look, honorably step down and do your thing, As I understand it, there is a possibility for him to be suspended with no pay pending an investigation is another option. But it also depends. I mean, I think it needs to be 100% all the councillors have to sign a vote of no confidence. I don't know exactly what the full details to that are. Like I said, this has only just happened today, and I think by the time I got out of the truck to here was about an hour and 40 minutes before I drove. That's driving home from work, eating, showering, and getting this show started. So I wasn't as well prepared as I would like to have been when dealing with this. But fundamentally, it looks like a big call for resignation at the moment with a threat to, we will kick you out if you don't. And here's the liar himself saying, we've got to get rid of this guy for lying.
Politicians lie.
Yeah,
we know that politicians,
especially the Labor Party,
scandal. They're just, but it's a dumb thing to do. Did he use it as part of his campaign?
I guess so. I mean, like, when he came on here, I was aware that he had said to me that he had, served military. So, I posed that question. Hey, I understand as a military town. I understand that you've worked within the military. You want to tell us about that? And that's when he's gone on to say what he did. Obviously, just go back to it for the exact quote. I'm not even going to try and paraphrase it, and risk getting it wrong. Go and look at his own words. But I don't understand why he felt the need to exaggerate. I don't get it. I don't get it, and I'm not going to pretend to theorize or have a crack at it.
It's a shame. It's a shame. I mean, it's not a huge scandal, but it's a shame.
I mean, it's not like I said. It's not like he's opened the floodgates of the dam and flooded thousands of people's homes.
Yeah. Well, look, the whole company, every politician in Australia that said the vaccine's safe and effective have lied. They've lied by none of them addressing excess mortality. That silence is a lie. Yep. People are dying everywhere. They won't talk about it. They won't have a Royal Commission of excess deaths. That's a form of lying. So the whole country's corrupt.
They're refusing to report on the calamari, the thick blood, the deaths. Obviously, I mean, there's so many different things that have happened. It's astounding. But on that note, Tracy was there during some of these early injection scenarios. Tracy, would you like to tell us a little bit about what you were doing at the time?
Hi, Tracy.
Hello. And I was just going to say, even though they've they've got a no vote of confidence. At the minute, as from what I've just been finding out, he can't be sacked exactly straight away. That's why they're asking for a resignation. There's going to be waiting for that investigation to see that outcome, which could probably then send it to a by-election. So it'll depend on what brings or what turns up, how it's going to go next week, sort of thing. So sort of watch this space as to what they might bring out next week. So, but it could go to a by-election. So
anyway, I'm going to move to your audience because it's my night off. But thanks for having us on. Right. Just telling you, Mark, just check your numbers. The cafe locked out
We got like
The
300
Twitter
in the
now.
room here, and that's not
Say
including
hi
all
to
the
Twitter.
rebels.
Mark is in North Queensland. He
G'day, Twitter.
streams to Cafe Lockdown from North Queensland, and he got 125 in our Rumble too. So you're actually doing
There
really
you
good
go.
numbers, Mark.
Awesome.
So enjoy your shows, everybody, and we'll be watching. Take care.
No worries. Thanks, mate.
Thank you, Michael. Nice to meet you.
So the man himself,
Oh.
who brought us into Cafe Lockdown, which is greatly appreciated. Which is a huge and amazing community to be a part of. So, yeah.
That was pretty good.
So you were asking me, Mark.
That's right.
Uh,
While you were while the jabs were just being rolled out, what was your profession at the time?
a phlebotomist, working in pathology at the time.
And for those of us who just thought you swore at us, what does that mean?
So that's a commonly known as a blood collector, specimen collector, but my actual title would be a phlebotomist.
Right.
So, but working in that industry, watching after the vaccines started rolling out, and because they were pushing for us to be vaccinated to keep our jobs, people started coming in after they started getting those vaccines with all sorts of side effects, which was shocking and disturbing to watch because so many would come in crying, wanting to know where could they go for help. You would send them to certain places where you thought they could get help, but unfortunately they come back and say, well, they're not doing anything. They think it's all in my head. Some patients had seen some specialists. Some of them could say, yes, I can see something's going wrong. I just don't know what.
Are you able to elaborate on some of the symptoms people were claiming they had?
Okay, so I think, so I had one woman come in. She was really, really ill after she had it, and I mean really sick. She couldn't get out of bed, couldn't go to work. She then also had her 16-year-old, I think, vaccinated with it. So then they were both ended up in bed. Because she couldn't work, her employer was ringing her up constantly, when are you coming back to work? She hadn't been to work for a month. So she wasn't getting any money in. Things were getting extremely tight. But they couldn't get her better. No matter what they gave her, she just was not getting well. She ended up just crying and crying all the time when she came in. I felt really bad for her because there was nothing that they could do to help her. You could see she was physically sick. So she was one of them. There was a woman that would just fall on the floor. She'd be walking around okay. The next minute she'd be just on the floor. They couldn't
As
work
in,
out.
like fully passing out, or just
Yep.
like her body
Yep.
collapsing, sort of.
Yeah, she would collapse, pass out on the floor. That was witnessed by nurses as well as other patients in the hospital. But she was then told, because she couldn't get to see the head doctor there underneath whatever it was, they had the doctor just virtually sat on her bed and said, look, I think this is all in your head. We can't find anything wrong with you. So this, we can't help you with this. Even though the nurses then said, no, we've witnessed this ourselves here in the hospital. There's something wrong. They then come back to her and said, yeah, there is, but we just don't know exactly what it is that it's doing or what's causing it. We need to look further into it. Rashes, swellings of different parts of the body, rashes all over their bodies, or just on their arms or their legs. I had one woman who was had her first vaccine, went into an anaphylactic shock. They had to rush her to the hospital immediately, and then she had a phone call to say that she had been booked in for her second vaccine. And when she got there, the doctor had already rung the ambulance, and they were standing there for when they had vaccinated her the second time, and she went straight into an anaphylactic shock yet again. And they had to work onto it straight away. So these things were, it covered all different sorts of things. I had people coming in with heart issues. I had one lady that would ride her bike every day for kilometers every day. After her vaccine, she couldn't even get on a bike. She couldn't walk very far at all. So it covered all different sorts of things that I was seeing that were that were coming in. There was just so much. There was just a lot of different things. The saddest part was they kept being told there's nothing we can do for you. There's nothing, we can't help you. We don't know, because back then it was, we don't know where to send you. We don't know how to help you. Because at the time, none of them were looking at an adverse effect, unfortunately. It was quite sad. It was very sad.
So, did you take this to your superiors or anything? Like obviously witnessing this kind of stuff, and I know the kind of person you are. So surely you've tried to, help these people by taking the matter further.
I did because at that stage as well, we were getting pushed to be vaccinated. A manager did say to me, "Oh, but we're not seeing it." And I said, "But you're sitting behind a desk in an office. You wouldn't be seeing it. We're frontliners. We're seeing the people, these patients are coming straight into us. We're seeing it." I actually also mentioned it to a doctor about the amount of people that were coming in. And he also said the same thing. "Oh, but, we're not seeing it." I said, maybe because they're going straight to the hospital and not to the doctors, because some of the severity of it, they weren't seeing their doctors. The ones that were getting sent to specialists with the swellings and the rashes. A nurse that I know, her mum is completely covered in a rash from head to toe. They can't help her. She'll be like that for the rest of her life. She has to see a skin specialist now for the rest of her life as well. Like they do put like a lamp of some description on her a few times a week, but apparently they can't help her. That's how she'll be. So, and it's sad. And all I kept saying, I kept being told, "But we're not seeing it. We're not seeing it," was all I kept being told. I said, "Well, I am, and I'm ready for stress leave." Because it was just getting to a point where so many people were coming in crying for help, but I had nowhere to send them.
Was there anybody else that you were working with sort of saying the same things you were and being shot down, or?
There were, I think there was a few of us that were seeing quite a bit. A lot of a lot of others, I think, were just trying to get them in, do what they needed to do, and then get them on their way, I think. Because when you hear this day in, day out, and you're taking on all of this, you do go home and you get quite, I wouldn't say, it's not exactly a depression, but you're very, brings you down, and it's very sad listening to these sad stories every single day, and you've got nowhere to send these poor people that you can see that they're suffering, but you've got nowhere to send them for help.
So
which made the job hard.
Yeah, I can imagine. So
no,
they wouldn't grant you stress leave.
No, I was sacked instead. So because you had to, you either had to have the injections by a certain date, and then.
So and even after seeing all that shit, they're like, "Would you like one?"
Well, I was just told they didn't want to see senior staff. They didn't want to lose their senior staff. But at the end of the day, if I wasn't vaccinated, I could no longer work for them. So I got stood down first.
Up, did she get hers, or he, or who? The higher up spoke to? They queued up even after
they
hearing
must
all the
have.
shit.
Yeah,
they must have. Are you sure?
Well, as far as I'm aware, you had to show proof that you'd had it to be able to keep your job, and I wasn't prepared to do that. So I do know that they changed the policies to cover their backsides, and a lot of dental companies around town did the same thing. So they changed the policies to be able to work for the companies. So their policy was then, no matter what vaccine the government pushed, that you'd have to be vaccinated for all of them. We were given a choice to have whether we wanted flu vaccines or not. That was then our choice. But after all of this, they then changed the policy that you must be vaccinated for everything. Didn't matter what it was. So
I couldn't imagine, like, when I read George Orwell's 1984, and Winston, I'm pretty confident that's what his name was. He's there literally changing the historic records of what happened the week before and sending it down the chute to be administered as this week's new truth for the Ministry of Truth. And to me, it always, like, one of the big things that done my head in very early reading the book was, how the fuck do you do that? How do you know damn well that you're changing history and you're supposed to swallow that shit after you've physically seen what's happened? And I see the same thing happening here. You've literally witnessed the results of this, and then you're asked to take it, and people still did it. That mystifies me to the nth degree. That is a special kind of weird, or a special kind of insanity.
Yeah.
To the point, sure. I mean, I didn't even have to see this shit to know this is bad, but to witness it,
Yeah.
and then still do it. Wow.
Well, I couldn't understand why so many of them actually took it, especially with I get that a lot of nurses wouldn't have seen, depending on what wards they worked on or whereabouts in the hospital they were, probably wouldn't come across too much of it. They just followed what they were told to do. But I still don't understand how so many still took them anyway. And I know that they're still pushing it at our hospital out here for them to get their boosters. I think they're up to number 6 at the minute. So, and they keep getting messages to go and have it done, so even though it's not mandated now, they still get pushed and told to go take it. So
It's mind blowing. I mean, I think it was last week. I can't remember the dude's name, but we gave him fail of the week. It was a guy from Channel 9, I think it is. Channel 9 reporter, 6 jabs bulletproof, he reckoned he was. And was
that's right.
absolutely astounded that he still got crook. And I mean, and this is like a special kind of nuts, I mean, these guys work in the fucking media, and he still can't figure out that this is utter crap. Like, and again, I'll bring the Winston analogy into this from the George Orwell's 1984. I honestly believe that the mainstream at this point have to be just like him, the same kind of, I don't know if it was before during the first part of the book, or that final line at the end of the book. I'm not going to ruin it for those who haven't gone and read it. You bloody well should if you haven't, because that final line is one hell of a smack in the face. I'm not sure if which end of the book he's at, but I think that's what we're looking at here. A special kind of delusion.
Well, I even brought it to their attention because at one point they wanted for me to prove that I'd been vaccinated as a child with measles, mumps, rubella, that sort of thing. I mean, there's no way I could get my hands on any of that information now, being so long ago. But like I said to them, though, I'm a walking advertisement for how the vaccines don't work. I said, because I was vaccinated for measles, mumps, and rubella, and I got all 3 of them, even though I'd been vaccinated. And I didn't just get them slightly, I got them the worst you could possibly get them. So I actually had measles to the point where my mother said you could not put a pin between your dots on your body. I had German measles to the point I had to be kept into a dark room because I thought I was going to lose my eyesight. I had it so bad. I then got mumps at the age of 9 or 10, and I didn't just get a small dose of it. Both sides of my throat swelled to the point where I could barely swallow. So I lived on custard, ice cream, and I can't remember the other, junket Mum used to make, because that's the only thing I could literally swallow. So all of those 3 vaccines never stopped me from getting any of them, and to the worst that you could possibly get them.
In what proximity from being vaccinated for those things to getting ill with it are we talking? Like, is it plausible, for instance, that the vaccine may have made you sick?
No. So Well, it could have been for the measles, perhaps, but for mumps, I actually got that about 9 or 10 years old. I was vaccinated back when I was, what, 4 or 5 years old? Around, maybe 4, 5 or 6, because those vaccines were only relatively new out in my time. They were all sort of new, being brought out and pushed. Well, especially I think it was, I think it was the rubella. I think that was new back then as well. Sort of hadn't been out all that long. But so no, but my daughter actually did, because I had her vaccinated as a child with her measles, mumps, and rubella, and she actually reacted because it's a live. It's a live vaccine, so it actually gave her the measles.
So I had the same experience with a whooping cough one.
Mm-hmm.
Tyler, when he was a lot younger, very, very, very little, in fact, and he had a seriously snotty nose. It was one of those lovely winters in Melbourne, and he was kind of gurgling and gagging on his own snot and stuff. So I'm like, all right, yeah, this is. I'll take him to the doctor. Normally, I try to avoid them like the plague, and this is bloody good 12 years ago. And the doctor's just, oh yeah, he'll be right. Oh, by the way, have you had one of these friggin' jabs? I'm like, what? How did this? I'm fine. It's him. I just want to make sure he's gonna be all right. Oh, but you should have the whooping cough thing because he can't have it. He's too young, and if you get it and give it to him, it's the whole guilt trip thing. Oh, I don't want my boy to die. Yeah. I hummed and hard, and eventually I got talked into it. I knew I should have said no. Go and shove it up your ass. That's what I should have said. And from here on in, that's what I will always say when somebody holds one of those fucking things near me. Because within a couple of days, I was the sickest I've been in God knows how long. I go back to the fucking doctor, the same dickhead who gave it to me, and I'm going, mate, I'm fucking got the whooping cough. Thanks. What are you going to do? Oh, just write it out. You're one of the rare occasions where these things happen.
Oh.
So that was the day I swore I will never get another fucking vaccine from one of these friggin' idiots ever again.
Yeah.
The whole idea of getting it was to protect me and the kid. In the end, I now have to isolate from the child in case he gets it.
Yeah.
Well done. It had the direct opposite effect.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So, and that's why a lot of people get sick after their vaccines now, because they're actually giving it to them.
Yeah.
So, but mine was supposed to protect me from getting them, and like I said, I got all three, and I got them really, really bad.
Yeah.
So it never, because the other thing that the doctors say is, oh, but you won't get it as bad if you get it. You won't get it as bad.
I've had
Well,
a
I
couple
did.
of people say that actually. I've had a couple of people, go, oh, it's true. I had 3 jabs and I've had COVID 3 times, and oh, geez, I'm so glad I got that jab because imagine how bad it would have been if I didn't get it. I'm like, I hate to be the bearer of bad news, but I never got one and I never got sick from it.
Yeah.
Still haven't had COVID.
Me too. I haven't come across it. I haven't had it at all. Never wore a mask anywhere.
Same. Didn't play.
And I even had those sick people coming in, and I still didn't get it. But they keep pushing. And was at the doctor's a couple of weeks ago, and he then said to me, oh, with a smile on his face, because he knows what I'm like, and said, oh, would you like your flu shot? And I said, And he said, oh, because we've got a few people up in the hospital at the minute. I said, what, with influenza? And he said, oh, they're pretty sick. And so I held out.
He didn't confirm or deny. They're just pretty sick. What, their leg fall off? Fucking, we narrow it down a bit?
Yeah, well, I held up one hand and I went, let's see, getting sick. And I held out my other hand. And then before I could actually even say anything, he goes, yes, I know, the vaccine. He said, so I take that you're not taking it then. I went, yeah, no, thank you. I'll take my chances. So because, like I said, he's used to me now, and I have taken him a lot of information so that he could look at it. But the other thing I was sent from a friend of mine, a link into the flu shots at the moment, which is quite
Yes.
surprising.
Did you?
It's
Do I need to go through some stuff that you've sent me for this, or
I
I
don't
know we
know.
discussed it. I don't know if we got to it though.
Yeah, and I don't know. I think I did send you something. Hang on, let
You
me
sent me
just
a
have a
lot of
look.
something, so I'm just trying to narrow it down.
I know I have sent you a lot of stuff. Just let me take a look. Just trying to.
Man dies after falling 20 meters in wind tower collapse near Lake Proserpine.
Yeah, that was a couple of weeks ago. And I'm not. He
You
was a
sent me
man
that
from.
link, Mark. Can you send me that?
Yeah, no worries.
I
I
think I
will.
vaguely do remember hearing something about it, but I didn't see any particular links. So I like to collect all that information.
No
Um,
worries. More than happy
yeah.
to share it with you.
I think what was really interesting about these particular types of shots was the shedding aspect. I did actually pick up the damn stupid disease back in March 2020 from people I knew who had just returned from overseas and they were very sick. And
Mm,
I didn't go see anybody about it. I just went straight into my herbal medicine. And after a few days, I knocked down the initial symptoms, but I probably should have stayed on that stuff another couple of days because then it sort of went through the rest of the body and caused a few other problems. It felt to me like it took about 8 months to really clear the thing from my body. And then one of my volunteers decided, he originally said that it was just no way in hell he was going to get it. And then somebody offered him a really nice paying job. And that was one of the requirements, is that he had to go and get this stupid thing. So he decided to go and get it. And shortly after that, it was Christmas, and I give all our volunteers little presents. So I gave him a little present, and he decided he wanted to give me a hug. And I was not comfortable about this, but
mm,
I didn't know how to, I didn't want to be really rude or obnoxious. He gave me a hug. Now, he had only had the shot a few weeks before that. And the next day, most of my symptoms came right back, and it took me about another 4 months to clear it. So that
Far out.
shedding aspect, that was something. I mean, even if you were somebody who had the thing, and then you lived with somebody or had friends who didn't, you could actually shed some of whatever the hell is in it. You could shed it to other people, and they didn't even have the stupid shot, and yet they would pick up some of that spike protein or whatever the hell it is that's in there. I mean,
mm.
that's the next level stuff where you're not just giving people who have lined up to get the shot. You're not just inoculate. It's not inoculation. You can't call it that.
Yeah.
You're exposing those people, and then they can actually pass it on to third parties. That's phenomenal.
And megalomaniacal suicidal lunacy at its finest, because surely at some point that's going to come back onto them. They'd have to, like, whoever's done this and for whatever purpose, they have to know that that's going to come back on them. I mean, it's the same as like when you release a genetically modified organism into the environment. You can't tell me just because you planted it here that you think it's going to stay there. That's nuts. It's almost as intelligent as when you're cruising down the highway. Don't take bananas past this point, as if that sign is somehow going to stop whatever you're trying to get a go. Oh, shit, I've seen the sign. Quick, all the flies and bugs and shit, they're just going to stop right here because that fucking sign's there. Well done. It's just so void of logic.
So I'll just bring to your attention, I did send you this as well. No safety or efficacy testing the Shingrix.
Shingles.
Yeah, for the
Shingles.
shingles. I just saw someone put a message up about that, about their mum, which just
Okay.
jogged my memory.
I think I'm still like about 50 messages behind. I'm still trying to get them all off here. I just have to move a little bit quicker. Sorry, people.
Yeah, but it just when I can't remember who it was that asked that, brought up about that. I sent you this with Senator Roberts. He asked looking into, I'm not sure who it was in the Senate, But it looks like a health professional has given that vaccine to a 17-year-old and he's died from it. Because as far as I'm aware, that's supposed to be for 60s and over, I think, that vaccine as it is. But this young man has now died. So Senator Robert was asking these questions, which I don't think he got an answer for either. But I did send that to you as well, Mark, for you to have a look.
Rachel, not only do you need to read that, but anybody who's never read it should fucking read it. I remember reading it. I would have been like 1996 or something like that, and I'm like, holy shit, that's kind of already happening now. Imagine what it looks like through today's eyes.
I read that when I was
So,
in high school, but I
is
don't
that a
remember.
recent one you've sent? Oh, sorry, Deb, what were you saying?
Oh, so I read 1984 in high school, but I don't remember it.
Oh,
I remember
really?
I didn't like reading it. I did not like the book at all.
Really? What? Why was that?
I don't like anything dystopian. You know, I won't watch dystopian movies. I just that is not a world that I want to know anything about.
I consider it a preventative measure.
Mm.
Yeah. I think it should definitely still be part of the school curriculum. Better than half the shit they made me read when I was a kid.
Yeah.
I was actually upset to hear that some people got to watch Blade Runner and they read 1984. We got bloody Strictly Ballroom and bloody To Kill a Mockingbird.
Yep.
No,
And
not
I
happy.
think the other book that was very similar is called Brave New World.
Yes, I
remember
actually bought a
reading that
copy
when
of
I
it
was in high
about
school.
4 years ago. I haven't read
Yeah.
it though. I started reading it. I just haven't got around to it. It's on my list of things to do. There's about
Yeah.
50 books out there that I've bought that I'll read one day.
Yeah,
Plus
that
the
was another one.
10,000 odd that I've downloaded.
So I've just sent you some of those to go into to see about those vaccines on the government website.
Okay.
But a couple up, if you go up from the bottom of my list,
Yep.
it's a Senator Roberts one. I'm just trying to see what it's close to.
Looks like you sent the same one.
It's above the woman that's appealing the vaccine injury. She's actually going to be taking on AstraZeneca from the side effects that she's got. She's actually in America, I think.
Is this coming from your tablet? Yeah.
Yep.
Okay.
I remember hearing about that case recently.
Brianne, her name is. Dr. David Campbell, I think, interviewed her. So I sent it to you, Mark. So it's got she's.
Is it that I didn't know viruses were political? That's not.
So it says no safety. It says so. It's underneath that picture, and then it says no safety or efficacy, and underneath that is the woman Brianne, and she's got a blue shirt on with her finger up like this in the photo. It's directly above her.
Right. Okay. That's Dr. John Campbell.
Is it? Yeah. Sorry, John Campbell. Yeah.
John Campbell. Yep.
Yeah.
So
that was a very good interview to watch. Actually, she was.
So I've got the finger up, and you want the one above it? Was it
above it? See,
yeah.
Senate is it or is it Rennick?
Is it Rennick? Yeah, that's why.
Yeah, sorry,
I was looking
Rennick.
for the wrong senator.
Sorry, I've sent you so much stuff.
I've noticed. We're going to be busy on Sunday. I think you might have to pop on Sunday. Help me sift through all this. All right, let's have a quick squizzy. Where's my button? Make this happen. I think it works better in this browser. All right, let's give it a second. I'll just work a little bit of magic here and get that into the right folder so I know what the hell's going on. And click through a quick couple of things while that works its magic, and hit that button and hit this button and then that button, and he goes like, what button? I can't see shit. And I hit that button and that button, and we watch the little thingy go round and round and round for a bit in the meantime. Clicking noises, yes, very important. Yeah, I don't know if that was premature. Actually, that's from miles ago, so that was really interesting. That I just come back to clicking noises while I'm making clicking noises. All right.
So this little video only goes for a minute and nearly 2 minutes. This one on the Shingrix.
Yep. All right. Let's play that now.
I just want to raise a question. There was a reported and suspected death of a 17-year-old from the Shingrix vaccine. So I had a look at that sent to me. So I had a look at the product assessment report, and it said that there had actually been no safety and efficacy testing of Shingrix established in children and adolescents, and the indication was for people older than 50 years of age. Have you looked into why a doctor would give a 17-year-old that vaccine, given that that wasn't sort of what was recommended?
So, Senator, I'd have to take on notice whether we've had a notification in relation to that specific situation. And I should also note that it may be quite limited in what I can actually tell you, given the confidentiality and privacy protections within national law, but I'm happy to take on...
Okay, sure. So I'll ask a more general question. I guess, do you look at the TGA adverse event report to pick up things whereby, you know, vaccine injuries or what other drug injuries get reported, and then compare it to the actual product assessment report to make sure that doctors are prescribing drugs in accordance with what's on the actual indication from the TGA, the initial TGA recommendation?
So is your question whether we regularly review those data?
Yeah. Is there some sort of connection, you know, feedback loop between yourself and the TGA as to how doctors prescribe medicine, and if they're doing it correctly?
We have a close liaison with TGA, and we would expect that if they had a concern about an individual medical practitioner or any other registered health practitioner, that they would raise that concern with us, and then we would look at that as a notification through our normal processes.
Authorised G. Rennick, LNP Chermside.
There you go. He raises a lot of questions. I don't see a lot of answers coming, though.
No, they keep taking it on notice, and then they don't seem to get back to it or don't seem to answer it. Now, if you go down to the very bottom of the list to what I've sent you, and you'll see the Vaxi Grip Tetra.
Yeah, is that the quad immunisation handbook?
Yeah, it's the Australian Immunisation Handbook, Department of Health and Aged Care.
Oh, I got that in the wrong page. Hang on a second. Too many browsers open. We need to get that one on.
So, okay. So did you click on the last one? Was it that you've got there?
Well, the last one didn't have a link. That's the second last one.
Yeah, that's. Yep.
It looks like you sent me the same thing 4 times.
No, it's not.
No?
They open into. They've got. There's 4 different vaccines with different names.
Right. So you want to start at the top?
If you want to, yep.
Yeah, I don't mind.
Which is the the
Vaxi Grip. Oh.
That's the one.
Yeah.
So if you open up that, it goes down and it will tell you what it is and what's actually in it. The pre-filled syringe contains. It'll tell you right there. See the description? That's it. Go underneath the description and it'll tell you down each 0.5 ml.
Oh, yeah.
Pre-filled.
May contain traces of. I'm surprised I don't see peanuts, to be honest.
Yep. May contain traces of, and there's one of the second from the bottom is formaldehyde.
Yeah. Some of the what is it? The tetanus. Some of the tetanus shots have formaldehyde in, and a few other things. I mean, you can choose the one that has formaldehyde in it. You can choose the one that has aluminium in it, and
Yep.
Yeah.
So, then the other one underneath that is I think it's Floxilvax. It also says the same thing. Well, this one also may contain polysorbate 80.
So
So
which one are we looking at? Sorry, I finally caught up. Oh no, I didn't. I thought I caught up with the comments. Oh my god. I don't think I'm ever going to catch up with the comments. Okay. Too many things. Right. So which one am I looking at this time? The next one down?
the very next one, if you go out of that and go into the next one, it'll have polysorbate 80 in it.
Yeah.
That's the one. Go down further.
Yep.
See? Down the bottom.
Yep.
Is the polysorbate 80 the one that actually allows, it crosses the blood-brain barrier, so whatever is in the mixture with the polysorbate 80 gets carried into the brain? Is that the one, or is that PEG?
I think that's the PEG.
Okay.
But trying to keep up, because I've been trying to do a deep dive into all of this at the minute, and just finding some of these. I mean, there shouldn't be traces of, formaldehyde. They're also showing different levels as well in there, because I think. Because your PEG's the glycol, isn't it?
I'm trying to remember what the full name of that is.
Polyethylene glycol.
Right. Yep.
I think it is for your PEG. Yep.
Yeah.
So after my friend sent me this and we started looking into it and finding out, what this all is, I then went into looking into things a bit more with the formaldehyde. And I was quite shocked at exactly how much formaldehyde is all around us and what we're eating and what we're using with formaldehyde in. So I didn't actually know that we're actually wiping our backsides with formaldehyde. There's only 2 brands of toilet paper that don't have formaldehyde in it. Apparently they use it to make it stronger.
Formaldehyde makes tickets to the trots stronger.
Apparently, yeah.
Righto.
So I did find one little report that said if your toilet.
I just have to say this. No shit.
So apparently.
I gotta throw the dad jokes in. It's imperative.
So apparently I did find something that was quite funny, actually. It said that most people go to the toilet first up in the morning, but what did it say? The whiter and fluffier toilet paper in, the more formaldehyde's actually in the toilet paper. So
we're better off getting like a brown paper bag and just doing it the hard way. Maybe get a copy of the Townsville Bulletin. Am I going to get ink poisoning?
Well,
maybe wiping my ass with bullshit's probably not the best way to deal with this situation.
Well, I have heard some of the older gentlemen around town not actually call it the Bulletin; they call it the Harvey Herald.
Harvey Herald, please elaborate.
The Harvey Norman. So Harvey Norman's guy normally runs that many ads in the Townsville Bulletin that they call it the Harvey Herald.
There you go. Well, that shows you how often I've bought one. I wouldn't have a clue. I don't encourage communism.
So, but yeah. So what else I found that it crosses quite a lot of things that they use it in. A lot of your varnishes, glues.
Hang on, sorry. Janine's just saying in ice cream, polysorbate is added up to 0.5% concentration to make the ice cream smoother and easier to handle. Because that's usually what I want to do. I want to fucking, play with it. Yeah. Anyway, as well as the increase its resistance to melting.
Yep. Have a look at, when you buy something at the supermarket, read the ingredients on the back, because polysorbate's in a lot of stuff.
That's correct. It is. Actually, I did send something
And
to my
it's
daughter.
polysorbate 80 in soaps and cosmetics.
That's
There you
yes,
go.
it is.
Thank you, Janine.
Yes, it
Also
is
used
actually.
in some European and Canadian influenza vaccines. There you go.
So polysorbate is also a carcinogen.
Where are you seeing that?
This is something that I screenshotted. It's also an inflammatory as well. So a 2015 study of polysorbate 80 and other emulsifiers in mice found that both affected gut bacteria and triggered inflammation and other changes in the gut, as well as obesity and metabolic syndrome. So this is just some of the research that I've been looking into. So it said in a study that they found in mice for the polysorbate 80 reduced the diversity of the small intestine microbiome. Another study also in mice found that the emulsifier glycol caused an imbalance in the gut. So, and they just seems to keep repeating that it causes problems in the gut, and it causes inflammation as well.
I'm going to grab a book, so I'll be right back. There's a book that I want to
you're
show.
right.
Yeah,
No
sure.
worries. Polysorbate 80 formaldehyde, polyurethane glycerol, all cancer causing. Also in PCR test, nasal swab, ethylene oxide,
That's
McDonald
correct.
TBHQ causes loss of vision. Salad are dusted with propylene glyco, also used in sauces, hot cakes, which is ethylene oxide causing cancer.
Mm-hmm.
Wow.
So this sort of
Cherry,
opened up
sounds like you should be on the show too.
this sort of opened up a
Actually,
big.
I'll open that up if anybody wants to jump on. We're kind of at that point where I'll be winding it up probably in the next half hour, I reckon, because I've been up since 3 o'clock in the morning. If anybody wants to jump on, shoot us. Oh, you know what? Maybe I'll just do what everybody else has been doing lately. Let's stop sharing that. Let's chuck this invoice link in.
So, Mark, you'll be pleased to know that this.
There
You'll be
go.
pleased to know,
Ask your
Mark.
questions live. Yep.
You'll be pleased to know that it's formaldehyde's also found in some alcohol.
I'm glad I brewed my own.
So it's in tequila, Asian spirits, brandy.
Now, is that all tequilas or some tequilas? So we got to like. Don't tell me I'll go and buy $100 bottle of Don Julio, for example, and it's got that shit in it.
Well, it's just saying that it's occurred in tequila at 83%. So what you got to remember too, is that there's also a natural formaldehyde, which you find in bananas, apples, carrots, but that's a natural presence. So it's also in coffee beans as well. So whether that's coming through from the, because they've also found it in the fruit wine as well, because it'll probably be coming through from the fruits. But it just astounded me just how far and how much formaldehyde is in. Someone just said they're drinking wine at the moment.
I wanted to tell you this. Let's see, is this back? Yes. Additive alert. Let me get in front of the camera. Additive alert. So
can I hold that up again? I've given you the full screen so everybody can see it.
Oh, let's see.
Additive alert. Yep. And who's that by? Your Guide to Safer Shopping by Julie Eady. Eady.
Yep. So this actually describes, like, you look on the ingredients on the back of something, it's got all the numbers. This actually describes all the numbers and tells you what those numbers mean and which ones are carcinogenic and which ones are, they actually give you a little cardboard inside the book, and I keep that in my wallet. So if there's a number I don't recognize on something, I can pull out the little card, and it basically has the worst of them. If the number is on that little card, you put that product back on the shelf. You don't buy it.
But you also
So
need the words, I noticed, because I used to do the same thing to the point where I've actually memorized most of them now. But you need the words as well, because there are people or some products who are like, fuck it, they're reading the numbers, and these people, well, let's use the big long word, that'll fuck them.
yeah. So they do have, there is a number actually for polysorbate 80. So if you were to buy something on the shelf and you turn it over and it says it's got number 433 in it, that's polysorbate 80. 436 is actually polysorbate 65. There's a polysorbate 60 as well. That's number 435. But it's a really helpful book. I mean, generally speaking, if I go into the supermarket and I pick up I read the ingredients on absolutely everything. And as soon as I see a couple numbers that don't have to do with just a food acid, if there's other numbers on there, it just goes right back on the shelf. And the other thing too is there's a few things. For example, if you see canola oil, put it back on the shelf. And if you see glucose syrup, which also this is the other thing they do. They'll have these additives, and then once the public gets to hear about these things and stops buying it, they change the name of it on the ingredients. So what used to be called high fructose corn syrup, or HFCS, now they call it glucose syrup. But it's high.
Right, I didn't know that. I knew about the high fructose corn syrup,
Yes.
and I mean they still openly state that on well, at least last time I checked, which is probably a few years now, on McDonald's and Hungry Jack's. If you ask for a little sachet of sauce, you know, the sauce that they use, and you read the back, it'll actually say it's got high fructose corn syrup in it.
Yep. But a lot of them now have changed the name, so they'll call it glucose syrup. And glucose syrup is in almost everything that's baked goods that you buy on the shelf. I mean, you look at anything, breads, cookies, pasta products. I mean, no matter what it is, glucose syrup is in almost everything that's at the supermarket. And that's really, really bad for your health. So, I mean, so much.
Was it it's not Sugar the Bitter Truth. That was the book, wasn't it? Sugar the Bitter Truth. What am I thinking? Pure White and Deadly. One of them. It's either one or the other. One of them's a video and the other one's a book. I can't remember which order it goes in. I've got both somewhere, but it's been a long time since I looked at it. I remember boys were in primary school back in Victoria, and they would you like to make a donation, or would you like to take the box of chocolates? I ticked neither box, and emphasized no thank you written on it and sent that back. Tyler comes out with his box of friggin' chocolates. I'm like, come on, son, we're going back. Straight up to the principal, who happened to be standing at the door. I'm like, I said no thank you. Now, had you given me a bag of apples, I'd have happily taken them. I'd have bought them. Now, what you need to do is go home and get yourself a copy of Pure White and Deadly, and and the other one that I just said is just flown out my mind. I'm not having that shit. Thank you.
So,
no, we've never had a fruit drive before. I'm like, maybe you should give it a go.
So just to go along with that formaldehyde in your toilet paper, so it just says here, the whiter and fluffier your toilet paper, the more chlorine, bleach, and formaldehyde it contains. They've also said it's instant coffee has found the higher concentrate of formaldehyde compared to brewed coffee as well. We were talking about the coffee before. The other thing I did find interesting is that a study done by some researchers at the UC Berkeley School of Public Health found a link between the exposure of formaldehyde and an increased risk of developing brain disease such as brain cancer, Alzheimer's disease, Parkinson's disease. So I hadn't heard of that one before, but I sort of came across that in trying to research some of this stuff. And then experimental animal exposure to formaldehyde induces neuropsychotic symptoms such as aggression, depression, locomotor activity decline, learning and memory impairment, and decrease in the number of neurons and memory decline as well. So this was, because they're calling it brain fog. So they've seemed to be finding a link there. So, but I just was not aware of, like I said, we do have a natural forming formaldehyde in fruits and stuff that we have, but and our body also gets rid of it. So it'll go through and out through our urine. We can also breathe it out, exhale it as well. So, but it's also found in meat, poultry, milk, fish, sugar, produce. So there you go. It's around us everywhere.
Yeah.
The other thing it's in is a lot of your medications as well.
And I'm sure they're using the natural
cosmetics as well. Yeah. It's in lotions, hair straighteners, all of that sort of thing as well. Yeah, insecticides, I think, as well, that it's in. But I was a bit surprised that they're using it in medications. That was a bit, why would they be putting it in medications?
Yeah.
But apparently they are, yeah.
Poisonous in every way possible.
Yeah.
Very hard to it. You have to really do your research, and you also have to be very disciplined. You really want to buy that lovely cheesecake at the shop, but if you know what's in it, then you might not want to buy it anymore. So yeah, it's tough.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. So at this rate, may as well just go and buy that packet of cigarettes and a big bag of heroin and fucking just get stuck into it, eh?
Well, the other thing I was a bit surprised at when I found and pulled this bit up, nail polish, nail glue, eyelash glue, hair gel, hair smoothing products, and baby shampoo. So, body wash. Apparently, some of them it's in body wash. So until you look into it, you don't really know, do you? Like until you do some research and look into stuff.
Yeah, I mean the whole fluoride thing that I really, I was always a bit dubious on it, but the point that I really decided, hey, I'm going to look at this shit is, again when Tyler was young, he's just born. You get the how to raise your kid because you're an idiot handbook, and I thought this should be good for a laugh, and I had to flip through it. And, to my surprise, it actually said, don't brush your kids' teeth with adult fluoridated toothpaste. And I'm like, really?
Mm-hmm.
And it kind of emphasized that, it didn't emphasize, it kind of, insinuated that the fluoride, full fluoridated toothpaste wouldn't be good for children, particularly because they were inclined to swallow it. I'm like,
yeah.
But I thought it was safe and effective. Hang on. So I started looking into it, and the more I looked, I couldn't actually find anything that really said that fluoride was good for my teeth or that it was safe. But I did seem to find a hell of a lot of conspiracy theories that said that it wasn't safe, and that, things like Hitler and Stalin thought it was a good idea to put into the water supply. And I'm pretty confident that, Hitler was very concerned. I think he put it in the water supply for the prisoners, and considering he was allegedly gassing them, I'm sure he was really concerned about the quality of their teeth. Unless he planned to do something with them I didn't know about. And, and I'm sure equally Stalin was, concerned about the, prisoner welfare as well, considering he was prone to starving his own people.
Well, it did actually also say, Buddy, about the you were just talking about the toothpaste. It also recommended that you really shouldn't brush your teeth with toothpaste with fluoride because your mouth absorbs
through the gums.
That's right. So it says here the reason for this recommendation is because when too much fluoride is ingested, it is toxic. Excess fluoride ingestion is linked to dental fluorosis. Fluorosis, a condition that causes tooth enamel to become discolored, which, when present, can indicate that the rest of your body has been overexposed to fluoride as well. So
Yeah.
it gives you a list actually here somewhere of the symptoms of fluoride overdose, or when you've taken too much or absorbed too much into your body: abdominal pain, abnormal taste in the mouth, salty or soapy taste, diarrhea, drooling, eye irritation, headache, and abnormal levels of calcium and potassium in the blood, irregular or slow heartbeat.
There you go. Apparently, I'm not even going to try and say what this. I think it's Sugerius or whatever. I'm going to call him Southern Cross or her Southern Cross. I got fluoride poisoning when I was 4. It's the real deal.
Mm.
The other thing about fluoride is that people who are on kidney dialysis are not supposed to intake fluoride at all because it actually messes up the kidneys.
So fluoridating the water is actually quite dangerous for people with that condition.
Yeah.
That is. So again, like, that's just reckless, forcibly medicating people in such a manner.
Yep. Happens in a lot of different ways. But I might leave you two to continue your conversation. I think I haven't had dinner yet.
You're right. I mean, I know you wanted to come on early because you're worried about getting to bed, and here 2 hours later, you're still stuck into it. I knew you couldn't help yourself. I don't think I've ever had a 5-minute conversation with you, Deborah. It's always rings on a lot longer than that.
Yeah, that's right. I mean, it was nice to meet Michael too, because I hadn't, in fact, I wasn't even sure who he was until he came on, and I saw his face. I was like, that Michael. Oh, that's
penny
really
drops.
Cool.
Yeah, cool.
Yeah, so that was very nice. So yeah, but yeah, no, thank you very much for having me on. So that was really good.
No worries. That's my pleasure. Always great to have you on, Deborah. You're always full of amazing information.
We'll have another chat again soon, I'm sure.
Definitely.
It was nice to meet you, Deborah.
Nice to see you, Tracy. You two can keep on talking. I'm going to go get some food.
No worries. You do what you got to do. Cool. Thank you very much.
No worries.
Enjoy.
Have a good
Thank you. Bye.
There we go.
Yeah, that was.
What are you eating? I'm not eating anything.
Oh, for Deborah. She said she was going to go.
Oh, that's right. She's going to eat something. Yeah, well, sorry, a bit late. Missed it. Only fluids, the doctor said, Sips.
Yeah, so that's why I thought I just wanted to mention about the formaldehyde and just really what it is in that we've never really known. And I didn't really know about the toilet paper either until I took a deep dive to find it in all these, now in medications as well.
What are the 2 safe brands of shit tickets?
Okay, so it's your bamboo doesn't have formaldehyde in it, and your recycled paper is what they're saying.
See, now, this recycled toilet paper, it conjures up some horrible thoughts.
I know. I don't think I'd want to use it either. But the research that I did was that was the only 2 that it told me. Sorry about that, but that's all I could find, unless somebody else can find something else.
Recycled, straight from the sewage plant. This one came from Werribee, Victoria.
So, yeah, somebody else might be able to find something else on it with the other brands that are out. So, but yeah, I just didn't realize it was in so much things and medication, makeup, body lotion.
Yeah. So, I mean, obviously, we fluoridated toothpaste. Clark's onto it. Grant's toothpaste is fluoride free. I've been using that for fucking shit.
Yep.
How old's Tyler now? 13. I'd also like to excuse my son's bedroom behind Tracy there. She doesn't live like that. That's my son. Sorry. I've tried to teach him how to put books in a bookcase. I don't know how many fucking times. And now it's come to haunt him because thousands of people are going to see what a disaster that is. Sorry, son, you've done it to yourself.
Bless him, he's over there on his phone. He's been my backup in case
Yeah,
something happened. He was here to help.
He's a good boy. Can't stack books for shit, but he's a good boy.
He's waving.
Hi, son.
Yeah, so that's. I just wanted to point out to people who weren't aware of it being in the flu vaccines, and some of the things that we've now found, which I found very interesting. And there's just so much more. The more you look, the more you find. So
Yep, that's it. That's it. And you got to have the eyes open in the first place, really, to find anything. Recycled toilet paper, tasty. What the fuck are you doing with it, Daryl? My God. Fucking ran out of bread. Thought I'd use some dunny paper. Get the tickets for the trots out. She'll be right.
So it's even it's even leaching into your water because it's coming out of the some of the plastic fittings on the pipes and stuff as well. It's leaching into water out of the tap. So I did find something on that before. Which all then sort of went down the rabbit hole of the fluoride then as well. And I didn't understand either. I found something on, so you know how you're always told never drink like the hot water from your tap or do your cooking in hot water? Yeah, because it actually dissolves the lead faster or something, and it actually shows it's actually in that water, the lead levels.
Oh, wow.
I'll have to find that for you and send it to you so you can have a look at that. But that's
is that the old, like, one the bloody gravity fed systems in the roof, or is that still being used today in like the new gas hot water systems and shit?
Yeah, so because they're saying that the water sits in your hot water system, see the oxygen is coming out of your water, so because it's sitting there for so long, they all what I did find, it says that you should run your tap is it for longer than 30 seconds or something, to try and get that sort of out of the system. But it did say that you get a higher lead level in that hot water. So that's why they're saying don't use it to make babies' bottles or cook in or drink from, because that temperature dissolves the lead.
So Michael's suggesting this particular product. Looks like an InfoWars special. Can't help but notice nobody decided to take up the offer of joining the room either. Super Blue non-fluoride toothpaste, iodine with bubblegum flavor. I think bubblegum flavor is one of the worst fucking flavors they ever come up with. It is utterly disgusting. Anytime somebody's come up with bubblegum flavor, I've tried it. I'm like, this is just wrong. Enjoy free shipping in the United States only when your order is over $100. What about Michael? How the hell have you been affording this?
So
what
the kids love
shipping costs. Do you get from there?
So the kids love the bubblegum flavor, I find.
Yeah, my brother and my sister were quite keen on it. I must have been born too late or too early, however you want to look at it.
So I noticed
big heart.
Yeah, I noticed that someone else mentioned too about the fabrics formaldehyde. So it's in your glues and it's in your permanent press fabrics more than anything else. So the really nice, hard, stiff permanent press fabrics. Apparently that's where you're going to find your bigger amount of formaldehyde in, along with paints, coatings, lacquers, finishes, and paper products. Because that's what makes it hold it stiff, is the formaldehyde. It's also saying that we produce naturally small amounts of formaldehyde in the human body. It naturally occurs, like it says, in fruits, foods, but they're saying that we actually do produce our own, a small amount of it as well. And that's why we exhale it.
Jake, I'm guessing that's not coming over to the Rumble chat. Not sure which Rumble chat you're in, so I'm just gonna drop that one there. Oh my god, I've got windows going everywhere now. I'm losing my plot. I did that one. Where's the other one? In that browser. Oh, don't tell me I got to bloody log in again, man.
So while you're doing that, about that hot water drinking, it does say here hot water dissolves lead more quickly than cold water. And is therefore more likely to contain greater amounts of lead. That's why they tell you not to use the hot water for the drinking and cooking food in.
Right. This is why
Use
I
the
filter our water.
Yeah, use cold water, not the hot water, because you think, oh, well, I'll use the hot water, put my veggies in, cook them up, because it'll be quicker, it'll cook quicker. But that's the reason why is because of the lead level, not to use it.
Yep, fair enough. And yeah, the only thing. Oh, Jake Soy found it. Hey, Jake, how are you, mate?
I'm good, mate. Yourself?
Not too bad, mate. Not too bad. It's Friday. My glass is empty, which isn't so good. I better sort that out. How's your glass, my friend?
Yeah, my chicken's doing okay.
So, now that you're here, I can thank you straight up for being an amazing Patreon. Very kind of you.
That's fine. That's just, yeah, every little bit helps you out. So,
yeah, mate, it certainly does, and yeah, if enough people finally jump on and do what you're doing, man, then I can stop working 14 hours a day and spend a little bit more time preparing these shows.
oh well, these things take time to build an audience and so forth. So
definitely
take heart from the Y-files.
Yeah, I noticed you must be a rich man there, sparking up a dab like that.
No, I'm not rich. These are the cheapies from the shop that will remain nameless.
Fair enough. We don't want to, let undesirables in on the big secret, do we? I believe a similar conversation was had on the What the Fuck show this week too, actually.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, holding up his packet of Manchesters.
Oh, look at that. Crickets in Tim Tams and lipstick. Wow.
Joy. Eat the bugs.
Eat the bugs.
Well, they also have aluminium salt is also added to your water. It's a coagulant. It reduces the organic matter, colour, and microorganism levels. So there you go. Aluminium salt is added to your water, drinking water as well.
Robin, I see that comment and I'm reading it with Beavis and Butthead saying it.
Is bottled water all the same, or has it got additives as well?
Well, they say it's natural spring water, but did it naturally spring from a tap? I don't know.
Yeah, the spring's probably next to a nuclear power plant or something. Who knows?
Yeah, we just don't know. Don't know.
So, although formaldehyde is not used to make the plastic, it is a byproduct of the manufacturing process, which is why then you find traces of formaldehyde in your bottled water.
Right.
Yeah.
Along with your microplastics, which I also did a deep dive and found them in tea bags. So you actually get microplastics in tea bags as well.
Well, my inside's pretty preserved then by now, I'd imagine.
If you can actually get a tea bag where they've got a staple in it, or it's been sewn, with the little handle, if they're actually stapled or it's stitched to the tea bag, they're the bags that don't have your microplastics. So all your heated ones where they've actually sealed and heated those to the strings to the tea bag, they're the ones you're going to find to have your microplastics in. So there is a couple of brands. I think it's Narada. There is a couple of brands that don't have microplastics.
They put the staple on there.
Yeah, if that's got a staple, then it'll also be one that don't have it. Other than that, going back and using tea leaves, the actual leaves itself, brew it yourself. They don't. That won't have any microplastics in it.
Okay.
So,
While we're on shit you find in, like, Robin's brought up the eyeshadow and with red pigment has bugs in it. Here's some an article titled "Top 10 Bizarre Ingredients in Perfume." Tonquin deer musk.
That's in perfume?
Yeah. Certain types of male deer have pods between their legs, which are used to spray their environment with musk to attract female partners. So it's kind of, I'm guessing they're pissing it out like the way dogs mark territory and stuff. So, it's kind of where we're going. Now, doesn't that look appetizing?
The old musk gland.
Castorium, I believe that's how you say it, is a secretion from the castor sacs of beavers. Sacs are located right beside the anal sacs.
I'm not going there.
The beaver uses the secretion to mark its territory in technical perfumer terms. It is considered a musk. So to give it a perfume, to say it nicely, we're calling it musk, but it's kind of somewhere between piss and shit. Dimethyl sulfide.
I'll never eat a musk stick again.
Yep, that's a fair point. You gotta wonder about the old musk stick. Where were they getting that musk from? Fuck. Oh man, I ate that shit too.
Oh, jeez.
Is one of the strongest chemicals in perfumery. It has penetrating, repulsive odor. That sounds appealing. Penetrating, repulsive odor. Quick, let's put it in perfume. What? Who thought of that? Of sulfur and onions. It smells like sulfur and onions.
What we call that Odie, fuck off.
Yeah, I actually thought of Shrek myself. I'm thinking, like, that's the guy. They went down to the ogre pit, and asked him what he thought, because like they're like ogres are like onions and shit. I clearly watch too many cartoons from children. Yeah. Costus oil is another recently banned. It's been recently banned perfumery ingredient, partly because it is becoming endangered in its native India, and partly because it is sensitizing. Though there is some dispute about that. Excuse me. It was a very common ingredient in classical perfumery and was found in some of the greatest men's perfumes to be created. There you go. Wiped out another species just so we could smell good. Phenols make up a large family in perfumery. They are produced naturally by many plants as a defense mechanism against insects and the environment in general. Yeah. Okay, we're going to save ourselves from the environment by using this substance, phenols. Like the namesake, distinctive odor of creosote. Like, I have no idea what that smells like. A very pungent, commercially cleaner type smell. Commercial, what? So it smells like fucking the butchers at the end of the day. Ambergris.
Is that what we used to clean out our night boxes with back in the day? Fennel?
Quite possibly. I don't know. I think I was a bit before my time.
Yeah, I do remember something about. Yeah, I do remember the name.
Is that the old horse and cart days when the nightmen used to come round? I believe the old man used to say.
You calling us old,
I
Mark?
could tell you some
No,
stories
I
about that,
just
but anyway.
antiquated, perhaps. Look at me rolling out the big words after a few tinnies.
Well ripened, perhaps.
Matured. So, ambergris is the intestinal secretion from sperm whales. There you go. There's a good one for you.
Jeez.
Indole is the chemical found naturally in many flowers. So that's probably a bit nicer. Or at least we you'd expect flowers to be in perfume, just that makes sense as far as all the other things we found. Wow, doesn't this fella look appealing? I wonder what his piss smells like. Civet musk is a thick secretion from the glands
the same
of the
things they
civet
feed the
cat.
coffee beans to.
Quite possibly. Quite possibly. Glad I don't drink coffee. A mammal found most commonly in Africa and India. Most prized civet musk comes from the farmed animals. So they farm these animals in Ethiopia. The odor of civet musk, and we know what musk means. It means piss. Is the odor of the civet musk is putrid and extremely powerful. Fuck, let's put that in perfume. It actually says it's putrid. Wow. Oh. Now that looks like a rotting cabbage.
It does, doesn't it?
Mercaptans. Mercaptans are the horrendous are a horrendous smelling group. They're selling this shit well. Like, if I mix a cup of piss, something that smells putrid with something that smells horrendous, chicks will line up by the fucking, all the way down the street and throw hundreds of dollars at it. Wow.
Nightclub shenanigans are starting to make more sense now.
Number one, Sactol or Sacatol. And this is utterly repulsive. It just keeps getting better.
Yeah, give me some of that.
Oh, yeah, for sure. I'm in like Flynn. Develops a floral odor. Wow, an utterly repulsive floral odor. Struth, I'm sold. Any wonder I'll feel like I'm dying every time I walk into a bloody Myers store and they've sabotaged the front entrance with this shit. You ever see that Mr. Bean episode where he walks into the perfume section? He's like writhing around on the floor, gasping for air. That's kind of how I feel every time I have to go through it. Sorry, I've been neglecting all the comments while we're, having a look at this. So, Jake, tell us a little bit about yourself.
I just wanted to comment about Michael's go at me the other night. That was fully understandable. When I
missed
went on
it.
to
Sorry,
a show,
mate.
I sort of got on there and I didn't ask a question of the person who was his guest.
Mm-hmm.
But I'd assumed that it was going to be more like this, what we've got going now, just the just the
Bit of
discussion
banter
amongst a group of people. That I found myself being the only one in there, and I was sort of dumbstruck. So, Michael was perfectly within reason telling me off. So anyway, I just wanted to clear that up.
No, fair enough. I totally missed it. Sorry, man. I haven't seen that
Somebody
particular.
commented on it before, so yeah.
I did see. So I think it was Michael saying something about you got ripped into or something, and I'm like, okay, I'll deal with that as it comes out.
Yeah, as I said,
Excuse me.
it's
there you
completely understandable. So yeah. Anyway,
I'll never look at Elon Musk the same. Sac secretion. Oh, I'm sorry, but when you think about it, we are all sac secretion.
Yeah.
Someone just had a good comment there about making butter.
Was it back?
Yeah, it was back there. You're going through them too fast. I'm trying to read them, but I can't read them all because you're flicking through too quick.
I'm trying to catch up, miles behind you.
And
I think I'm about 20 minutes ago in the comments at the moment.
thank you.
Is Tyler tech support there helping?
Yeah. My tech support's given me a bit of a
What's the name?
I don't know. You flashed it too fast. I'm trying to find it now.
All right. Well, when you find it, you let me know. I'm just going to keep flashing because the podcast is now degraded to that level. Robin's loving things that are hard, and I'm flashing, and there's putrid odors all over the place, and turns out we're all sac secretions. So, in the meantime, where's a ticket to the trots? Because there's no shit sips.
Can't we get any more faces on out there, people? Like
Anybody else want to jump on? So anyway, my question. Tell us a little bit about yourself, Jake.
I live down in Melbourne, Cranbourne. I did live in Queensland during the COVID debacle down here. I went up there for 12 months. And ended up coming back to Melbourne after all the crap had died down. Just sort of everybody's got their own COVID story, I guess. So I ended up unemployed and just went on a soul-searching expedition, which sort of led me to the Freedom Network and Michael's work with Cafe Lockdown, etc. So here I am, making, I hope, funny comments and so forth with what's going on. So, anyway.
So what were you doing before you became gainfully unemployed?
I worked in IT, so mostly in the education sector.
So educating people to use information technology?
No, I was technical support at schools.
So you were the guy that said, "Have you tried turning it off and then on again?"
Yep, that's me.
Surely you've seen the IT crowd.
I have, certainly.
Yeah,
that was my manual for work, basically.
Wouldn't you have that as the answering machine thing?
Yeah, pretty much. Yeah. So I know what picnic means, and I know what PEBCAC means. So that pretty much sums it up for IT support.
So for those who don't know, can you elaborate?
PICNIC is an acronym for problem in chair, not in computer.
Good one. I like
and the other one's PEBCAC, which basically is problem exists between keyboard and chair.
Nice.
So, and we've got lots of things like that in IT to basically tactfully tell people to fuck off and make them look forward to the trip. So you're beginning to understand why I'm not working in IT anymore.
Yeah. Oh, Karen says extra sips for me. Thank you.
I like someone's put up there, no flirt odor for your perfume.
Oh, no flirt odor. I knew a dude who used to. How long will you on? I'll jump in. Yeah, well, we're still on. Jump in.
Jump in.
Do you want me to drop it in the comments again, Robin?
Someone did say bottled water is filtered tap water. I used to install the system for bottling companies. There you go. Martin Taylor said that.
Nice. Well, I'm glad I filter my own water and save myself a few bucks.
Someone did ask a question too about the bio product.
Q2QTQ Cranbourne. That's really close to where I live right now. So you might be pretty familiar with the Frankston Shiv.
Frankston, yeah, it's not far from here at all, actually.
But you know what a Frankston shiv is, yeah?
Yeah, I do. Yeah.
Yeah. For those who don't, it's a screwdriver.
Yeah.
Here we go. At 9:29, Mark. How to make butter. 3 easy homemade methods.
G'day, Mark, by the way.
Contract 21. What is it?
9:29.
Not
Jesus.
not
Fuck, it's
a
amazing
man.
how many comments you get in a minute, eh?
Yeah. Yep. Someone's asked, is it a byproduct? I don't know if they were talking about the formaldehyde in the water,
Oh, there it is.
in the bottled water.
That's,
Yeah.
yeah.
Yeah, I saw it flash past before and I thought, oh,
Mm.
that might be interesting for the website.
Imagine if all those people making comments were making Patreon contributions.
I know.
Mm,
I could do some amazing stuff.
yeah.
So just to answer
Robert
that
says,
question
sure. I'm guessing
about
that
the
could be sure with you need another invite link. So let's drop another invite link in to the mix.
so if Melissa asked the question, I was wondering if that's about the formaldehyde in the bottled water. Yes, it's a byproduct from the plastic, from the making of the plastic. It's leaking out of that into the water.
I don't know. You know what? I'm gonna have to leave you two here for a second because the back teeth are floating. I've gone past my 2-hour limit.
Yep, righto. Off you go.
I'll be back in a second.
Look, I've got tech support right behind me. I'm good.
Yep. All right. Sweet. I'll be back.
Enjoy.
Someone's saying Tim Tams are made from plastic.
They don't taste like they're made from plastic.
No. Copper, someone's saying copper good, not lead. Never seen bamboo toilet paper. Yes, it is actually on the shelves. They mightn't have it at the moment, but they do actually. Some of them are in boxes. I think they've got a box of so many. I don't know if it's about 6 in a box, but it's actually a brand of bamboo toilet paper because I've actually seen it on the shelves.
Toilet paper recommended by pandas worldwide.
Well, I have seen it. I know it's there. It's on the shelf.
I've
And
seen
that's
it.
the one. Yeah, that's the one that doesn't have formaldehyde in it.
Yep.
So, just rolling through these. Someone's just saying full house water filtration is the only solution. Yeah, or what's the other one? The osmosis thing as well has been mentioned.
Those large jars you can buy the replaceable filters for. They're okay, yeah.
The which one? Sorry.
They're large earthenware jar
Yeah.
with filters in them for water.
Okay.
Set you
I don't
back
think
about
I've.
$400. You just pour tap water into them and let it run through the filter overnight, and you've got your filtered water the next day. So it's not instantaneous, but
Yeah. Oh, yeah. I haven't actually seen those, but they're good to know.
yeah,
So someone else.
make some ornament on your kitchen bench as well.
Oh, okay.
There's all sorts of them, all different colours, shapes.
So someone else is saying here, Clark is saying formaldehyde is an embalming. Yes, they do use it for embalming. They also use it in labs as it preserves body parts. So we use it for histos when the doctors are cutting out bits and parts of your body. It'll go into a histo jar. It's called formalin. And they'll have their jars or containers with body parts. That's what preserves it all. I actually had to get it for the kneecap that I had at home. It had to be preserved in formaldehyde. So yeah, because it's a product called formalin. Formalin, yeah. That's
Mhm.
Here's that link.
this.
There's Robin saying, "Tell me about it." Martin reckons Robin's in the hair and makeup van before entering stage left. There.
Wow.
I am behind in the comments here. Link raw milk PDF. So there's a link to a raw milk PDF. Very good with URL. What is a Tim Tam? Is that a joke?
It depends on where the person is.
Is it a mat mitt? Yeah, I just read it backwards. That's all it was. It's really intelligent, I know. Even the sugar in Tim Tam is fake. Someone's on the drugs that killed River Phoenix. Great song.
Mm.
So someone's mentioned here cleaning teeth with peroxide, 3% kills bacterial and whitens.
Yeah, I've heard of the using peroxide or some kind. I think it was hydro something. I can't remember. Something to do with some form of peroxide. I can't remember now.
They have
I got
bamboo
bamboo
undies.
pillows. They are now gone.
Awful. Yeah, but someone just mentioned they have bamboo undies.
I've got bamboo undies, but I stopped wearing them because pandas kept attacking me when I was walking in the park.
Surprised they haven't tried to rip me legs off. I got bamboo socks. Best thing I ever bought. One of the bamboo toilet brands, paper brands, is called Who Gives a Crap. Now that is a marketing strategy and a half. I'd put my name on that.
Someone's
Puree
asked
in the cask water is good. It was a lot better when it was $6 a cask instead of $10.
So Anna Costa has asked a question too.
Have I not gotten to it yet, or is it?
I have no idea. You flash it too fast. Sometimes I can't read it all before you flash to the next one.
Oh, yeah, got to watch out for them flashes. You know, there's a great joke I heard a while ago.
Take
Right?
it as a pattern forming here.
So once upon a time, there was this red man. He lived in a red house, and had red towels. Red car. He even managed to make the grass red. Everything was fucking red.
Oh, look, she's in Canada. That's why she doesn't know what Tim Tams are. She's in Canada.
Ah, there you go. It's a bit.
So they don't have Tim. They don't have Tim Tams over there.
It's a creamy chocolate biscuit. You know what? We got to help people out. So I guess we should
share some culture.
That's it. And we're being culturally sensitive here and helping people out understand what a Tim Tam is.
Well, that's great that she's from Canada and listening in. That's wonderful.
This is a Tim Tam.
My daughter lives in Canada.
It used to be just straight up the original, but now they do all these other weird things with them. It was considered, it's kind of like an Australian heritage thing, and then I think an American company bought Arnott's out, and there was a bit of an uprising, and I'm not sure who bloody owns it now, but to be honest, I can't remember the last time I ate one of these things. My teeth are kind of aching looking at it. So anyway, there was this red man in his red house, right? And this lady, she's selling makeup or whatnot. She loves up on the doorstep this one day, and knocks on the door. And the red man, he was having a shower at the time, And then one of the important things is he'd never actually ever seen a woman before. I don't know why that's relevant, but it's an important part of the story. I remember that's something I should have said earlier, and I'm really fucking this up, so I'm going to give it a good run anyway. So anyway, he's having this shower. He hears a knock at the door, comes running down in his towel, and in complete shock because he's never seen a woman before, he drops his towel. The woman, obviously, shocked by seeing a red man with his wang hanging out. Hey, she's just lost her shit, run out, gets hit by a car. Now, the moral of the story is you should never cross the road while the red man is flashing.
Boom, boom.
Tips. I'm glad I got a laugh, even though I totally fucked it up. You drink less alcohol and 50% the preservative use. That's for how that's why when you wake up,
If
feel
you're
half
half dead.
dead. It's because you
Makes
are.
sense.
Yep.
Again, thank you for the homebrew.
So someone's said, I heard hot water is bad for you because it contains copper from the pipes, but do we still have copper pipes?
That's
Well,
what I
that
was looking
well,
for. Hydrogen peroxide. Thank you.
yes. But they've been getting
There's
rid of
somebody up
copper
here was-
pipe over time.
Mm.
But there are still some places that still have copper pipe in the ground.
Somebody up here was saying, here we go, copper is great. I wear copper bands on both arms. Most look at them and think I'm mad. Don't care, even if they're right.
Yeah, it's supposed to help for arthritis. So
Mm.
people wear them on their arms. A lot of people tend to turn their skin green from wearing it.
Yes, Tism, awesome. Love them. They were great live too. Got to see them a couple of times.
Some
Wonder
coppers
how
are bad
tissues
for you,
are.
though.
Yeah,
Like
definitely.
the ones in
Yeah.
Victoria during COVID.
But the Victorian police have always, or coppers have always been notoriously bad. Like, I mean, you know, they created Ned Kelly. If you have a look at the story, it seems like, you know, almost from inception. You know, Victorian cops were bad. I remember when I was a kid. You know, I used to, you know, what was the joke? I'm going to totally fuck it up. But, oh, how do you know Victorian police are around? You hear bang, 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 bang. Stop or I'll shoot.
Yeah, it takes me back.
Mm. Bamboo socks, yes, totally awesome. Bamboo sheets, cool. Oh, hang on. I'm going back in time again. Hot flashes, you'll get arrested. He was having a shower. It might have been a hot shower, maybe, and he was red.
Rachel's put up, remember the Erin Brockovich movie? A friend told me her case was still going about a year or two ago. Interesting.
She's working for
Sorry,
Stein
Jan, I'll
Law
try
in
to slow
Australia
down.
now.
What was that one that just said, Tracy, go back? I haven't.
So you tell him, Tracy. I had that problem all the time trying to read the bloody comments.
Yes.
You got to see how many of them there are. You people say too much. It's too many, so many people. We're like 409 people just in this one, and there's probably another. What are we looking at in the other stream? 123 there. Yeah, wow. We're clocking up a few views. Just a few. He gives a crap is made in China. Wow. Prob China. Scotland here. I didn't know what it was either. Well, I'm glad we educated everybody as to what a Tim Tam is. The most important question of the night. What the fuck is a Tim Tam? And it's owned by the Chinese now. Oh, God. Is there anything we haven't sold to the Chinese yet? Or is the only thing made in China that lasts longer than 2 fucking weeks? Yeah, that's a good one. I have heard it before, but it keeps getting funnier every single time I see it. G'day, Robin. How are you?
Hello, how is everybody? Greetings. Hi.
Sips.
Hello.
I'm just trying to stream it to my X page as well. There we go.
No
Yep,
worries.
Sips. There we go. Oh, I've got
Careful,
my
everyone. Elon's here.
You got to
I've
love
got my
it when that
coaster
happens.
too. I know.
That happens all the time. So I switched it out for a towel. It's classy as fuck, but you know it's really effective, especially I find with the humidity factor of the northern hemisphere regions of the country.
The northern regions. Why am I thinking of sac secretion again? I don't know. Or is that the southern regions? I'm not sure.
Yeah. No, I think definitely. Well, I suppose it depends on whether you're 6 or 9, I guess. Yeah.
So it's Jake and Tracy. Is that right?
Yes.
Oh,
Yeah,
wonderful.
you
Yes.
can call me
Hi.
Mark, but that'll be
Mullet.
There you go. Everybody's names are up.
Beautiful.
cool.
Oh, Jake
Just trying to
Soy. Oh.
Yeah.
trying to catch up on all these comments. So
If you know Stephen King's Dark Tower series, it'll click, but if you don't, otherwise. But anyway,
No.
sorry,
No.
not familiar.
no.
So it's not a reference to the soy boy nonsense that goes around the traps
No,
with
I'm not
the
that
young
intelligent.
people.
Not clever enough to come up with something of that ilk.
Mm-hmm. Oh, hi everyone. Hi. Yes, well. Yes. The talks about
vampire.
the
Yeah. Hi, Mark. Going back to my going back to the pathology days. That's why he said
Yes,
vampire.
yes, the bloodletting.
Yep.
Sorry, Robin, you were saying?
Oh, just talking about the bugs and then the butter. I thought that was interesting. A lot of people, I think we don't actually realise how many products, not only that we ingest, but that we apply to our bodies that already contain bugs before we had Mr. Bill Gates and everybody else talking about eating them. How many products actually contain bugs that we were already using before and already consuming, exactly like Jim Jams.
Definitely. There's actually a documentary, which is why I ended up finding that article there about all the shit that's in perfume. I'm just trying to think of what it was called, but it went like right into the how heavily guarded the secrets of certain perfumes are, and how they'd use the weirdest shit you'd ever heard of. And yeah, pretty much that urine is one of the big ingredients, but they don't want to tell you. They don't want to take, because they don't want you to steal their amazing recipes and whatnot. But I think if people knew what was in them, they wouldn't buy them either.
Well, I had someone point out to me that the Anzac biscuits had bugs in them, and some flour they're bringing out now with made from bugs as well.
The cheaper versions of like Woolies brands or Coles brands. Yeah, you're right.
Oh, is it? Yeah.
Yep.
There you go. Even the Anzac biscuits apparently are full of bugs.
Yeah, well, I mean, I've talked a couple of times about this story, and then it was reported by the BBC with a new vaccine facility that was previously a nuclear facility. Sounds safe, but when you look at companies' records that they publish to the public, if you look at it, any full bar of chocolate, there's a certain percentage of it that is cockroaches, and they actually have levels which are acceptable for human consumption. So next time you buy a bar of chocolate, there's an acceptable level of cockroach in your bar of chocolate. How's that?
So who determined what that acceptable level was, and how did they do it?
A glass and a half of full cream silkworm.
Wow, the secret of silk. Here we go.
Yeah. That's how they get that smooth, velvety texture.
We need that silk to pass through two assholes.
Yeah.
Oh dear. Yeah, there you go. Yeah, Mark's got a good point. Bugs, motorcycle riders' teeth are filled with bugs. Yeah, if you don't get stung by a bee, yeah, it's most definitely your grill. You got a bug grill. Yeah.
Wow, I think you guys are like, I don't think I'm ever going to catch up with these comments.
Yeah, there's a lot in here, eh? I'm just trying to get my way through them on the side.
Foreskin is used in makeup. Whose?
Sandra Bullock's. I saw her interviewed on Ellen DeGeneres. I don't know why I was watching it.
Degenerate. Yeah, sorry.
Yeah,
Degenerate.
exactly. I agree. Degenerate
And
for
yeah,
sure.
she came clean about her boy's foreskin facial makeup, how she stayed so young.
Disgusting.
You read as adrenochrome.
That's
Absolutely
interesting. Well, there's
disgusting.
always Elizabeth Bathory, who used to bathe in the blood of virgins to prolong her own youth.
Yeah, why not?
Yeah. I'd just like to thank Cradle of Filth for educating me about that.
Cradle
They
of
wrote-
Filth.
Yeah, it's a British black metal band. You know, a whole vampire fucking thing, a lot of screaming and carrying on, and very
Yep.
fast, death metal-y sort of thing, or black metal.
Mhm.
Yeah, and they wrote a concept album. The whole album was about Elizabeth Bathory.
Wow.
It's quite an interesting piece of music if you can stomach the content and the style.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
I did read a review back in the day when it first come out that what a stunning piece of music, and it's a beautiful fucking, or maybe not beautiful, but very very creative lyrical constructs. If only you could understand his vocal style.
There's heaps and heaps of comments.
And I know Laura's a huge fan of Cradle of Filth. It's one of her favorites.
That's a pretty cool name, I have to say.
It is.
Cradle
It
of
is
Filth.
very creative.
Actually, I'm going to
creative.
write that down because there's a number of cradles of filth around the world. Yes, I'm writing that one down. Cradle of Filth.
Yeah.
My last addition to my dictionary was Sky Spews instead of Sky News. Sky
I like
Spews.
that one.
Yeah,
Sky
I
Spews.
like that one.
Yeah.
Someone commented Sky Spews. Can't remember. If you're watching, please say it was you. I want to remember who that was. Cradle of
You
Filth.
watch about 50 comments come up. It was me.
No, I did ask the other day, and nobody owned up to the Sky Spews.
Yeah.
But there you go.
Here's your opportunity to make up utter bullshit right now and claim it was yours.
Yeah.
You might find yourself being able to run as the next politician somewhere here in Townsville.
Who?
Whoever can come up with the next line of bullshit, I guess.
That's so true. Oh dear.
Oh, I had to. It's cruel, but it had to be done.
Mm-hmm.
Actually, someone just brought up something back there. I don't know. You were flashing again, Mark. Like really fast.
I thought I put it away.
And someone just mentioned about something about antifreeze. I think it was in ice cream. I think did they mention? And I'm pretty sure when I was talking to earlier,
vodkas as well. A lot of vodkas use antifreeze, which I learnt from the world's leading conspiracy theorist Joe Rogan when he was interviewing Dan Aykroyd, who is one of the owners or part investors in the Crystal Skull vodka. And I was always a bit, I don't know if I can watch a 3-hour podcast. Here I am making them. I haven't got that much time. And my mate of mine who was right into the Joe Rogan podcast, long before it was uncool to watch him. He's like, nah, I know you love Dan Aykroyd and Ghostbusters and all this fucking alien shit. You've got to watch the podcast with Dan Aykroyd. I'm like, all right, cool. I'll give it a run.
I'll have to watch it.
I think I was about 20 minutes, half an hour in. I was down at Dan Murphy's buying a bowl of Crystal Skull vodka. He
if you
sold
watch
the product really well.
Terrence Howard, you'd be buying a case, I think. The Joe Rogan interview with Terrence Howard was out there.
Okay.
Yeah. Just a shout out
things to watch.
To Joanne. Joanne's just joined. Hi, Joanne. She's the pickleball lady from WTF. Late to the party. Great turnout for the sheep convoy today in Perth. We had 4 convoys coming from all directions across Western Australia to have a Keep the Sheep rally in Perth. So, Joanne, I'd love to talk to you about that. I did set up a live stream today, and no one was brave enough to jump on. I was rather disappointed.
Sorry, I
But
was driving
anyway,
a truck.
but the videos that people put up, yeah, absolutely fantastic. See all the truckers there and people in their vehicles and all the supports. So that's fantastic. Thanks for bringing that up, Joanne, because yeah, we have to back our farmers, you know.
Oh, awesome.
Yeah, we do.
Yeah.
We're losing too many of them.
No
We
farmers, no
take
food.
the farmers for granted. It's got to stop.
Especially those of us living out in regional areas, you know. I mean, Struth, that's one of the main things that made a lot of these towns, and has kept a lot of these towns functioning for the last couple hundred years.
That's right.
So Mark here wants to change the subject to remind everyone Tucker Carlson is coming to Sydney, Brisbane and Cairns, and I do believe
Who can afford to go and see Tucker Carlson? Who can afford that?
we got free tickets. Thanks, Mark.
Oh, fuck.
So I'll let you know all about it.
Thanks.
Yeah, good on you.
I can't help it. Mark's a good friend. He's helped me out.
I will be very interested to hear your perspective, Mark, because yeah, I'm sure it shall be
Enlightening.
entertaining, informative, yes, enlightening, all sorts of things. So yeah.
Are you going to interview Tucker Carlson for the show?
Oh, Struth, I'll give it a red hot go, eh? You know, I might have to send him an email and just say, hey, you know how you were in the mainstream media? Well, I was in the mainstream media, but I was that guy that you guys don't talk about, you know, the one holding the camera.
Let's all send him an email and get his attention.
Yeah, hey, mail bomb him. Mail bomb Tucker Carlson. Let him know I'll see him in Cairns. No, don't do that.
Why not?
That actually might. It could work or it might go horrendously wrong. I don't know. Hey, look, you know, got to be in it to win it, eh?
That's it.
True.
Amazing in nature, hydrogen peroxide. I didn't know. I thought that was engineered. That's amazing. And where do you find hydrogen peroxide in nature? Does anybody know?
Billy Idol's hair.
Yeah, half of Hollywood, you reckon?
Talking, sort of leading on from there, Mark. Did anybody see? And once again, circling back to Joe Rogan, that gentleman that was recently on Joe Rogan. A lot of people really like him. A lot of people think he's one of these Pied Piper people within the movement. Who cares? But he, there's a lot of shorts out there at the moment, and he goes into detail about the periodic table and its relation to sound and tone, and also electromagnetic field, all these sorts of things.
Yeah, that's the one with Terrence
Howard
that I mentioned. Yeah.
What's
Say
that?
again, sorry, Jake.
That was the Terrence Howard one that I mentioned.
Mm-hmm.
He goes down some pretty deep rabbit holes. It's interesting, but the concepts that he comes up with aren't anything that I've ever heard before. But
Sorry,
he makes
Victoria.
Yeah, the visual, and then the clips that they pulled up when he was on Joe Rogan. I'd never seen those before. So I thought it was very interesting. I've only seen shorts. I haven't had the time to actually watch the whole podcast. Yeah, screw nut Tucker Carlson. Michael, I always fall into a trap with Michael. I always swear that I'll read his comments before saying them out loud, but I fail every time, and I say them out loud every time.
Oh, I've learned. I just look at the pictures now. Makes it a bit easier. Don't read the words. Look at the pictures.
Oh dear. Yeah.
Yeah. Look, you know, the whole Tucker Carlson thing. Wow.
You'll have to do a debrief after, Mark.
I think I'll have to take notes in some capacity, you know. But I mean, given that these are free tickets, I might, you know, have to be dealing with the blood nose factor. So we'll see how I go.
What's a blood nose factor? What does that mean?
Because you know, like right up the back
Bouncer.
and high altitude, you know,
I don't get it.
high
I,
up in the
I,
back, like high
I
altitude,
took
you know,
that
you get a blood
completely
nose.
differently.
Oh, got ya.
Mm.
Yep.
Yeah.
Well,
Sorry,
you
bad
know,
joke.
beggars can't be choosers.
Yeah. That's
Says
it.
me.
I
That's
thought you
it.
were talking about fronting a bouncer or something. And
Well, you know, I was probably more thinking like the nosebleed section, something to that effect. But that's probably
Well, that was always in my day, Mark. That was always right at the front where the mosh pit was.
Yes.
No
I
wonder.
don't think we're going to get up the front though.
And I don't
No.
think there'll be a mosh pit.
Building 7 crickets. Wow, who knows? You know.
I think Tucker Carlson would be very interested in what's being done with Cafe Lockdown and all its different presenters. I think he'd be very interested.
He might be.
Mm.
Hey, well, let's reach out and see what happens. Like, I mean, at the end of the day, you know, as I understand it, he, you know, has basically said that shit, he bought into the whole COVID thing to start with, and that he's at that awakening point. Maybe it's just at that level of this is what I understand. And I've watched a couple of his podcasts in the last couple of days. There was actually a few of them that are actually really good. You know,
And he interviews
pull it up
every
this
man
way.
as well, not just famous politicians or
Hmm.
whatever. He like people off the street. So I don't know. I reckon he might be interested in what's happening here with Cafe Lockdown.
Well, No Name Contract 21 has a very good question, which relates to what you just said there, Jake. So maybe not. He's interested, depending on the answer to No Name Contract 21's question.
So I'm I'm falling way behind. Yeah,
Yeah.
Mark wanted to mention the 432 hertz thing. We'll come back to it. Yes, 432 hertz, definitely the way to go. That was actually mentioned on the What the Fuck show the other day too. It's actually the heart frequency, according to my frequency manual that I have here, and a few other, you know, things. There's a really quick one you can check out if you just go to, I think it's YouTube, and you go 440. Sorry, is the standard pitch frequency you'll get on a you know, a tuner such as the one I have down there buried under that pile of shit. You know, that's yeah, what they call concert pitch. But again, that's a variation too. So, you know, depending on which symphony you become a part of, it can be 441, it can be 44. You know, there's a few different slight variations. It depends on, you know, what the composer or whoever's, you know, waving the stick, I can't think of the name, that has decided is the way to tune it. But there is a video. If you do 440 versus 432, I found a video there where they played exactly the same fucking song in the two different frequencies, and they're like, right, which one do you think sounds better? You know, and instantly, straight away, as soon as you know, I've gone, right, I like that one. You know, the one I picked, I'm like, they're going, that was 432, and since then, I've tuned all my guitars to 432, and I'm like, oh fuck, that just feels so much better. Why didn't I do this 20 fucking years ago? Like, seriously, if you play music and you have the ability to change it to 432, I highly recommend it. For me, I reckon it's the way to go.
I was talking to when I interviewed Mark Devlin some time ago now. He's previously was a DJ, but for the past 15 years has been researching the nefarious nature of the music industry. And we were talking about all sorts of things, but I mentioned to him that I remember it was probably about 15 years ago, something like that. I caught an interview with Marilyn Manson, and he was talking about how they purposely changed the frequencies in the song to evoke a certain response from the audience. And I was really disappointed. I said this to Mark. I was really disappointed that the journalist who was interviewing him didn't jump on that and ask him to expand on what he had just said, because it's very interesting. And to have, you know, whether you like Marilyn Manson or not, he is mainstream. whether you like him or not, to have a mainstream artist actually admit that openly and to not ask him further questions about that, I was so disappointed. But yeah, get on to Mark Devlin. He talks about all these sorts of things. It's absolutely fascinating and devastating to realise that so many of our beloved artists, whether they are aware or not, their music is being used to manipulate people through frequency alone, let alone
And
images, sound, lyrics, blah, blah, blah.
I dare say Marilyn Manson would be very knowledgeable on it, being as he is a Mason and a member of the Church of Satan.
Who?
Marilyn Manson.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
Yeah. So.
Do you want to? I could show you something.
Or
funny,
an ordained priest, I believe, actually, if, unless he was full of shit. That's what he wrote in his book.
Highway to Hell. Yeah. Not a bad book, that one.
Long, hard road out of hell, wasn't it?
That's right, yeah. I was thinking of Akadaka, not the Australian Centres for Disease Control, but
yeah, the other one.
I saw an interview with LaVey once, the guy who wrote the Satanic Bible, and he said it was just a piss take. He wasn't being serious at all. Having read it, I can sort of see where he's coming from. But yeah.
I was looking for a copy of that back when I was a Marilyn Manson fan in like 1999, I think it would have been.
Can I show
I
you
searched
my
all
leg?
through fucking. Why not?
Leg.
Can you get it up that high?
Well, I can, but I can't twist it around. That's the problem. I'm covered in tats. I'm a big Manson fan, actually.
Manson.
No, I've let my secrets out.
Oh no, it's all right.
I have a
copy of his book, and actually, I was looking for a copy of that back in '99, and you couldn't find it. I went all throughout fucking Melbourne, the entire city. You could not find it. It was like such a hard thing to find. And anytime I walk into a bookstore and ask for it, they look at you like you had two fucking heads.
Try the Esoteric Bookshop.
Well, you don't have to. Now you just go to any bookstore, $10.
You order it online.
$10 in any fucking bookstore. Like, I was absolutely amazed at how easy it is to get now, as opposed to back then where it was impossible. I ended up getting, was it the Death Trilogy by Terry Pratchett from a comic book shop in the end because I couldn't find the Satanic Bible. But I did finally find a copy of it. I thought, well, $10, fuck it, why not? Let's have a look. Know your enemy. And I think I got maybe 2 or 3 pages in before I was really, really angry with what I was reading, and I'm like, fucking glad I didn't get a hold of this back then.
I had a copy of it when I was 17, and my mother burnt it. She was a good Catholic woman, and she didn't approve of my reading material, so she burnt it. But you're right.
A mate of mine had that happen to his 9 Inch Nails CD. His parents were full blown fucking, they were kind of like Seventh-day Adventists, like some kind of version of it, and they came home one day and there's like Trent Reznor screaming, "Your God is dead," so that was the end of the CD.
Well, I do have a special edition here. This is a special edition that I was given for my birthday. It's by a photographer. What's his name? Perot. And he did the 21 Years of Hell from Manson. And this is a rather special book, something that I prize. I know people aren't going to like this, but
no,
if
I reckon you're going to upset a lot of people, to be honest.
If anybody pays attention to the lyrics and also to Manson's actions when he's active and when he's quiet, it says a lot. I've got all sorts of things I could show you, but I won't.
Well, you got me intrigued now. I think I might have to go pull shit out of
Yes,
my
I've got all
bookcase in a minute.
sorts of things around
I've
here.
actually got photos from the big day out. When he was when the he was ripping pages out the Bible and doing all that jazz, and he was getting protested, and like
Yep.
they were fucking piffing shit at him, And I've got like a
Yep.
friend of mine that at the time got this like perfect shot of a water bottle bouncing off his fucking head and the water
That's in Perth.
spraying and everything.
That
No, that was
happened
here in
Perth.
Melbourne.
Oh,
But they
really?
did
Well,
that in Perth,
it happened
yeah.
in Perth as well at Bassendean Oval, and after it happened on his 5th song. I think it was after White White World or whatever it was, and so he kicked the shits and walked off stage. Funnily enough, Hole was actually playing that night with Kurt Cobain's
Courtney.
wife, Courtney Love.
Mm.
And we actually found her notebook on stage, which I've kept also, which is very
Oh,
yes.
now that
all
would
sorts
be
of-
fucking worth seeing.
Yeah.
I would
there you
love
go.
to see that.
Got any
Right, I'm
quotes
jumping on a
for
plane to
Robert
WA.
on that
I
tone?
need to see that.
Well, it's very. The reason why it's very interesting is because it's all incoherent ramblings. So try to
Really?
make sense of it. No, not happening.
So you
But
reckon she was high as a kite?
oh yeah, I mean, am I a weirdo as well? I have notebooks that I have ramblings in. Am I a strange person?
Wow. People are watching us. We must be strange. And people are strange when you're a stranger.
That's right. There you go. Who was that?
Mark.
Was that
The Doors.
Doors.
Sorry, Tracy.
No, you're right. I was
Another
just
one
going
of
to
the
say, Mark.
27 Club. Yes, sorry, Trace.
I just found a comment from Anna who asked about the things I was reading out before, chemicals and additives. She's asked, is there a link? Would you be able to put that up for her to the link to the
Talking about this one?
government website for those vaccines? Because that was what I was reading out, what was in those vaccines.
The
Not
Not
immunisation
supposed to be
handbook.
reliable. Not
Yes,
supposed
the
to be reliable
immunisation.
information from the government.
Yeah.
Well,
I mean,
they
who
actually
else would
put
you
up
trust?
there about formaldehyde in them, so
Wow. Yeah. Well,
Yeah.
that's on all the leaflets, apart from when you look at Pfizer, Moderna, all those
Yes.
ones. They are in the other ones. Yeah.
yeah. So she was just asking, was there a link that she could use to get to it? So could you just put some of them up for
Yeah,
her,
I
please?
just punched a bunch of them in now.
Thank you.
Of course, people can always email if they are unable to acquire it from the chat. So
Yeah,
there's a
because
whole
sometimes it's
bunch.
not
I
easy to
believe I
find
got
some of
them
these
all.
things.
Hmm.
You go
No.
looking and then you can't find them,
And fascinatingly, it depends on, I guess, your search engine and how you've trained the machine to think
Bing.
too. And I'm sure Jake could possibly, talk to this, being a little bit more IT savvy. But, the search algorithms eventually adapt to the way you do things. And if you've never looked for this sort of stuff before, it doesn't know how to find it, sort of thing. It's always trying to guide you. And I think once you sort of break the the wall of censorship and you keep going, no, this is what I'm looking for, eventually the machine kind of gives up and goes, I'll just give him what he wants. And it's an R2D2 sort of a thing, the machines develop bad personalities.
Oh, that's a frightening thought. Machines don't have personalities as of yet. Not that they've released to us that we know of, but
Well, if you think about it from
They're working on it.
now, now I'm going to totally take this out to the kind of concepts I was talking about with Maurice the other day. If you place enough energy into something, theoretically, you could adapt it. So you can train a machine to be, more harmonious with you if you work with it. It's the same as like, good camera, please work. Stop splitting the screen and going nuts. I'm going to have to replace your camera. Nice car. Stop breaking down on me. As opposed to swearing and abusing and throwing negative energy into it. So you could change the energy of whatever it is around you by your attitude, so to speak.
I totally get what you're talking about, but that would assume, I mean, either one of two things, it could be more, but one of two things. Either you would believe that an object is sentient, or the alternative is that, as you said, you can influence things around you by the energy that you manifest, for lack of a better word.
May the force be with you.
Oh, that's a big trick for the kiddies out there. May the force be with you, for fuck's sake. Sorry. Potty mouth
And the
coming
important
out.
thing, you know, using the inappropriate Star Trek stuff with the Star Wars and upsetting the culture wars.
You can't do that.
I can't do that.
Let's live long and prosper,
I can
for
do
fuck's
that.
sake.
I can't do this one though. No. Oh, hold on. No, not possible. Oh, you could. Well, Tracy, can you do that?
What's that?
Is it the Star Trek thing? Oh, have I done it?
Oh,
Have I done
no.
it? I've done it.
Yeah, you did
Oh,
it. Yeah.
you passed
You
a
go.
spell on me. Look at this.
Live long and prosper.
See? Pass the energy. See, not only did I illustrate the point, I demonstrated the point.
Daryl, that's a bit much. Pretty funny though.
But can you do this?
Oh, God. Can I? Yeah.
No, it's just, hang on.
Oh, you got to go like this. You got to slide it in.
Yep.
Yeah.
That's what she said. Sorry. Sorry.
May that foreskin be with you, apparently.
Yeah, well, Sandra Bullock thinks it's pretty good. Anyway.
So as far as the week's been, it's been a very adventurous week for a lot of people. There's been a lot of things happening, particularly this week. Can I ask a question? What's everyone's, top of mind, wonderful thought of the happenings of the week?
Trump's conviction.
Sorry, you got convicted of what?
Trump's conviction in the courts yesterday.
Trump's conviction. Yeah, well, as if we didn't know that was going to happen.
Yeah.
I think, everybody's saying we know he's going to be found guilty, have just gone from conspiracy theorist to prophet. And, it was actually a concept that's been bounced around in my head most of the week. It's like, I think, from a certain point of view, conspiracy theorists are prophets. 2,000 years ago, they'd be nailing us to a cross.
Well, we are being nailed to a cross. You just can't see it. It's called fifth generational warfare.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, they did say that it's not going to stop him from running, though, didn't they? That he can still run in the next election.
He wouldn't be the first president to run for the office from prison. That happened back in the 1800s, I believe.
Yeah, I'm not aware of that.
Can't say I heard that, Ron.
Not sure of the name of the president, but I'm pretty sure one of them actually
was that his get out of jail free card, or?
Yeah, I guess.
Well, the funny thing about the Trump trial is that when the jurors went out to deliberate, there was the judge gave a letter to all of those people and said that these are they didn't actually name the charges. These are the charges, and there was a multitude of them, obviously, and said you don't actually have to be unanimous in one. You can just pick one and say that he's guilty, and then we rule he's guilty. So that's what's happened. Tim Pool did a really great podcast about that letter from the Supreme Court judge. So, again, we're just, I'm not a Trump fan. I'm not defending him at all. But what I am saying is that it's all just fraud. It's just fraudulent. And I can only guess tomorrow the mainstream media in America. We'll be having a field day right now. I just saw images of dickheads standing outside the court with, signs, lock him up and all these sorts of things. They're loving it. All these purple-haired people out there just screaming at cameras and so on and so forth. But, so they didn't actually have to agree on one charge. They just, just say he's done something wrong, and none of you actually have to agree with each other. And we'll just put the guilty ruling. So essentially, that's what has happened. Yeah. And I'll just reiterate: I'm not on the Trump bandwagon, but I am most certainly on the bandwagon of truth, liberty, and justice. That's for sure. So I think.
And the fundamental rule of law
going on there.
Of course there is. And we know this, and none of us should be surprised. So, I mean, what happens
It's going to be interesting what the aftermath. Well, yeah, the aftermath of these events is going to be interesting. And it doesn't matter who wins the election. It's going to end up in violence, which isn't a good thing. But that seems to be
I'd like to throw
a
theory, a conspiracy theory / prophecy out there. We've seen what Mr. Ukraine did. What's his fucking
Zelensky?
That's
Penis
the one.
prancer.
Yeah, that guy. They met him in a gay bar. He fucking got his wall and was able to circumvent democracy as a result. Wouldn't mind betting Biden will try something similar. Because they know he can't win, but they need to hold on to power. What if the whole pushing from World War III from multiple points of view is the way he holds on to power?
I think their best.
It's a fucking scary thought, but at the end of the day, they're fucking desperate. And they'll try anything, I reckon.
Their best bet, and they can rely on the fact that nobody's voting for anything. They can do what they want, and they can present to people whoever they want, and tell everybody whatever narrative they want to. So we all know which way they want to take us all globally, and so I have full faith that Jake. Yes, to put my own word in there, it'll be a big shit show. It will be one big shit show, and they want it that way. They want a big shit show because then they can further push their narrative and say, "Look at these bad people. We're the good people." It's just on loop, constantly on loop.
Yeah, exactly.
On loop.
Well, it's like George Galloway says: they're both cheeks of the same ass.
Yes.
I know somebody else who says that a lot too.
I think that might be me. Yeah.
Yeah, you're right. It is. Hang on. Laura, I noticed you added yourself, but your microphone's off and there's no video. Is there a reason behind that?
Maybe she wants to be anonymous and just have a voice. We've had a few people do that. Just the voice. Well, that'd be great because I need a refill and a toot break.
Got to be done. Got to be done.
Somebody asked the question just before, Mark, about was there antifreeze and ice cream? Was that just before? Didn't that just come up?
Yes,
before?
I did see that actually. And somebody else actually wanted to elaborate earlier on that on the vodka, and it slipped my mind. For more information on that, Dan Aykroyd podcast with Joe Rogan. That's where I learned it.
I've got my highlighter out for that now, Mark.
Check it out. Seriously, and all of a sudden, that's why I've always felt sick when I drink vodka. So I went out and I got that bottle of Crystal Skull vodka, and I just about polished the whole thing off while watching the rest of that podcast, and I didn't wake up feeling crook.
Oh, really? Wow. Well.
It's $100 a bottle for a reason.
Oh.
Yeah. Digest that before you just go. But I also had a lucky win because not long after that, the BWSs all around town decided they were going to discontinue the product. So they dropped the friggin' price from, I think at the time it was about $85 or something. They dropped it down to $60 to get them out. So I went around to every BWS in fucking town. Spent about $600 or whatnot, bought every fucking bottle. had a year's supply. Because I slowly drip fed it out, because high quality product, but it was worth it.
Right, I'm going to get a refill. Was it Laura or Lauren that was there? Is she still in the traps? I can't see her down here.
It's Laura, and I suspect she may be doing something in the background. It's okay. I know who
Well,
Laura
just put a
is.
mic on. Put a mic on.
There's no mic there.
Oh.
Yeah.
I'm going to leave you to it, guys.
No worries, Jake. Nice to meet you, mate.
Hope we catch up again soon.
For sure, my friend. For sure. And thanks for that email. I will respond
Thanks
to
again.
that email that you sent the other day. I've been meaning to get around to it. We'll chat in private.
Yeah, no worries. You're a busy man. I can understand that.
All right, I'm going to say bye, Jake. I'll be back, but I'm just going to cover my camera up.
Bye, Jake. Nice to meet you.
Thank you. You too.
Take care, mate. So we have a new contender. We have a Mark. G'day, Mark. How are you, mate?
All right. Good. How are you?
Yes, we can still hear you, Robin.
G'day, Tracy. G'day, Robin, wherever you are.
Hi,
hello.
Mark. Oh, I'll be back in a jiffy.
You're all right.
I'll tell my story then. I've got an interesting one from today.
Love the hat, mate.
Oh, yeah, I got a couple of these. Yep.
Nice.
And I've got somewhere I've got the a couple of the t-shirts too. Just haven't got one on. I don't know what I'm going to do with them because I've got a couple of the collector ones.
It's hard to wear something that's a kind of a collector item. I think I've got a dime bag Daryl t-shirt in there. One of the guitarists from Pantera when he passed away was one of the guys. I can't remember the name of the band in Melbourne who decided to print a whole bunch up, and he was selling them for like, I think he worked in a t-shirt printing joint. And he was selling them for like $5 a fucking shirt. He's like, I can't let people, cash in on this. I just want to, make sure from the metalheads of Melbourne, everybody knows that, we appreciated, all the fine work that the man did, And a few years on, Hell Yeah came out, which was a product of his brother Vinny, who played drums in Pantera, and we got to meet him and do a signing, and I'm like, hey man, would you mind signing the Dimebag t-shirt, which is, in retrospect was a pretty harsh thing to ask, hey, would you mind signing your dead brother's t-shirt, but he signed it, and I've got it in the cupboard right behind me actually, and I haven't worn it since.
Well, these ones I'm sort of debating whether to just bite the bullet and wear them as you should, or stick them in a frame before I do anything. We put them both, get them both, have them mounted, get them both put in a frame.
Maybe you should wear it. Take a photo of you wearing it, and then frame that.
While it's in the frame, put a frame each side of me.
The mirror into the mirror into the mirror concept.
Yep. I went into a neurologist today. All right.
Okay.
Anyway, that's because I'm mental. But I went into a neurologist today, and he asked me. He said, "How you going? You keeping busy?" And I said, and I always do this. I said, "No, not anymore." He said, "Oh, why? You retired, have you?" I said, "Yeah, forced retirement. Dan Andrews and his mandates." And he looked and he went, oh, righto. And this bloke's probably in late 60s, maybe close to 70. And he didn't really want to touch that and that. So we're chatting away about a few different things. And I said, the reason was because I worked for Vic Roads, so I worked for the state government. And I said, part of the reason was, I told them it's my medical information and it's got nothing to do with you, so I'm not telling you. All right. And anyway, he said, oh, yeah, yep. I said, but what I did do, though, is I said I actually did book in to go for a vaccination. And that pricked his ears up and he started listening. And I said, I went in there and I said everyone was up to about their third or fourth. And I went in there for me first. So I'm sitting there doing me, as I walked into the doctor's surgery, there was a doctor in front of me and there was a nurse over here. And she's standing there with a mask on and the needle. And as soon as I walked in the room, she's going, which arm? And I said, hang on a minute, just hang on. So I'm filling out the consent form for what it's worth. And I signed it. And the doctor's filling out me vax, like the details and all the batch number and so forth. And just before she come up to me with the needle, loaded, ready, she's saying, which arm? And I said, stop. I said, before you go on, I said, I'm only here due to threat of loss of employment. With that, the doctor turned over the informed consent form, crossed my name out, and said, I can't do you. Now, and that's because of the criteria too in the vaccine guidelines that you had just had up. And the neurologist, you know what he says to me? When I told him, he's sitting there glued to the story there. And he said, when I said they wouldn't do me, he said, oh, and why was that? And I just looked at him and I said, because I didn't give me consent. I said in the criteria too of the vaccine, the federal government guidelines, it says it's to be given with no threats of or coercion.
Yeah.
And he went, oh, now this is a neurologist that I told him about that today. After all that time, I was dumbfounded.
Yeah, they had to do that here in Townsville. As soon as they came in and said that they were only doing it to keep their jobs, most of them, not all of them, but some of them then were turned around and told that they couldn't do them after they found that out, because that was why they were mainly doing them. And then once they said that, because then it was under coercion, see? So then they had to say we can't do it. Yeah.
That's all it took.
That's right.
At that point, they're obviously not going to write you a get out of jail free card.
No.
I'm guessing you go back to your job.
Yeah.
And you tell them that story. Then what happens?
Yep. You know what they said to me? Why did you go and do that for? Or why did you tell him that?
That's right.
And I said, well, why wouldn't I?
Yeah, what do you want me to lie?
It's the truth. I said, it's the truth.
Yeah.
You know? So, I think I did say that to him. I said, what did you want me to do? Lie? You know? And it, yeah. So, I always said to him, I said, look, when you get rid of me, you got to remember something. I said, I used to fight pretty hard in my job for you guys, but after you get rid of me, I've got no one to fight for except myself, have I? So you got to remember, keep that in mind.
Oh, good work, man.
I haven't finished with them yet.
So, do you plan to take action?
Yes. It's always there. I have been in the Fair Work Commission. I took them there very early on. That was...
I'm guessing you didn't get any results there.
No, I could see after about... after the second hearing, I could see very clearly that all they were interested in was whether the employer had followed the appropriate guidelines to get rid of me. You know, with offering you counselling, with offering you this, with offering all through what HR organisations do. As long as they follow,
needed more counselling. Clearly, you were telling the truth. What the fuck is wrong with you?
Yeah, I know. It's hideous, isn't it? You know that a government employee that I still sort of, I know it sounds a bit probably brandish, but you know I still always believed that I worked for the public, not for them, and that's why they didn't particularly why I sort of ruffled their feathers a bit, because I'd do things they'd want you to bend over backwards for because they're handing out money left hand over fist to contractors these days. It's unbelievable, and that's a whole nother story. But anyway, but even after that, I still can get lost in my own bedroom. I got lost in my own room the other morning.
Are you about to tell a joke or?
No, well, it's a joke on myself because it literally happened. I've been away a lot this year, and I haven't been in this bed here for a couple of months now, and I woke up in the middle of the night and it was still dark to go to the loo or something, and I've got out of bed thinking that I was in one of my other beds. And I've walked off down the other way and I've smacked into a cupboard that I didn't have, but it was there. So I turned a corner and walked into a wall that's not supposed to be there. And I was all delirious in the middle of the night. And all I wanted to do is go to the loo. So, yeah, I can get lost in my own room still.
Fair enough. Hey, look, my old man got lost in the hallway trying to fucking I think it was my brother. He was crying in the middle of like 3 o'clock in the morning or some shit. And the old man went to the rescue and got lost in the hallway. The old lady had to come find him. Yeah, the whole house was woken up that night. It was very, very entertaining evening. Not as good as the time that I think it was my sister was crying and he came in fucking patting my brother on the head. It's all right. You know, what the fuck are you doing, Dad? In the meantime, his sister's still crying. Yeah, he's lost. Wrong room again.
Oh, another good one that happened today at that same place was on my way out. When I got there, I was sitting in the waiting room and it was just deathly silent. Not a sound. And so I've got tinnitus in my left ear. And I was just sitting in the waiting room. My head was ringing and I'm thinking, can't you put a radio on or something? Anyway, I didn't have to sit there long. I went in and saw that guy and that. And he did come out after the appointment. So he was there. He heard this too. And I said to the lady behind the big glass screen on her computer, I said, Jesus, quiet in here. And she said, oh, I love it being so quiet. And I said, oh, it'd drive me mental. I said, I got tinnitus in my left ear. And she said, oh, so was my husband. I said, what, did he go to Canberra and get shot by the government too, did he? And she just went. She said, what do you mean? I said, I got my tinnitus from being shot by the federal government in Canberra at the rally. And they're both just standing there with their mouths wide open like, I went, see ya. And just walked out.
Nice. I got mine from too much heavy metal. It was definitely I got permanent ringing in both my ears. One ear hears high frequency, the other one hears low frequency.
Oh, stereo you got?
No, it's because the guitar amps were on one side and the bass amp was on the other.
Yep, so it's affected different parts. Sorry, Robin.
So if I turn my head like this, I can hear everything. Do the Stevie Wonder.
I was going to take the piss. Don't say that men can't multitask, Mark.
Yeah.
Oh, we've got 2 marks. I mean the heavy metal mark.
We had 3.
Hey, I can show you video evidence of me playing guitar and singing at the same time. And last I checked, that's 2 things.
Mm-hmm.
Or and then we could get. I was even standing up.
Well done.
So I'm going to have to head off shortly because it's getting late and I've got to drive home yet. And I'm pretty sure your son's going to want to go to bed soon. He must be getting tired.
He's 13 years old. Look at that room. There's no way in hell he wants to go to bed.
But
if he's in that bed asleep by 3 a.m., I'll be impressed.
Well, he's not in here at the minute, so I just don't want to. I just don't want to push him out of his room. But before I go, Karen's put a question up asking me, is there antifreeze in ice cream? Right?
That's right, yes.
Do you know what the answer to that is, anybody?
I'm going to say
it's brain freeze, isn't it?
What was that?
It's brain freeze, isn't it?
So, just to quickly answer that before I do have to go, yes, there is. So your commercially made ice cream, It's contains non-toxic antifreeze known as where did I write that down? Propylene glycol and the ethylene glycol. So yes, you will have the antifreeze in the ice cream because it helps to preserve the food. So some of the other things that that's also in is your antiperspirants, deodorants, cosmetics, creams and lotions, salad dressings, hair care, household cleaners and detergents, and lozenges. There you go.
Tasty.
Don't forget
All
aluminium.
about shelf life, not your life.
So so Karen, I got to answer your question about the antifreeze because the ethylene and the propylene glycol is a derivative of antifreeze.
There you go.
So there you go. It's amazing, eh? You just don't know until you start looking. Just how much of this poison we're eating and we're drinking and we don't know.
Mm-hmm.
So
well, there you go. At Tracy, they want you back. They want some more of your amazing research, and you can help me sift through this astounding amount of shit
that I've sent you, Mark. Yes, I know.
You do amazing work, and you are an astounding inspiration, I think, to a lot of people. The amount of stuff that you do, a lot of the things that I've been pulling out on the fails of the week do come from Tracy. I have to confess. She does a lot of work while I'm driving around delivering things to the general masses. So I think that's why I really wanted to bring Tracy in today to show the world what an amazing mind she has and how dedicated she is to showing the world the things that she can find. And I think it's very important to mention that Tracy is fundamentally technologically inept.
Yep, I am.
That's why we have tech support Tyler in the background there, in the next room, to help out. But a look at what she can do. As much as I make a joke about what she can't do, look at what she can do with what she can't do. That is fucking powerful. That is really important. You hear so often people making excuses for why they can't do something, or find a way to do it.
I'm so not tech savvy. I don't have any of that. I got to ring Mark on a regular basis. Hey, Mark, I'm stuck. I don't know what to do or what button to push which is why I'm here sitting in his son's bedroom on here because I am not tech savvy. But I am able to find a lot of information and do it. I've always loved research. So, and
but
finding
you're doing
things
it
out
technologically too. So it's not like you're completely inept. You've learned so much too, and I love the fact that you're not afraid to say, "Hey, help me," and that's another amazing lesson too.
Yeah, that's why I've got you on speed dial, Mark.
Always happy to help those who help themselves.
Just before you go, Tracy, we've got a question there from Melissa. Are these ingredients byproducts from manufacturing? I don't know about antifreeze, but I do know about fluoride. And if you look into fluoride, that is actually a byproduct of the concrete industry. And it costs them money to dispose of that waste. And this isn't a conspiracy. They decided that one way of getting rid of it, just like they used to do with nuclear waste, was dump it in the ocean. Well, they decided to sell off that manufacturing waste to all sorts of companies, and hence we still have now the lie that ingesting it's hydrosilicic fluoride is good for your teeth. No, topically maybe, but when you ingest it, no, it's a poison. You can go along and see all the experiments they've done with cattle and with humans, so on and so forth. But in regards to Melissa's question there, it being a byproduct of manufacturing, don't know about antifreeze, but most certainly fluoride is a byproduct of manufacturing, which we are all ingesting. If you buy toothpaste with fluoride in it, There you go. Fun fact
And it's also being put into the water, so it's not just coming from something; it's being put in there, and it's actually it's a poison with S. I think it's graded an S6 poison. So yeah.
Yeah, it's quite astounding when you look into products which have the mainstream media, funnily enough, have been employed to convince the public that it's given to you for health reasons. There's lots of them out there. So I think that was a great question from Melissa. But I don't know about antifreeze. I don't know if you know either, Tracy, but maybe that's the next install on antifreeze.
Well, I can still hear you. Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Because everything's gone black in here. I'm not sure what's happened.
Where's Tyler tech support?
I don't know. He's not in here.
On my way to the bathroom, I might see if I can find him. I shall.
Here he is. He's pushed a button.
All right, my back teeth are floating. I'm going to hand the North Queensland over to Western Australia for a moment.
There he is. Thanks, Tyler. I wondered why everything just went black.
Robin, did you see much more of the trucks today?
Thank you.
Yeah, I saw a couple of videos.
Thank you. I thought it might have been something simple.
I was hoping that I'd have some independent West Australian journalists out there that would join the live stream. Didn't happen, but yeah, I did see some videos. We had some great numbers out there with trucks and vehicles and people, so on and so forth. Yeah, it was so great that actually mainstream media covered it here in Western Australia. I don't know about these states.
I saw it on must have been on X, a clip from Channel 9 or something they put up.
Oh, okay.
And it seemed to show a fair bit, as in truck wise, but you know what they do. I sort of doubled it and had 30.
Yeah, no, we had I haven't got an estimated figure from anybody as of yet, but the very early videos from this morning where everyone was gathering from the 4 points before they were heading on to the city on the convoy. Yeah, it was a lot of people, a lot of farmers out there. So yeah, it's great to see. But yeah, no, that's always the trouble. Absolutely, we need to support our farmers. No farmers, no food. But
I just wanted to break the third wall. It's one of those things you got to do when you're doing like a Monty Python movie or something. You just go and totally fuck the setup and just pop in the other scene. So. Thanks heaps for coming on.
There you go. Sorry.
So I'll just say good night to everybody because I've got to head home. So thanks, Mark, for having me here, and I'll be back tomorrow anyway.
Yeah, no worries. I'll see you tomorrow.
Yeah, I'll be 11 o'clock. No worries. All right. Thanks, everyone. Good night.
See you, Tracy.
Yeah.
Bye.
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 So yeah, it's absolutely I agree. We need to support our farmers, but of course we know we've got Wade and Belinda out there, and everybody else with the Billboard Battalion trying to get out there and talk to the farmers. Not only about things that are pertinent for their immediate survival, but also long term in the big picture. And a lot of farmers, like everybody else, they have busy lives and they've got other things to be looking at. So that bigger picture is not something that's in their mind. So that's always something which I think what Wade's doing with Billboard Battalion is fantastic. But yeah, I'm always very mindful, particularly today when we see things like the Farmers Convoy, that their objective is very clear, which is a great thing to have. But there's also that bigger picture, which it would be fantastic if we had the farmers engaging in that, and also trying to aid everybody else with that. Belinda, you just said lots of people contacting Billboard Battalion today, and it made news. Ex-Sydney ABC workers mentioned it in the course of the day. Yes, Billboard Battalion is fighting for the farmers. Yes, that's right. Hi, Healthy Leper. Are you on Rumble? Hi, Tanya. How are you? Oh, I need to get some more pictures taken. I'll have to.
I think Wade, all the farmers around the country need to do Wade speaking courses.
Yeah.
You know,
Back on the first wall.
He's
Sorry.
a ripper. He's an absolute ripper.
Mm-hmm.
Love watching his lives.
Yeah, he's great. Wade's great.
Yeah, just you know, if you don't like it, I don't care. You know, that attitude is great.
Yeah. Yep.
Now I don't give a stuff what you think, but I'm telling you, this is how it is. You know.
Well, and that's right. You know, and that's what we need in this day and age is, as have we always, people just say, there it is, rotate, and if you don't want to listen to it, then jog on. But I'm going to say it anyway. So yeah, Wade's great.
I'm a shocker when it comes to, you know, and that's how I know whether my wick's a little bit short. You know, when you spend a lot of time by yourself and you haven't been out in public for a long time, you certainly realise very quickly what sort of mood you're going by the first couple of reactions you give to someone that ruffles your feathers, so to speak, or someone that's just there because they shouldn't be. You know.
I went to my village a little bit far away to go shopping, and park my car, as you do, and turn around to get out. There's a lady in a mask, and like I had this like visceral reaction.
Yeah, I do that. I can't help it. Yep.
And I have to stop
I'm
myself
just straight away
from
nodding.
making noises. You know, like you know how people say mask, but you're doing it with the bar of a sheep. So I had to stop myself from doing that. But like I turned around, so I'm just like, oh, you know, I haven't even got out of the car yet, and I'm like,
are you all right, love? Have you got Tourette's? Are you all right, love? Have you got Tourette's? I've actually walked up to people, only younger ones, and I may have told you before. I've walked up to them and just asked them. I said, "Are you okay? Are you?" I'm, you know, like really concerned. But they're still about. I was
Oh yeah, they're still about. That's for sure.
I was in a cafe just 2 days ago. A lady was blurting out. It was me and another woman there that turned out that she didn't fall for it either. And so obviously straight away you're kindred spirits. And one of the women she worked with said, "Oh, I'm off to get my another shot tomorrow." And we both went, "Don't!" And she went, "What?"
Then what?
It was just initial reaction. And I just left it, and a friend said, because I thought, oh no, I don't even know you. And this friend just said to her, "Oh, there's people dying all over the place, and you're going in to get another one." And the woman's standing there just looking at her like, "Don't tell me that." You know, so, but she would have gone and got it. There's no two ways about it.
Yeah. Yep.
Would have done it.
Yeah, nuts. People have lost their minds. They live. That's it, Janine. They live.
Great. Have you seen the movie?
Yes, a long time ago.
Bloody great one. It's available on 4K.
Oh.
Actually picked it up nice and cheap at JB Hi-Fi. Best money I ever spent.
Talking about 4K, I'll go to 4G though. You see they're knocking a tower over in
5G. They're shutting
Well,
down.
they said on the report I read said it was 4G, and it was in Moolumbar or Mullumbimby or somewhere up there.
Okay.
And they I don't know. I think they knocked it down, and it's been looked at as you know, as a crime, as arson, or not arson, as you know, as
terrorism.
double purpose. Yeah. So they're starting. The comments, I think, where I read it were were more favourable to the person that actually, or the persons that carried out the crime, alleged crime, than not. So yeah.
Kind of reminds me a bit, was it the Georgia Guidestones when they went down? That was
They
a
seriously
quick
fell
little,
over.
yeah.
Nothing stuff.
Apparently, it was an act of domestic terrorism, but they shut the fuck up really quick about it after
Well,
they made
they
that
cleaned
accusation.
it up really quickly too. Got rid of all of that, just like the Twin Towers. Building
Yeah.
7 got rid of that rubble real quick, didn't they?
Oh yeah. What I
Yes.
found really astounding was how they got rid of all that plane debris around the CIA building. That was really astounding.
Amazing.
Like it was
Yeah.
almost like it was never there.
Yeah.
Well, we should champion those workers. They did such a fabulous cleanup job. They should be championed. That's for sure.
Definitely. If only every council worker was as efficient, you know.
Mm.
And
Instead of just
I actually got to stand up a little bit for council workers sometimes, because I was one once,
All right.
and they've got a bit It was a start. I see it as a bit of a start of the rot too. It's like, okay, because the people don't understand the work of some of those groups. Is there are jobs sometimes you'll drive through and you'll see a group of blokes, 6 blokes standing there, and might be one bloke seen to be working, right?
Mm-hmm.
And in that fleeting moment, you make an assessment that 5 of them are bludgers and there's only one working. But you don't know that once you get a kilometre down the road, whatever they've sent 5 blokes there to do is now able to be done. So you've got 5 blokes doing it. And then when you come back past, they're on there just about finished it. So the 5 blokes might be standing around again while the last bloke's doing the tidy up, you know. And that's got sold over the years to sort of like ostracise a group. And I think that's all part of this build up of let's go to council workers first. Let's crack them on the head and see how the public reacts to them. Next, we'll do state government. We'll crack all them on the head and see how the public accepts all that. Not a whimper. So they just slowly. Then they take away they've taken away a whole section of middle management, right? That used to be there. Call them useless, call them whatever you want, but they did have a purpose. State government, the original state government departments, where you employed somebody on a reasonably good wage to a sort of an average wage, but you guaranteed them pretty much a job for life. And they went in there and they did their job to represent the people that they were working there to serve, back sort of when people were public servants. Now, what they've gone and done now is they've gotten rid of a whole section of middle management. They've increased the wages up to an extraordinary amount in some departments, and now they're giving more out. They're contracting all them out, getting rid of the passionate public servants and just putting in we don't care contractors in those positions now.
Yep.
And calling them PPPs, selling them like that.
I think probably, 2 things come to mind, not top of mind, but 2 things do come to mind in regards to the shit that government workers get, council workers in particular. One I would say is because you're visible. You're visible to the public, and when everyone's driving down the street going to work, whatever the flame they're doing, you're visible. So they're going to point fingers, and then on top of that, your government workers. I was a government worker as well, and so when we see the shit at the top, shit always rolls downhill, and so of course council workers are going to cop it as well. And I just want to make comment, Mark, you were talking there about when you're working for the government, you always assume you'd have a job for life. I've done I've spent most of my life working outside of Australia, and then when I came back to Australia and I started working for the government, I thought, oh, I'm working for the government. Unless I break the law, I'm going to have a job for life. That's
Yep.
what it meant until the mandates came in, and
Yep.
that is no longer secure. And you know, who cares about me? What I care about is the children. Not only do we have young adults going through university now who are mandated to be jabbed if they
Yes.
do certain courses, we also now have still remaining have jobs in government, which means if you aren't jabbed, you don't have a job for life anymore. So my real big concern is that that whole premise of work for the government, got a job for life, that's gone. And
Yes.
also our small humans that go through school, and when you ask them, what do you want to be when you grow up? And they tell you, there's now conditions applied to that. If you want to do this, you've got to be jabbed. So we can no longer tell our children, you can be whatever you want to be. That hope
Yes.
that we give to our children, our small little humans, is completely gone. And I'll just add to that before I finish my rant. We know that in Western Australia now with police officer Ben Falconer, who's just had his latest case dismissed in court. And what that revealed is that no worker in Western Australia is safe. You are not safe. And yes, come and say that a mandate is just a recommendation. Yes, you're right. But the fact of the matter is, those workplaces bring those mandates in. Ben Falconer's case has proved it. No one is safe, and you will still lose your job. So at the end of the day, our little humans suffer. We can no longer tell them you can be whatever you want to be. And that's a sad, sorry state of affairs for the little people growing up in Australia. It's just devastating. Absolutely devastating.
Well, that's a really good reason why we've always got to remember that there's a lot more of us than them, and and the one of the biggest problems, and they know it too, is they've still got all the things that go bang bang bang, and they know that too. That's why they can't push it so hard in America, because they've been through that and won't let themselves go there again. And you know, whether you agree or not with the caliber and the amount of weapons that each individual can have, well, that's irrelevant, really. The Constitution says blah, and it all falls within that Constitution. Now, I was looking at, funnily enough, I was looking at something, because it come. I tend to be a bit of a, I suppose, because of the days of reading specifications and that, and what I've been through in the last 3 or 4 years, I've tended to find myself looking at more acts and legislation than the average person should. And I don't retain it too well, but I know I've got it there, you know, to call on. But there was one thing just in the last couple of days, I tend to look up more the acts that were assented to, or anything that was pre-Whitlam days. So I'll go back, and quite often you'll find they're still current, they're still valid. And even the current legislations will refer to a lot of times to parts in that legislation that can't be outside a certain act that may go back to the 50s, for instance. Now, just quickly, I'll just say I found in the Victorian gun legislation back in or whatever it was called in 1956, that if you had a gun, got a firearm license other than a pistol, it's current for life.
Okay, interesting.
It is very interesting.
Yes.
But is there an amendment act to go along with that? So
it doesn't matter.
It
doesn't matter.
No, it does. This is one of the things that I found, you know, through, you know, talking to the Know Your Rights guys and Len Harris and a few others that are, you know, far smarter at this shit than I am, is that, you know, you can be looking at a piece of legislation that at surface value hasn't changed, you know, like this is the current act, you know, last amended, da 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 da. But then there's an amendment act, you know, and the Labor Party are one of the best at doing this shit. You know, Gough Whitlam sort of kind of got the snowball rolling by doing, like, you know, we won't alter this act. So anybody looking for this act is going to look at it at face value.
Yep.
So we'll create this other act over here that then amends that act. Unless you know about the Amendment Act, this act here looks like it hasn't been fucked with.
But Derek
And-
has just from YouTube. Hi, YouTube. Hi, Derek. Is the Magna Carta part of our Constitution? And this is I don't have the answer to the question,
No,
but I want to
no,
further to Derek's question here.
That's
The Magna Carta is instrumental in Australia in particular, and I don't have the answer to the question, but in regards to Derek's comment here, and Mark, what you've just said there about, you know, amendments, both of those points are very important, and I don't have the answer to the question, but
Well, it's my belief that Magna Carta still is in force.
that's right. And
because
so
we are a part of the Commonwealth. you
Yes,
know,
exactly.
And Magna Carta, well, I mean, shit, that was long before Australia was allegedly found, because, you know, it was lost, you know, and somebody had to find it. You know, ask the Indigenous.
1688 or something.
Yeah,
No,
and then
1200,
1288. Oh, yeah.
12 something or other. You know, Magna Carta was created as a fundamental original.
It was a Tuesday.
Rights, quite possibly. Yeah, and I think it was raining.
And I'm such
actually, it was
cynic that-
England. It could have been fucking snowing. At the end of the day, Magna Carta is relevant because any law in England is applicable here, as we are part of the colony. You know,
Yes.
Our constitution is a separate document which is
A piece of
endorsed
shit.
by, you know, well, it's only worth something if people are willing to A, fight for it, and B, you know, stand by it.
Didn't protect us
Yeah.
through the mandates.
That's
Didn't
because
protect
we-
us. Didn't protect us through the COVID war. The Constitution is a piece of shit.
You need the law on your side, though, to enforce that. If the law's not on your side, you're knackered. And that was evident that the law just wasn't there, and still isn't.
Well, the law may be as written, you know.
No, the
but
law.
those
Sorry,
who- those who are supposed to enforce it, that's a
That's
different
it.
story.
That's what I mean. Yes.
I mean, the law is written. The law is there. The Constitution is there. The Magna Carta is there. There's all these tools, and that's you know, as the hat says, know your rights. And you know, I kind of wish one of those guys was here right now, because they'd explain it a hell of a lot better than I can. But you know, at the end of the day, that's where knowledge is power. You know, if you have a good knowledge of it, you should be able to sort of, you know, work the minefield. But
Look,
we are
you-
talking an excessive amount of knowledge. So, you know, I don't, look, you know, I've known Darren and the guys for quite some time. You know, I've generally been pretty successful in dodging whatever has come my way because I've learnt what I needed to know at the time. If you don't know what you need to know at the time, you can fuck yourself up. You know, knowledge is power.
I love all these stories of I'm not all right. I'd really like somebody. I'd really like to interview somebody that has been. Let's just make it simple. That has been fined for whatever it might be, whether it's a parking fine or blah 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 blah, and you have used the law or common law to avoid paying the fine, and it's been ruled in your favor because you've taken it to court. I would really like to actually interview somebody who's done that successfully, and they can show me that they've done it, because I am yet, and I talk to people all over the place, I am yet to actually have someone that can fucking show me that they've done it successfully. I know people drive without fucking license plates. I know, you know, all this sort of stuff. But, you know, it's one thing or another to, you know, talk a big fucking storm up about common law, talk a big storm up about all the rest of it. But the fact of the matter is, I am yet to actually fucking interview anyone or speak to anyone that can actually prove to me that they can walk into a court, say what they're going to say there are not, you know, all that we've heard it all, and it actually be successful. I am yet to see it.
Well,
I haven't seen it. I
you're
haven't seen
dealing
it.
with you're dealing with the people too, that the likes of the people that Julian Gillespie and the crew just dealt with, and have dealt with, that have had some absolutely outstanding evidence, just hands down, that what they were putting was right, and the people they were alleging were wrong. But yet,
Yep.
when you've got the judiciary that will
Yep.
come out and say exactly something that's just going to go, sorry, nothing to see here.
Yep.
All the people I would suspect, yes, I understand what you're saying, Robin, and I'd like to hear one too, exactly. And I've got somebody in mind, but I might contact you later about that. But
Yep.
Until they grow a conscience and a backbone and go right, because that's all that's got to happen is because there are doctors coming out and speaking, but until the members of the judiciary actually go right, that's it. Like it doesn't mean that these people that went in with the speeding fines had the wrong information. They just
not at all.
They just had a person that's going to go, I'm not going to listen to you, even if you're right.
Yep.
Because I can do that.
100% agree, Mark. 100% agree. I'm not saying that what and Denise just mentioned know your rights
sought
and all.
and you shall have found. I'm here.
Oh, so you've actually done it successfully, have you, Mark?
I walked into the court and I successfully watched them drop the case before it got anywhere.
And why did
So
they do that?
as far as why is anyone's guess. So look, I'll tell you the tale. It's probably not exactly what you're looking for, because what you stated is you're looking for somebody who's gotten that hey, we've won sort of thing. I can give you a case though, and that's what they were afraid of. So what happened? I allegedly was going somewhere into the vicinity of 16 kilometers over the limit through Ingham, which is about an hour and 10 kilometers north of Townsville, on my way to Cairns. As usual, you get the fine a good month or so after the fact. I grabbed the Know Your Rights, information that I've been in possession of for quite some time. I use the 3-letter system that is outlined in the Aussie Speeding Fines book, and the documents there. All you have to do is just drop in your details, send it through. As long as you follow the directive, fundamentally it's supposed to work. As you send off the first letter, which is a big long list of, well, thank you for your offer to contract. I don't wish to contract with you. And these are all the things you need to do to fulfill my part of the contract. So, the easiest way to kind of understand it is when you're given a fine, they're basically saying, give me money, this is the deal.
Yeah, I know what you're saying.
You send a response back going, thank you, please go fuck yourself. Why don't you agree to this? These are my new terms and conditions, because we're playing contract law. All right. They fail to comply to your directives, and then you send them a notice of default telling them that they've accepted the terms and conditions laid out in your first letter. Each time they'll send you a response back saying you can't do that. No. You just keep going. It's fine. Not a problem. I elected to go to court because in Queensland they don't give you much of an option. In Victoria you can sort of if you put through the first notice, and if you haven't had a speeding fine in 2 years, they'll just go, okay, too hard basket. We'll just give you the warning notice. Even though that's not what you said. Here in Queensland they don't play that game. It's straight out, we want your money. So I've gone through all that shit. I've elected to go to court, go and sit there all fucking day. Of course, because of the letters I've written, and I didn't go to play any games or talk to the prosecution to, make a deal or anything. They made me wait till the very end, to at which point, I lob up, proud as punch. The judge goes, so I understand you wish to fight this. Every bone in my body, mate. Proud as punch. And he sort of stares down at me, and I stare back at him. He's like, okay. Well, I don't see any need to make you drive all the way out here next time. We'll do the next mention because before you have a hearing, you have a mention. Are you guilty or not, and then we'll set the next date for a court case. Oh well, no worries. We'll set the next mention. 3 weeks from now. I can't remember exactly. I think it might have been 4 weeks actually, because in Ingham they only hold court once every 2 weeks. It's such a small town, and I'm like, all right, cool. Can I have a copy of the transcript, Your Honor? It's only what I write down here, mate. Oh, can you repeat everything you just said, please? Because I need to write it down too. As I look over to where the court scribe is supposed to be taking notes, let him know that I know that you're playing fucking games with me. I could have made a big song and a dance, but that's not the best way to proceed. And that's where a lot of people seem to fuck up, is they make a huge fucking song and a dance, they start screaming and carrying on. I acknowledge, I look at him and I'm going, right, can you repeat everything? Because I'll write it down too. That's how we're going to play. It's a subtle game, more of a silent game of chess as opposed to a war of attrition. So he begrudgingly repeated himself and I took my notes. And then we swapped notes with the prosecution and all that. Here's my number. Here's your number. No worries. Cool. See you later. I'll see you in a few weeks. The day before the next hearing, the police prosecution calls me up and says, look, I can't tell you not to turn up to the court case and whatnot, but you don't need to. We're dropping the charges.
That I'm super happy to hear they dropped the charges, and but I do. I've got to ask the question, or point out, or rather ask the question. As far as the first procedural kind of things you did when they were trying to contract with you with paperwork through the mail, I've heard lots of people doing that. I know lots of people who have done that. But as far as walking into court and actually using common law
to
not
using common
case,
law. I want to clear that right up right now. This common law shit that people talk about.
Well, even the know your rights information. I am yet to actually meet someone who has used it and won their court case. I think it's fantastic that you didn't have to pay your fine, Mark. But as far as I can tell from your testimony that you've given to us this evening, they hadn't actually had to listen to anything that would be in opposition to normal law, which they would normally run on. So I don't think it qualifies, Mark. I'm sorry. I don't think it,
like I said, I did open with, I don't think this is what you're looking for. But that's the story. That's how I did apply what was given.
Yeah.
I'm actually fucking disappointed because I had a whole bunch of other shit.
Yeah. Oh, look,
I've actually got a court case here. I'll mail it. Give you a copy.
Oh, look, I think
a guy who was going 50 Ks over the fucking limit, and he beat them.
Yeah.
So there's a court case that proves that it can be done.
I would absolutely. I would love to talk to somebody.
And again, if you want to talk to somebody, I will get Darren to give you a call.
100%, because that's
Darren
what we need.
A fucking gun, and I've seen him do it.
I'm not saying it's invalid. I think if we can ascertain that it works and we can talk to people and actually not just people that talk, but people that have actioned it.
You've got to know your shit, and you got to want to know your shit.
Look,
I could have a whole bunch more success stories if I wanted to go out and cause trouble in the first place, just to test.
You're not a troublemaker, though, are you?
Well, I prefer not to get caught. As you would know from the Marilyn Manson book, whenever you're in a precarious situation and the coppers are coming, you do what any normal citizen does: you run.
I love how you both said that in sync. That's so great. 2 marks, run.
2 marks, make a right.
Yep.
That's
or
brilliant.
or a dog with a haired lip when it goes Mark.
Mark, your screen behind you keeps showing up pictures of Dan, Dictator Dan, behind you. How is
Oh,
that happening?
you know why? I loaded
No.
once. I haven't got a green screen, right? I
Yeah.
just figured. Thank you. I've seen this thing flickering up, and I've gone, "What is
Yes,
that?"
it's
And
Dictator Dan.
yeah, well, what it is I did I tried to put up. I made a meme once of two coppers dragging Dan Andrews away, right? And I tried to tried to put it up as a thing behind me, but it
Yep.
wouldn't let me on this program because I didn't have a green screen. So it's obviously still there.
Yep.
And it's
It
trying
keeps
to load it.
flickering. Yep, it keeps flick. I thought
Have
I
you
was
got
mental,
another
but
television or something casting the light? There's something else that's causing a flickering of the light, and I'd say every now and then the green spectrum hits, and that's what's causing it to happen.
yeah. Mm.
What about now? God, I had a telly going over in the other corner.
Yeah, that's what it is. Yeah, television's gone. There we go.
So you
Talk
don't
about
want Dan? You don't want Dan flickering up at you?
Oh, it's actually really I meant to mention it myself a little bit earlier. Just conversations are rolling, and I forget by the time we get an opportunity. But
It's
yeah,
another
it was actually
level.
kind of creepy.
I'm haunted by him.
Another level of
Mm.
COVID Tourette's.
Dan. That's how I get lost in my room.
They're beating you in the hallway. Oh dear,
Yeah.
I'm sorry. I shouldn't have said that. Oh dear.
No, I don't know how I don't let me start on him.
Sorry. I didn't mean to say that. Yeah. Oh,
No,
terrible.
don't be sorry. Don't be sorry at all. He's nothing but a piece of shit. And that's all it is.
Yes. That's right. Yes.
And his day will come. There's no two ways about it. His day will come.
Yeah. I hear it's hot in hell.
Yes. Yes. You sent me a swing they made him.
Oh
A
yeah.
cartoon with a swing.
Yes.
Yes.
So it was thank you for the vaccines. We made you a swing.
Exactly.
So,
That's
it was one of the town centres with a wood installation with just a miscellaneous rope hanging there as the town swing. So there you go.
It's just like I want them to make a big to have a big build, a Dan Andrews style big build, where each day someone gets up at a press conference and said, "We've added 3 more of those strings up today." The next day they get up and say, "We've added another 3 more to the big build gallows build."
I got another wonderful idea, and Robin, as somebody who works in the education system, and sometimes I jovially, actually, probably more accurately, call it the socialist indoctrination system.
Yes.
Wouldn't it be really funny if you could? Right, cool. Here you are, Dan. We're going to play Hangman. Like the old spelling game, and we're going to see how well the Labor Party spelling bees work. We're going to grab random students and we're going to see if we can spell some fucking words that they should be able to spell under your education system. And if they don't pass, wow, your head's
I think
in
the first word, Mark,
Be
would
another-
be consent.
Yes, that's a good word. That's it. We should think of all the words that young children should be able to spell at the age of, I don't know, 6, 7 years old.
If they listen to this current goose, they'll never be able to spell important, right? Like, oh, that gets on my nerves, and more. It's coming out more and more important. And there's radio announcers saying it, and there's people that are in the media saying it, and our bloody it's a very important thing,
Important.
Yeah.
Hey Emma, how you doing? Emma's just jumped on. Yes, consent. Yeah, I don't know what the second. It might be a faction of words. Maybe third phase trial drug experiment. That could be a rather long hangman game to get those words in. I don't
To
know.
be honest, the way the system, as I'm seeing it, from obviously my own personal experience from my kid.
Pronoun. Sorry.
And you know, and I've come across a few teachers who are just like, I'm absolutely astounded that these kids know nothing. You know, we should give them the basic level of, you know, you should be like, you know, in 1970, a kid in grade 4 should have been able to spell these basic words in a spelling bee sort of scenario. You know, let's give it to a kid today of the same level at that education based on the way that these guys have run the show. And if they can't bloody spell that word, right, we need a new education minister.
Yeah, just like our health minister, Mark Butler, who went off to Geneva, the World Health Assembly, and said, "Oh, we're committed to these binding commitments." What a fuck stain. Anyway, sorry. How do we go from spelling to Mark Butler? I don't know.
Well, you guided it that way, but you know,
I'm triggered. Yeah. Oh, I don't know. Yeah, look, schools, you know, this is why I can never go back and work for the education department. I will never go back and work for the education department. I tried to a few times get involved. Well, anyway, with homeschooling, different areas of doing things like that and getting different homeschooling operations up and going, which was successful. But as far as me participating and working within them, it was very upsetting to me that I'd realised that that part of my spirit had been broken. And a lot of people said to me, don't let the government do that to you. But it did. And I knew when I was 12 years old that I wanted to be a teacher, and I studied and worked my whole life to be that, do that, loved it, lived it. But it broke, that they broke that part of me. And I tried as I made to try and get back into it, and I just couldn't. It's just gone. So I actually think of it now as a blessing because it's, you know, led me on to other things in my life. But, you know, just as you alluded to before, Mark, the education system has a lot to answer for, and it's only getting worse. We can see that now with children, particularly we've just had NAIDOC week in particular schools, children being forced to apologise, primary school children forced to apologise. There's no First Nation people there anywhere, but they're still forced to apologise in class. Disgusting, it's an abomination. Plus all the other crap that goes on. So I could never go back. I can never go back. Never go back. And I don't regret it. Not for a second. Not for a second. So they can all get fucked. There you go.
It's like you were a teacher that had a calling. You were born a teacher. Same with there was nursing's a calling, but they've changed nursing from a calling to a profession. And that's I saw the selfish side of that when my mother was in hospital, and saw the attitudes of true nurses that have done it for a lifetime against ones that have gone, I'm going to be a nurse because it looks good on my Facebook profile. You know, there's a lot of that goes on in the last few years too, I think. But a true nurse wants to be a nurse. As you wanted to be a teacher, a true nurse has wanted to be a nurse since she was a little kid. You know? And they've taken that away.
That's right.
So you mentioned homeschooling there, Robin, and it's actually a question I wanted to ask what you thought of the whole homeschooling thing. And
I think homeschooling is fantastic. A lot of parents are very nervous about it, and I completely understand why people would be nervous about homeschooling their children. And also, there's a whole nother level of stress the older the child gets, which I completely understand as well. I think particularly now after the COVID war, there are so many support groups out there for people. If you're just starting out and you've just taken your child out of school, there is a lot of support out there for you. You just need to, you know, have a look online. Actually, Fascist Book has a lot of homeschooling groups around the country, so source those. You know, and as you progress, you know, you get things. It's like anything. You get things right, you get things wrong, and all those sorts of things. I kind of feel uncomfortable to talk about it because I've helped set up homeschooling operations, and yet there's lots of things that go on. So if you've just taken your child out of school, there's lots of support out there for you. If anybody needs help with accessing, if you're interested with the curriculum, if you would find that brings you peace to follow that, I can help you do that. It's just a fucking quagmire. They do that on purpose. But absolutely, I think back when we were growing up, the homeschool people were the weird people, but now the homeschooling people and the homeschooling children are the ones that are actually growing up grounded and have a much better look towards the world and actually interact with other human beings in a kind, compassionate way. Because schools are just full of bullies because they're being bullied at home because they have retard parents who fucking don't know better and can't source information or think for themselves and continuously outsource their information, their media, their personal responsibility to the fucking government and the mainstream media. So no wonder our schools are filled with bullies and uncomfortable situations for small humans. So, yeah, I'm an advocate for homeschools, 100%. Did that answer your question, Mark?
Yeah, to a degree.
Oh, dear.
I ended up having to homeschool Tyler for grade 6, and I'd like to take this moment to thank the tyrannical government for the lockdown situation during his grade 5, because at that point I had the time to have a look at what the fuck was going on and realize what an absolute mess they had made of the poor boy. He's reading, he's writing, he's maths. At the end of the day, those are the core things required, and he was severely lacking. So I took the bull by the horns and I fixed it. It had to be done.
It's also great when you go into the parent-teacher meetings and the teachers will say to you, "Oh, well, they're about where they should be." But if you actually sit down with them and do some work, you'll probably find
they're not.
They're much more capable, and they're just not in a fulfilling environment. And the teachers' remarks are fucking rubbish because they don't give a fuck. Sorry, they don't.
No.
Teachers are too busy with classroom management. They're not actually teaching. They're monitoring and managing personalities.
Do teachers have to do a like a yearly justification? I forget the term. We used to have to do one at work to justify their existence each year. And the managers, and I'm wondering whether teachers had a requirement that when you say that one of their replies was, "Oh, they're doing what's expected, or they're at where we're expecting them to be at." Is that a way of saying I'm fulfilling my role, that 90% of my children are where they're supposed to be at this time, so I get a tick as a teacher? Do you know?
Kind of in a way, yeah, kind of in a way, Mark, because the teachers do have boxes they have to tick as well, it's very difficult for teachers to actually be able to monitor each individual student. So they rely on these standardized tests, which aren't very accurate, as even most teachers will admit, despite what the government will tell you. It's kind of one of those rock and hard places where, of course, teachers they do care about their kids. They actually do. And they do want to help the kids. And then when the parents come in, they want to give them the best information they can. But as I said, the teachers have boxes they have to tick as well. And, and teachers do small courses throughout the year and all these sorts of things, which is dedicated to increase their performance, if you like, and all these sorts of things.
Performance,
But at the end of the day, I think if you do have the time and you do have the motivation, I'm not giving anybody educational advice, but homeschooling, the perception around it has most definitely changed through the COVID war, and I think there's a lot of support out there for people like Mark. You've just said, take homeschooling your child, and we all had to do it at a certain point in time, depending on when your lockdown was. It is doable. It just requires a little bit of time and some dedication, and and actually it reestablishes that really great connection that you can have, and I would say most people did have when their children were really small. That close connection, and it gets broken when they're taken off to kindy and pre-primary and all the rest of it. And it can be a really a time full of bonding through education. When you take them out of school, I'm sure you would have rediscovered that, Mark, when you homeschooled.
Loved it.
Yeah,
and especially because it was a necessity. They had, year after year, excessively failed him.
Is Emma going to come on?
If
she put the link up again. Sorry,
a lot of the right. Sorry, mate.
No,
Sorry.
you're right. Yeah, like he was in a bad shape. If I didn't intervene, I don't think he would be able to be doing what he's doing in high school now. And even to this day, I'm still like, are you sure you want to be there?
Yeah.
His choice, and I give him that choice. I think he'd be better off here at home myself. Because he was really struggling to read, and what I observed though was the damage that has been done is definitely in that early period, because I've gone right. He was getting pissed off because he got sick of being constantly given the kiddie books. So he wanted to move on, but they've left him stuck here because they've decided that's where he is.
So he
I'm
got
like,
bored.
Fuck this! I'm going the opposite way. I went the complete opposite way. Grabbed the adult books. I started grabbing the Terry Pratchett shit. I'm like, right, cool. We're gonna do big boy books. He suddenly started picking up big words really well, but it's the small words he keeps fucking up. It's like the damage they've done from such an early point is still carrying over. I'm not quite sure how I'm going to deal with that one, but we're working with it. We're getting better. G'day, Anne. How you going?
Hey.
Hi.
Hi, everybody.
How you
doing? Sorry, I came in late. I came in late from I haven't watched the start of the show, so I'm going to replay and watch the start. So I
You've got 4 hours and 40 minutes to catch up on him.
Oh, that's all right. I don't have my daughter.
We've done it again.
So I don't have my daughter tomorrow, so I will watch it with bated breath.
Hilarious.
We were just going through the whole homeschooling thing, and I was just saying that I really enjoyed that fixing of the mind. And I actually wanted to go back to one point. I think he was in grade 1 with a young teacher, and obviously we've all got to start somewhere. But I didn't realize that I think that one particular teacher was possibly one of the big points that things went wrong. His grade prep thing, he was doing good. He had an old school teacher. She'd definitely done her miles. She knew her shit, and things were fine. Grade 1, I think, is where things started to go pear-shaped. We had this young bloke, nice enough dude, straight out of uni though. I didn't realize till the end what we were dealing with. Listen to all these standard mantra of this, that, and the other, and you could tell it was just textbook wording. I don't even need to try and quote it or even attempt to paraphrase it. It was just clinical shit. And at the end, he goes, "Well, what are your concerns?" I'm like, "Well, my concerns are he's reading, he's writing, his maths not quite there. I don't see that as a weakness. I see that as a strength because it's something he can work on, says the teacher.
Oh, fuck you.
And
No,
I
you
was
know what
so
that is?
fucking baffled by bullshit. I didn't know what to fucking say. It
You know
actually
what that
took me about 2 hours to process that load of shit that was delivered to me. I was just
Disgusting.
totally blown away. But that doesn't even begin to make sense. Completely
Terrible.
nah. And I mean, at
Yeah.
the end of the day, we're at the end of the year. What can you do? He's already done this damage. And now I realize what a complete fucking moron has been teaching my son the whole year.
Yeah, it's too late. It's called the squeaky wheel. So, you know, unless this is one of the things I don't like about teachers is you've got the children that demand attention because they're a combination of incredibly kind and somewhat smart. And then you've got the other group of children that have behavioural problems and are just as equally loud as the smart children, right? So those are the two squeaky wheels on the bicycle. And all of the kids in the middle get looked over. They don't get attention. They just go, you know, it's go along, be along, you know, this sort of thing.
No nurturing, no interaction.
No. And so, you know, by the time, you know, whether it's first term, second term, third term, fourth term, if you haven't picked it up, teacher certainly fucking isn't going to say anything at all. All they are looking at, because remember, they're working on class management. They're managing personalities, and they manage the personality on the bicycle, and that is the loud, somewhat intelligent kids who demand attention, and it's the loud children that are struggling with behavioural problems, and everyone in between, forget about them. And the majority of kids are in the middle. So most kids just get neglected at school. I said it. They get fucking neglected at school. And that's why it's really important that parents are involved with their kids' education. When your kids go to public school, send your kids to public school, not shitting on it, but you need to be involved. You need to be involved.
Well, I tell
Which
you
is one
what,
hell of a challenge while we're economically starved and desperately, you know, doing 14 fucking hours a day just to pay for fucking a useless government.
Well, that's been by design too. That's all by design. From
agree.
When they did away with I always said back when they did away with the when they brought in the dual income type economy, where there was a time when I first got married, I could claim my wife didn't want to work. She wanted to stay home and bring the kids up, and that's what she did, and she was quite happy to do that, and we were both quite happy for that to happen, right? And they benefited for that. That's what I grew up with. That's what probably all of us grew up with, is coming home. You'd come home from school and mother was just there. She was always there, right? Yep. If there's something going on,
I wouldn't say just there, you know. You came home to a clean home and there's food and, you know, mum was doing shit. You may not have seen it, but she was doing shit.
I don't think he meant it like that, Buddy. I think he meant she was there. Do you know what I mean?
I know he didn't mean it that way. I just wanted to add that emphasis to make sure that everybody understood that's what he meant. Yeah. Just helping a brother out.
Anyway, and then they brought in where, and then they've slowly increased the cost of living. They slowly increased everything to suck up those two wages, the price of houses, the price of the whole economy across the board. Now, you either have to already have $1 squillion, or you have to both go out and work. And what happens out of that? 9 times out of 10, the children get put in a designed childcare. That, you know, who was our last member of parliament that owned a whole heap of them? He probably still does.
Can I?
Not sure.
Can I interject a little bit in there? Can I interject a little bit in there? I think it also had to do with they're bringing in feminism and the feminist movement, where if you weren't a working woman, and living at home and looking after your children, and you weren't considered a part of society and contributing,
Like a
So
counsellor.
I agree with you on a certain aspect of what you've said, but I also believe that it was all by design. It was all by design to take, to distract both parents, and then they can weasel their way into the children, and we will teach your children, we'll look after them, we'll teach them what we want, when we want, and they will become indoctrinated, and then they will say what we want them to say and cause havoc. That's my view, and it will always be my view. And that's why I brought my daughter up when she was just little. I taught, by the time she got to kindergarten, she knew how to read. Oh, well, pretty much she was in karate, so she knew karate anyway. She was already what was she? A yellow belt with black stripes.
Tiger.
And yeah.
Sorry.
Oh, yeah. And she knew how to read chapter books, like small chapter books, not big chapter books, but small chapter books. She knew her times tables, and she knew how to have a debate.
Wow.
We'd sit down and we would, if she disagreed with someone, I'd sit down with her and I'd say, okay, well, you tell me why. You give an explanation as to why and what your reason and rationale is. And I did that since she was little until she went to primary school. And I still did that when she went to primary school. And that's why she never wore a mask. She told teachers, no, I'm not doing that. And she'd walk out of class whenever they did any of that gender stuff. She'd go, no, sorry, not participating. And, yeah, she just is a very strong, independent, no bullshit child. And she drives me nuts because she does that with me when I ask her to do things like clean up kids' wash.
Yeah, you shouldn't. You're not supposed to use that on me. That's for the rest of the fucking world.
I will not change a thing, even though it is sometimes, yeah. But I would not change a thing. I want her to be as strong and independent as possible.
Yep.
And
I think I could sum up a lot of what you just said there by, fundamentally the process is destroy the family unit so the children will be raised by the state.
Yep. Basically,
so I don't see it as a daycare center. I see it as a communist daycare.
Sounds like communism, doesn't it?
It is. It's exactly what it is. You've just been disillusioned because you're paying for it, so it must be democratic.
And you get the privilege to pay for it.
It's a capitalist system, isn't it? I paid for it, willingly.
And you pay tax on it, Daddy. You pay tax on it too, with a smile on your face.
Oh yeah, I don't know about the smile.
No, I'm being sarcastic.
Maybe feeling a bit sore in the butt, but
yeah.
What you do in your spare time's your business, Mark.
I was wiping my ass with some of that formaldehyde fucking toilet paper.
Yeah.
Not the bamboo stuff.
Nah, so I couldn't afford it to pay for the communist daycare center.
Full of microplastics for that little bit extra edge.
That's it. It's the bastard file for them tough to reach places.
Probably got some sack residue in it. So stop. You fellas asked for that. Oh, the whole evening, I tell you. Disgusting. Filthy people.
You brought it up in the first place. Don't fucking tell me it was my fault.
So, apart from I haven't been in the conversation for like over 4 hours. So
you missed the whole sack residue thing. We've determined that every person on the planet is sack residue.
Well, I wouldn't say no.
You had to be there.
A large portion of them are.
Well, I don't see how else you could have been conceived.
Yeah, that's right. So what came first, the egg or the chicken? That's the
The
question.
sack.
Well, this is what is it? What do they say about those jabs? Something science? What is it? This is the
Speed of
same.
Franken-science?
This is the same sort of thing, isn't it? It's more true.
Mm.
Oh, anyway.
What came first, the humans or the patentable humans?
Yeah, that's
The
right.
bend or the knee?
The bend
Yeah.
or the knee.
Well, I think people are still bent. Obviously, taking digital ID up the arse. Sorry. Whoops.
Wow.
That's true, Robin. It's absolutely
It got-
true, and
it-
it's
it-
really sad.
Legislation has been thrust upon us. I don't know that anybody's taken the digital ID just yet. I think the clock's on
Oh,
offer.
they have.
Wait,
Yeah, I think they have.
They'll do exactly what they did with the mandates. They'll pretend it's voluntary on the government side, but then behind closed doors, they'll get all their unions in and say, "This is what we want. This is what we want. This is what we want. You implement it."
Yeah,
Give them
I
a
hardly agree. Here, us conspiracy theorists are about to become prophets. I'm sure of that.
It's already happened.
It just has. Wow. The
It's
legislation.
already
is
happened in
in
Western
place.
Australia.
We're just waiting for everybody to wake up to the illusion.
You're talking about
Bloody
profits.
some people are planning up to stick a chip in their arm
bad.
already. Like,
You talk
seriously.
about. Sorry.
I sent you something, Robin, today. I don't know whether you got it from me, but it's people actually lining up to get a chip in their arm to make it easier for them. So they
They've
can
actually
just tap
they've
it
done
on
it.
That's what I've got in my arm. Nothing like a good prop, is there?
Gotta love the props.
Smiths. Yeah, I want a Smith's chip. I don't know about any other one, but yeah.
I'll only eat the plain ones. All the rest are full of MSG and God knows what else.
When you're talking about profits, I made a meme in I think it was April 2021. No, it must have been 2022. No, it's 2021. I've got it there still. And it had first in the no jab series comes no jab, no play. Next, coming to a front door near you is no jab, no job. And it was months and months and months before they even were talking about vaccines and things.
Well,
But
what do you think next then? No jab, no.
Three.
it'll
Two?
be, no digit, no job.
Yeah, well, I've got two.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's why they'll do it exactly the same way. Yeah. Exactly the same way. They'll do it through business. They'll let business roll it out. You won't be able to do business in certain things unless you can supply your digital identity, which has got everything on it. I mean, I used to tell people at the supermarket, they'd be scanning the QR codes, and I'd go, and there was one day in particular, there was a great big headline outside the supermarket that had Victorian government QR code hacked, and they'd be scanning these QR codes, and I'd say, "Didn't you read that?" "Oh, I don't care." And I go, "Oh well, I can honestly say I've never scanned a QR code in my life."
Well, I've got to. If anybody shops at Aldi, about 3 or 4 months ago, they installed these new RFD readers on the side of the card machines. If you have a look, there's a new attachment, and every time I go through, because you can see there's like a laser reader coming out of it and stuff. And every time I go through, I look at it like I've never seen it before. Go, oh, what's this? And every single checkout man or woman says, oh, I don't know. So I'm waiting for someone to tell me what it is when they switch it on, what it is that we have to have, that this thing's going to be activated for. They've already installed them. They're there, ready to go. Nobody knows what they are at this stage, but somebody does. And I'm waiting for the day when we know.
Well, I can't go into LD anymore because I keep bringing up.
To inquire into this further. What exactly is it that you've seen?
So when you go through Aldi, the supermarket,
Yeah.
and at the end of the checkout where they throw everything at you to put in your bag, and you've got
Yeah, and you
the
desperately try to get it in the trolley as fast as you can because the cunts
Yeah.
just don't give a shit.
It's an Olympic
Don't go
sport in
fast.
Germany.
Yeah, that's
Um,
it.
Yeah, and so they've got the little swingy thing that's got the card reader on it, if you want to tap and go or whatever.
Mhm.
And so that's just your standard machine.
Yeah.
A few
But
months
there's
ago,
a random component.
on the right side of the machine, there's a black box that's probably the size of 2 matchboxes. And if you look underneath, there's a piece of glass, and you can see the software, and there's
Some sort of
all of
scanning
the
implement.
electronics inside. Yeah, there's a laser reader ready to go. And nobody knows what it is. None of the workers know what it, and I've been to multiple stores. It's not just one store, multiple stores. Nobody knows what it is.
So I
I'm
know
like,
you've given your wonderfully comical, I wonder what it is. But have you probed further at that point? Like, what do you mean you don't know what it is? You fucking work here.
yeah. Oh no, but I do it every time. It's how I entertain myself when I've got to go shopping. So oh, what's this? And I look at them, and I'm more interested in the people in the line if they're looking. Like, what is this?
I
nut
know what
job?
you mean.
What's
No,
this?
I've been doing this for
Yeah.
the vast majority of my life. I'm going to make a spectacle in the queue and see what happens. But you've never been able to probe further or even
No,
get
I don't know.
the staff not even get somewhat inquisitive? Like, are we
No.
just staring at a brick wall here? Like,
Not for a
Are
second.
they
No.
robots?
No.
I reckon I should go through, Robin. I might go to Aldi tomorrow because I have free time because I don't have my daughter. And I might take a few magnets and see whether they stick.
Oh, I might take one too.
to the staff or the fucking...
Well, to both, but possibly just what Robin's talking about, and just go, I wonder what this is, and just touch it and just stick a magnet on it and see if anything happens. Because magnets are supposedly, stuff things up occasionally.
Didn't Coles hire somebody from the CIA to do for some reason, into their company, which was led to believe that it was to do with future events, as in security and how to roll out certain things and with people. I think I remember reading something about that quite some time ago. I think mainstream media even reported. I'm pretty sure it was that group of lovely supermarket shops.
I've never read anything, but it certainly wouldn't fucking surprise me, seeing as it's another bipartisan sort of control system. The one thing I've certainly noticed over the years is that there's always option A or option B. Option C, we're going to shoot that the fuck down.
Yep.
The fact that Aldi's been allowed to sort of move in is a very interesting construct.
I can't go to Aldi because I keep bringing up Poland with them.
Yeah, no, I don't go to Coles or Woot because they're assholes, but also their prices are just fucking outrageous. Kidding me? We don't have anything else around us. There's a farmers market on the weekend and a swappers market once a week, but that's it. Push lady. Right, I'm going to have to log out, but I will be. I'm going to go and have a fag. So I'll be
I was
in
about to
trouble.
hand over to you because my back teeth were floating.
Well, go and have a waz and then come back.
No worries. Thank you. I appreciate it. Because I'm pretty confident you can hold off from a cigarette, but could be a bit embarrassing on this end. I'll be back.
Absolutely. Yeah, 100%. Holy moly. Yeah.
A great show today, Robin. What a clanger. Like, you just rocking and rolling. You are. Love it.
The World Health Organization have many Miss Grandma Clinton and her daughter. Well, those two, aren't they a pair?
and the Evergreen show. Oh my
Yeah.
goodness.
I wonder if Chelsea ever did anything wrong. Her parents would say, "Now you stop that, or we'll Clinton you."
Oh
Quite
dear,
possibly.
can you imagine?
You
I'll be
never,
back in a sec.
wouldn't put it past them.
You know, when we're talking about you know, God and fearing God, you know, whole nother thing. But you know, growing up as people, I think most people at some point in time would fear their mother or their father. You know, that's, I guess, how we keep small children in line up to some point, whatever. But can you imagine having parents and then being aware that they might possibly have a body count? What that must be like? Conspiracy.
Yeah. Yeah, allegedly. Absolutely alleged. Yeah. Oh, no, I reckon, I do believe that they are in fear, possibly, just allegedly, going along in fear of their life.
Mm.
Well, what is it? I think Chelsea Clinton is married to, is she married to a Rockefeller now?
Good question. I don't know. I've never spent any real time looking into her background.
I think I'm pretty absolutely positive on that.
It wouldn't surprise me at all.
Yeah.
Not for a second. What an awful human.
Mm-hmm.
What an awful human. Yes. Mark, we were talking about Hillary Clinton and Chelsea Clinton. Of course, you know, Rockefeller, World Health Organization,
Satanic
they're all
pedophiles,
together.
inbred. Yeah.
You know, yeah. So, yeah. All right, I'm going to sign off, ladies and gentlemen. Thanks, Mark, for having me. Nice to see you, Em. You're amazing.
No worries.
And I'll
Thanks for
see
coming
you
on.
all later.
Always a
Bye,
pleasure.
Bye.
There you are.
So, Batty, how's the show been? Really interesting?
Fucking astoundingly bloody long. I didn't expect to do bloody 5 hours, I can tell you that. I've been up since 3 a.m.
Oh, Jesus, you need to get
And
off.
it's now bloody 12:15.
I think you need to go and have a bit of a snoozer, or, you know, go and enjoy
The fact that
your evening.
I'm even coherent, I think, is nothing short of some form of miracle. Yeah. And you know, just to upset, you know, the leftists a little bit more. You missed the opening part of the show. So, you know, the first thing I did to upset the leftists was identify as a barbecue. Which is why it's now a barbecue batty. All right. So, because apparently we're right-wing cookers.
That's
and I can't
right.
understand this cooker shit. It makes no fucking sense. Like, what do they think we're fucking stovetops and barbecues and shit? So, well, I'll fucking help them out. I identify as a barbecue. That's why I'm now barbecue batty. And I was definitely offended when Channel 9 was talking about me the other day, and they said, and a man named Batty. I'm like, well, you assumed my fucking gender.
Yeah.
So I need to make sure that they understand that I am a barbecue. I'm not defined by these genders. You know, I cook my veggies on the left and my meat on the right because I'm a well-centered human being.
You know what? You know what's funny about that? You if you wrote them a letter or emailed them and asked them for an apology for assuming your gender, they would do it.
You reckon?
Yeah.
And I reckon you should
Probably
frame it
worth a
to
try. Oh, fuck
Yeah, give it a go. Give it a go. I bet you they do.
Yeah,
Do
I've
it
got to check. I've got to check. I got to check from fucking. I think it was like 1998. I lost a $2 coin in a Coke machine, and I made a fucking complaint. And they sent me a $2 check. Never cashed it. I've kept the fucking check as a fucking reminder of, well, if you make a fucking complaint, cunts will listen.
Yep.
This could be your.
You might be onto something.
People do that for a living.
Yeah.
Annoy the
find
shit.
They're called lawyers, aren't they?
Yeah. That'd be your like a stick it in the pool room kind of moment, like the castle.
Fuck
That's
yeah.
going in the pool room.
All right.
That's
No, I reckon they would do it because of their all their policies on equity and inclusion and things like that. If it was a TV station and they've automatically assumed your gender.
Yep.
And they've said it national
clearly
television.
identify barbecue.
Yeah.
I've done for a whole fucking week. And why the fuck didn't they know when they said that before I said it?
Yeah.
They
Tell
should
that's enough to write your week.
Right.
Sue them for emotional damage.
Fuck yeah. Not to mention, unauthorized usage of my fucking footage. I mean, I gave this to the public. I didn't give it to a corporation. How the fuck can every one of, Channel 7, Channel 9, the Current Affair, Bulletin, Guardian, take my image and my stuff.
But you haven't put a patent or a trademark on yourself though, buddy. That's how they can take it.
The top of the screen. I'm going to line this up that way. Up there. See that? North Queensland Freedom Network. And some of them acknowledge it didn't matter. All the images, because I've got it written under my name too, cunningly done, knowing that they would, one day do this shit. They've sold my brand. It was very kind of them. Yeah, there. Well done. Perfect. Thanks, Mark.
No.
Laser pointer.
No.
Okay. I think it'd be more effective if you did it with a cigarette though, because nothing says fucking ochre quite like that. Like you get the butt of the cigarette right on the end. Yeah, there he is. Yep, yes. Fucking, that's art.
With my other prop.
Oh yeah.
I'm going to leave you boys.
That is health, picturesque health. But now, good to see you again, Em.
Yeah, likewise. I'm so sorry I missed the start. I was busy.
All right, it's there forever in time.
Yep.
Well, I remember
time. I haven't been getting notifications from Courage or the Cure or any of them. It's just their shadow banning me from getting notifications.
I was late getting in. Excuse me. I do try to set up the show early so that the notifications will go out early. But when you work when you start at 3 a.m. and you're still here at fucking 12 the next day, these things happen. It's not on you.
The only reason why I just went, Batty's show's supposed to be on now. And I looked down because I'd done cooking and cleaning while my daughter has gone to her dad's. I was cooking and I went, oh my God, Batty should be on now. And then, you were. And I didn't receive a notification. So anyway, but
you can beat that by setting an alarm in your own calendar on your own little phone or something, because it happens at the same time. Like the Friday night one, I don't fuck with very often unless, the gods are absolutely cruel to me and make me work extra late. And I might push it back an hour. But generally, it's always on at 7 o'clock on a Friday. The Sundays are fucking random as fuck because that's just the way God made Sunday.
Yep. All right. Well, that sounds like a plan. I will do that for Courage and the Cure, and I will do that for yours so that I don't miss out on.
I think you can pretty much set your clock by most of the shows on the Cafe Locked-Out conglomeration network. Amazing, collection of beautiful human beings, with the exception of my Sundays, because I'm just a random cunt and I have to do it at some point in my life.
You do it when you want to do it, Batty. You're doing it free, so you know what I mean. You do it whenever the hell.
And it's one of those things. Particularly the more time I spend with my Indigenous brothers and sisters, the more fucking random you get. you know.
Mhm.
And it's really funny. I don't want to give too much away, but you know, I was recently working on a job that involved big corporate people working with Indigenous people, and I love watching it every time
Mhm.
I do. It doesn't bother me because I
Mm.
think it's one of the greatest shows on fucking earth is watching bloody suit and ties lose their
Trying to
fucking mind because they can't figure out the people that they fucking suck up to all the fucking time because they don't really give a shit. It's all about
Mm.
the virtue signaling. They don't
Mhm.
understand, like the corporate mind doesn't understand the indigenous mind, and it
Yeah.
fucking cracks me up to no end. It's one of the funniest things I've ever seen. Watching these like they lose hair, they're going grey, the fucking tires fucking flopping down, and they cannot deal with it. They absolutely cannot understand the random
Rands behind it.
I'll,
Yep.
I'll just go with random. You
Mhm.
know, 'cause I don't want to guide people to any one way, shape, or form. You've just got to experience it. When you get it, because I do, and I've been out there and I've spent time with these amazing people, I get it. It's
Yep.
really easy for me to slot in with the way the Indigenous work because it's free. And
Mhm.
everybody in the Freedom Network should really fucking embrace it because it is true freedom. It is. We just
Yeah.
make it up as we go. We do what needs to be done. You're just pulling this shit out of the ether. It's like the fucking force is just writhing within you. It's great. It's amazing. But you watch Corporate Mind, which has no comprehension of freedom. It's all about rules. It's all about regulations. It's about order. And this happens at this time, and this happens at this time. And because I know everything that's happening, I'm safe and comfortable in the world.
Procedure.
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. They're fucking machines and they
Mhm.
don't even see it. To me, it's the funniest show on earth.
Yeah.
They've
Watching
always
these
had a
It
boss.
is.
corporate fuckwits. Oh, I support the Indigenous, but I know fucking nothing about them. Work with the Indigenous going, fucking whitey don't get it.
Well, I used to have an ex-partner of mine who was a part Aboriginal, and he used to just disappear, like disappear for like weeks, and I wouldn't hear from him. And it used to really worry me. And then I just realised, no, he's gone on walkabout. He's just gone on walkabout. He's just doing his own thing, gone off, and then come back, and it'd be fine. It was really interesting. That's how I learnt about them. I haven't interacted like you have, Batty, but yeah, I can understand what you're saying. They are a not, I wouldn't say
Free.
a breed. Well, yeah, I'd like to classify it a different way. Well, yeah, they're free. Yeah, definitely. They're just very floaty, and just go with whatever flows. And when they go, they go. And when they come back, they come back.
As
And
Yoda
that's,
would say, you must feel the
yes,
force around you.
exactly. Anyway, boys, all right. You have an enjoyable evening. And yeah, thanks, Batty, for having me on.
All good.
And
Anytime. I honestly, I think it's about time for bed. It's like fucking. I think it's time for everyone. I'm
yeah,
absolutely
take care.
astounded that we still got over 500 fucking people watching. Like that. That's sips to
Go
everyone.
there, people.
One big final sips.
Tips. Night.
Coffee.
Good night.
Good night, Mark. Good night, Batty.
See you later.
Take care.
Thank you
Thanks,
guys for
Batty.
coming and joining and being brave enough to put your faces to this lunatic asylum that we call the North Queensland Freedom Network and Cafe Locked Out. It has been an amazing night and wow, an amazing time to be alive, you know.
That's
But
right.
let's not be full of despair. And yes, I know there's a lot of dark, horrible shit coming our way, but if we treat it with a grin. And, you know, and as I was showing, you know, explaining to Robin before, you know, judge staring down. I understand you wish to fight this fucking oath, cunt. Fucking oath. Well, that's what I really wanted to say. But of course I said, with every bone in my body, which was the nice way of saying it. But what I really wanted to say is, fuck oath, cunt. Fuck oath, I'm going to fight this shit. And that's the way we should all be. And I reckon as long as we got that fucking attitude in mind, we can sort these fuckers out.
And there's more of us than them.
Exactly.
That's exactly. Okay.
All right.
Bye, guys.
So
Take
thank
care.
you all. Take it easy.
All right.
Thank you all for watching.
Thank you.
See you, mate.
Bye.
Thanks, everybody. If you want to, keep an eye on everything, Linktree stuff's going on there. Got the GoFundMe. Of course, you want to be a Patreon. Why not? Jake Soy, he popped his head in. He was a Patreon. He's a great bloke. Why wouldn't you want to be as good? Hey, look, and there he is. There he is. Good night, Jake. Thanks for being an amazing Patreon, along with all my other amazing Patreons. Hey, look, what's going to happen Sunday? Well, I'm going to have to keep it blackfella on you, and I'm just going to make it up as I go. And it's not racist to say blackfella, because blackfellas tell me it's all right, because we call you whitefella. It's all right. Nobody gives a shit. You know who gives a shit? Annoying people who just want to make you feel bad for that shit. No reason.